pretty exciting. Hey, everybody, my name is Danny Rankin. Most of you know me, but some of you don't, and that's okay too. We're really excited that you're all here. I think that's the biggest thing that I need to say. I'm kind of stalling a little bit. Got one person late, but we'll see if they show up or if they don't get to graduate from college. All right, I'm set. Yeah. Now, if you'll all stand for our national anthem. I'm just kidding. All right, so sung by CU Buffs alum Ariana Grande. I'm super excited to intro this session. A few years ago, within the CTD program, this type of session wouldn't have existed because games were just sort of like a glimmer in the eye of a few of us here, and now we have so many people interested in games and interactivity and play that we literally dedicate a whole session, the first session of the day, to it. And I'm excited to introduce a couple of our guest reviewers, the two guest reviewers we have here, a couple, sorry. I'll start introducing Nikki. I'm just going to read this thing that I ripped from me.
That bio, I tried to edit it, but it wouldn't let me.
Yeah, I don't know. What would you like me to say here? I'm just going to start here. After cutting his teeth on project management at various tech companies, including the mobile development firm Wunderman Thompson Mobile, leading teams that created Apps Rise Network and PGA Tour, among others, he opened his own mobile game studio, now entrenched in the local game scene. Nikki Britt's the sole producer at Sunblink Entertainment, firmly believes in process, fun, and honesty for team success. Please welcome Nikki Britt. It's good. And then, of course, a man who probably needs no introduction because he's leaving us. Just kidding. Matt Bethencourt develops experimental games and interactions that explore the limits of what a game can be and how games create opportunities for reflection. He taught game audio production, sound synthesis, sound design, game design, development, web design, physical computing, installation, performance. Anything else? A lot of other things. He also stole my heart. He holds a Master of Fine Arts in Design and Technology from Parsons School of Design, and will be heading to Montreal, Canada for his PhD at Concordia in the fall. Please join me in giving a round of applause to Matt Bethencourt. So now, as if y'all were like, all right, well, it's pomp and circumstance, very exciting. All of you should know the order. Does everybody know what order you're going in, who you're going after and before? If you don't, your slides will come up and you'll be like, oh, it's me. But basically, for those of you presenting, your slide deck is all here. Your presenter notes are all kind of ready for you to go. All you have to do is basically just have somebody kind of arrowing through as you need to. But if there's a problem, you can stop and do it. A couple of things. I'll be keeping time here from the front row. Effectively, you have, I think we've said 8 minutes is basically your maximum output. And when you get to the 1 minute left, I'm basically going to give you a little warning things to sort of like wrap it up because you got a minute. And then once you're there, we'll have about 4 minutes for feedback from our guest reviewers and anybody else who wants to heckle you. And then we'll just sort of churn right along. So the biggest thing, we're going to try and move smoothly. We have a ton of projects. All of the faculty reviewers and everyone that run the capstones are going to be here until 4 p.m. today. It's going to be a long day. So I want to try and stay on schedule so we get breaks and that kind of stuff. But y'all excited? Y'all have worked very hard. Yeah, give yourselves a round of applause. Be supportive, be intuitive, be attentive. And other than that, I'd like to welcome our first group to come down and give their presentation, Oasis. Yeah, come on down. Give them a round of applause. Yeah. No one online will be able to hear you. Yeah, so. Sorry. Amateur web, so I didn't start your time.
So is that working? Yeah. Wow, cool. Okay, hey everybody, I'm Nick.
I'm Lana. And I'm Lizzie.
And this is still Oasis.
So what is Oasis? Let's see.
Welcome to Oasis. Oasis is an immersive nature video game experience that uses carefully crafted graphics, narrative, and sensory stimulation to seduce an audience with the novelty of immersive design, only to then push them away with its dull gameplay. We are critiquing how humans focus on further developing technology to escape reality when we could channel resources toward preserving the beauty of our natural reality.
So for our target audience, we chose internet users and people aged between 16 and 36. And the reason we chose these people are because they're the primary users of video games, and also they will be the ones who will be living through the negative effects of climate change and
So to get into the research and the influential precedents behind this project, we found some data that says that 27% of our lives are spent online, which is about half of our waking hours, and only 7% of our lives are spent in nature. And on top of that, the internet tech industry is worth around $2.5 trillion, probably over that. And we need more like $3.5 trillion to fight the climate crisis. What this really says and what we got out of this is that there's an overlap between these two realms of thinking, and that we could use how much effort and resource we would put into the internet tech world to kind of change how we think about the natural world.
And then onto our precedents. The first one is Guilty Smells, and this is a game where a player plays as a dog who's trying to sniff out non-American foods in a park. And they do so by identifying certain scents that are coming from the aroma generator you can see in that picture. And we wanted to incorporate that into our game in the sense of having sensory features that further immerse our players as well. And the second is Evo Desk, and they're basically a company that provides numerous different combinations of desk features and desk designs for gaming specifically. And we wanted to incorporate that into our project as well, because we wanted to extend our game past just a virtual platform and have physical components as well. And then the last is Portal Games, and specifically their dialogue. We wanted to incorporate dry, not really rooting for the player kind of dialogue to better achieve our message that we were intending. And then prototypes and process. So we created our game in Unity. Obviously, these are the very initial stages, but we just incorporated a first-person navigation with the WASD keys and the mouse. And then this was the final stage of our terrain. This is just the starting view that the user gets when they start playing.
So for our game objects, we have a bucket to collect water from a nearby pond, an axe to cut down trees, and a fire for our fire pit. We made this fire in Unity, but ended up not actually using it because it was a little too detailed, and we wanted a less detailed fire and less detailed graphics in general to bore the user more quickly.
And then for building the desk, we wanted to start with something physical and kind of build out. And we knew we wanted an aroma generator. So this was intentionally going to be a prototype, and then we would 3D print something, but we figured out don't rework the wheel. So we ended up keeping this in the project with a switch and covered it in turf. We started with some sketches for the desk once we had that measurements down. And then we went into Fusion 360, which was something I'd never used before. So there's a lot of learning involved here. But yeah, it started out 2D, went into the 3D world, and then from here we could get it cut out of a CNC machine with the help of our mentor. And so after this part of the process, it was really a lot of touching up and focusing on the game, but getting it cut out was like getting a puzzle put together. That was a lot of fun, a lot of help from our mentor, so appreciated that a lot. So this was it, kind of, these are like only the wood pieces, the foundation of it, and then we would build out from there. Then we got into the buttons. So this was the more interactive component of the game where you'd stick your hand into these ports, and there's just 4 buttons, switch buttons, and you kind of press down on the pad that's cardboard over foam, and it presses the button. And then there would be things that we put into those ports to kind of add to the immersion, like sticks and a water bottle, axe handle, things like that.
So for our user testing, we sent out surveys to everyone in our target audience about what we should put in our components or in our button compartments. So we had 4 buttons, and they were each creating a fire, collecting water, cutting down a tree, and building shelter. So for our button compartment with the fire, most people said they wanted a lighter and heat in there. So we actually were able to incorporate both. So we have the lighter in there, and when you press down on the lighter, then the button is activated. And then we also have a heating pad. So when you put your hand in the compartment, you feel the heat emanating in there. And then for the water button, most people said water bottles. So we put a plastic water bottle in there. And when you push down on the water bottle, the button is activated. And then for building a shelter, most people did say logs, but we thought about it more and didn't realize how we were going to put actual logs in a tiny little button compartment. So we did end up using twigs and leaves, and you just push down on those and the buttons activated. That worked very well. And for the cutting down a tree, most people said holding an axe, which was actually perfect. We ended up getting a whole axe handle and putting it inside the compartment. So when you push down on that, the button is activated.
And then here are just some examples of our dialogue boxes. We ended up going with the darker color palette, but with that change, we also modified some of the language to stick to that dry kind of humor. And yeah, those are the final dialogue boxes that we ended up using.
And then for some final deliverables, just to show you what it looked like when it was all touched up, we had the LEDs in the back and some actual natural components mixed in. And on the next slide, you can see the closer ups of the buttons. So hatchet handle, inside there's a heating pad and a lighter, some twigs and a water bottle. And you had to stick your hand in and push a button.
And these were just the final screenshots of our Unity terrain. As you can see, there's a shelter, a fire pit, a water hole, and a few other objects that the user can interact with and use to complete all of the possible tasks.
All right, so we just want to say thank you for listening and acknowledge Kenny, our mentor, Danny, and Annie, and we will now open it up for questions. Thank you.
Remind me what the what's the why again? I missed. I think it was on the first slide, but I missed it. It's like the purpose for it.
Yeah, basically it's that we just wanted to rethink like immersive design from like a way of like using immersive design. So trying to rethink like why are we putting so much energy and resources into technology that emulates the natural world when the natural world is currently like dying away. So all the money and all the time that we spend focusing on tech could be channeled a little bit more and like restructured a bit to focus on saving the natural world.
Okay. But then your project is a tech project that mimics the natural world. Right?
Yeah, well,
I think that's fine, right? I think if the why is like, let's explore immersive design and see what we can do, right? That's amazing, right? I think that you're trying to like think about the natural world in a really interesting way, but like some of those, to me, like the design decisions I'm curious about, like as you go through, of like if you're trying to mimic the natural world, then like why is it important for you to be less real looking visuals or things like that? But if it's just like, oh, we just want to figure out an interesting immersive experience, then I feel like great, run with that and make sure that you don't.
I guess our thinking was that if it's like these dull graphics, it would push people away from the game once they start playing. So it'd make them rethink like, why am I spending time playing this game when I could just go out? Whereas if it was like really realistic, like I could get lost in like an Oculus Rift that has like, beautiful design, but then I wouldn't want to go outside because I'd be like, oh, this is so nice. But if you like jump into an immersive design that isn't that compelling, then maybe it would.
There's also this idea, right, of like if you start removing representation away from like the image, then your brain is doing more work to try to feel like you're in there. So you can think about that as well.
Yeah, one of the things that I was thinking about was you have all these like tactile things to touch. And for me, I guess when I hear the description of it, it's stop playing this stupid game, go outside. And like, I guess I want to for me, I want to remind the user about that and how outside is nice. And so these tactile things that you're touching, for me, I would want them to be kind of remembering or like reminders of what it is outside. The game itself is boring, right? You looking at this game, it's boring. But how do you have these things that remind me that outside is nice to be in? And so I would want those things to somehow reflect, or if I was doing it, I guess I would want to reflect like, these things will remind me that outside is better. And why am I here? These things that I'm touching are better. And if I go outside, I get plenty of those. They're everywhere. So like the sticks and like the pine cone are nice, and even the pine needles, but they're like not nice things to touch in a lot of ways. And then the plastic bottle also doesn't make me think about outside really at all. And it kind of makes me think about like waste, I guess, in a way. So like those are the kind of things that went through my mind as I thought about it. I want to make the user want to leave and go outside, but instead I feel like there's some kind of confusion there about like, is outside actually nice? Because now there's like trash outside. It was kind of what was going through my mind. So I mean, I think it's a really neat idea. I think there's just some other little things that kind of could continue to be explored there.
And I think the execution is really good, right? It looks like it's a really beautiful looking object. It's really sweet. The one question I had about that though is why the decision to put the laptop there rather than like a monitor or screen? Was it
we
just like
struggled
ease?
quite a bit with
Yeah,
getting a
okay.
monitor as the laptop.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, we ended up just using that.
I also just wanted to add, I think that this might have not been our initial plan, but in the end, we liked the way this turned out, that the actual computer was like the most boring part of our like whole setup.
Mhm.
And the most exciting things were just like, the structure and what you can interact with.
Mhm. Yeah.
So I think that worked out with that plan.
Did you guys explore? I know you guys talked about like you put the sticks in there because it's the best thing you could do because you can fit logs. Do you guys explore or try putting in like little Lincoln logs? I know there's like a juxtaposition of scale that goes on if you were to do that. I didn't know if that was something you guys attempt to do because I personally, if I was touching sticks, I would not at all like connect that to structure to me.
Yeah, I was thinking like we could do like the end of like a hewn log right inside. I mean,
Yeah.
it's a small space, so it's like
yeah.
not gonna. It'd be hard to get in there, I know, but that's what I thought of initially.
Yeah. Yeah, this is some good feedback. Too bad we're about
Sure.
to take apart our
Yeah.
project.
Yeah. Well,
It would create like a weird thing though, because like you're touching things that are really this size as you're touching the axe handle, you're touching a bottle, and then all of a sudden
Right.
you're touching something that's like way tinier relative to those other objects. So it might not actually work.
But you could fill that space and be like a ball pit.
yeah. So
thank you all very much.
Hey, thank you.
Next up is Ludo.
Is this on?
You're good.
Hello, I am Jason Warwick, and this is my project Ludo. So what is Ludo? It is a digital arcade with accessible games and tutorials designed for non-gamers with the eventual end goal of teaching you how to play video games. So the audience for the project is non-gamers, but also I wanted to direct it towards sort of an all ages approach for a few reasons I'll get into in a second. But I primarily did this by just trying to keep it generally family friendly. That way it's sort of approachable for everyone, but without keeping it too childlike, because I still wanted it to be fun for older players to experience. So why play video games if you don't play them already? Video games are good for you. It was found that simple games that are easy to access can improve players' moods, promote relaxation, and ward off anxiety. And these are a lot of benefits that I feel like benefit younger players or the younger audience, which is why I wanted the younger end of the sort of all ages spectrum. And then additionally, the use of video games leads to the improvement of cognitive functioning in the elderly and the maintenance of self-concept and quality of life, which is why I wanted to include the sort of older end of the spectrum. That way everyone can see benefits, even if they're a little bit different. And besides the technical benefits of playing video games also tell important stories. Plenty of video games have been adapted into big budget blockbuster movies and TV shows like Uncharted and The Last of Us, as you can see here. And this isn't to say that these are a more valid way of telling stories in video games. It's just to say that people obviously see the value of the stories being told in them. And I would hope that rather than adapting them to other mediums, we can make them more accessible to play as video games. For some precedents for Ludo, the first one was Fancade, which is a mobile arcade with a bunch of games in it, most of them being user created, as Fancade has a sort of pseudo game engine built into it. And the part of Fancade that I really wanted to reference in Ludo was the welcoming, inviting art style, and also the general sort of level-based arcade structure of it. However, Fancade is more intended to teach you how to make games as opposed to teaching you how to play them, which is the focus of Ludo. And another point of reference for Ludo was these articles, sort of like this one from The Guardian, that talk about the top 20 best video games for beginners. They include a lot of things like Minecraft and Animal Crossing and a lot of bigger games. And the main problem I see with lists of like these is that these games cost a lot of money, especially when you consider the hardware, like it says in this. And that's sort of a really high barrier to entry for people who are considering playing games, but they aren't going to want to initially spend $500 to play them. So that brings me to the sort of general accessibility of Ludo, which is something I wanted to focus on. It's primarily free. It's just hosted online, so you can download it. Anyone can download it at no cost. And it's also very low hardware requirements. So you can play it on pretty much any level of computer, and it's available on 3 platforms. So it's pretty widely accessible to most everyone. And also the all ages design factors in. That way you never feel like you're going out of your age range to learn how to play video games. For some brief technicals for the project, I used Godot, which is a sort of lighter weight game engine known for, it's used for 2D games, but can also make 3D games. And I also use Sprite, which is a pixel art sprite editor that I use to make all the art for the game. So the general process for Ludo was pretty linear. I would design a mini game that I would want to make for it, and then sort of create a rough draft of sorts just to get a feel for the mechanics and how it would feel to play. And then from there, I would get to a sort of first MVP stage to get it playable for other people, including things like score and health and the generic gameplay loop, because this is where I would play test, which I'll go into in a second. But after playtesting, I would incorporate that feedback. I would finish the art and any outlying assets, and also the coin system and sound effects and things like that, just to get it ready for the final game. So the user testing for the first 2 games, and the menus and sort of the general aesthetic of that and layout, I used surveys. For the menus and the layout, it worked pretty well. I got the information that I needed, but for games, the feedback was often a little vague, as they could really only answer questions that I asked, and in the free responses, they aren't really motivated to say much more than they already have. And also long response times. It would take a while to get people to take it, and then also to find people to send it to. So for the 3rd game, I opted for a live playtest with a few different groups of people, including people that I know, people that I don't, and different age groups. And this was massively more helpful because I was able to get like real-time, in-depth feedback about specific things in the game, and also any general sentiments, and we could sort of bounce off each other to express ideas. And also I would be able to see how they play the game, sort of how they interpret the controls as they learn them, and what buttons they press in what certain scenarios. And that sort of influenced the design for the 3rd game, and also going back looking at the 1st and 2nd. So what does Ludo actually look like? Its general structure consists of 3 games, each of increasing difficulty and sort of adding a new degree of input or mechanic for the players to think about. There are 4 tutorials, that being 1 for each game of the 3 games, and then also 1 for the menus, teaching you how the general systems work, how to unlock each game, and the settings. And then also there are high scores and a coin system, sort of as an external motivator for players, and also they are permanent, so you don't have to restart your progress every time you load the game. So for the first game, I wanted to keep it simple. This is a view of the menu and what the tutorials sort of look like, but I wanted to keep it simple. There's only 2 buttons that you press for the first game. That way it limits what the players have to learn to immediately start playing, and they can sort of get a feel for how Ludo works as a system, and then also how the games will feel in a more general sense. And then the second game is a sort of top-down, randomly generated infinite driver, which serves to introduce another degree of input instead of just up, down, as up, down, and left, right. And then also the idea of a limited, refillable, sort of manageable resource in the form of fuel, which is another concept that I wanted to introduce, given it is pretty common in games. And then the 3rd game is a larger 3D sort of combat game, which maintains the idea of that refillable resource in the form of the snowballs, and also, well, the idea of playing a 3D first-person game, and also the concept of combat and the different layers to that. And I really wanted to make the last game 3D to provide a link between this and the larger, often 3D games that most AAA games are. That way it felt more natural to transition from this to a larger, more serious game. That is it. Thank you.
So there are the 3 different games, kind of increase in difficulty or complexity for each user. My first thought with the second game, with the driving game, was it was supposed to incorporate up, down, and left and right. But from a top-down perspective, that seems like it might be kind of complicated for users. Did you find people have difficulty like executing on that who weren't used to playing games?
It was definitely out of the three the most challenging for players to initially control, but they all seem to sort of enjoy that because since it sort of feels super low stakes, they can kind of get comfortable and mess around with it and have more fun with it than they would in a larger game setting.
And how many people did you end up getting to test in total?
Yeah, how did you find people who've never played games?
It was a lot of older family members
Yeah,
and
that's the
also
better.
coworkers and just sort of people I knew for the first two games, the surveys. I got about 15 to 20 people to play them. And then for the live play tests, it was, I think, 5 people total in separate play tests.
And it was mostly older people for the.
The first two were a lot of older people, and then for the third one, I used some coworkers and older people as well. Yeah.
It feels like within the games themselves, you could be adding in complexity, right? So especially like I look at the first one that looks like a.
It's a perpetual runner.
Yeah, but what's the one with the runner?
Yeah,
Well, I was thinking runner. but-
Cannibal.
No, runner.
Runner
Yeah.
run.
Is that a game?
Yeah, runners.
Runner,
Yeah.
runner, whatever. Anyway, right. And that game, the whole like that game teaches you basically what that's doing, right? Where it's like for the very beginning, all you're doing is jumping, and then all of a sudden, like, oh, I'm jumping and I'm sliding, which we see here, right? And then it's like I'm jumping, I'm sliding, and I'm blocking. I'm jumping and I'm sliding, and I'm whatever. There's like 4 different things you can do, and it ramps up there.
Oh.
So I feel like you could do that where each game is itself ramping up in its difficulty to then get you ready for the next one. That might be the next stage for this. I think it's a good idea, right? Because, and it's an interesting way in which you've done like there's 2D and then there's the top down and then there's the 3D, right? So it's not just adding mechanics, which games do. It's like teaching this kind of language of games through it, which I think is a fun thing.
Did you consider making it? And I know this kind of adds another layer of complexity to the project. But did you consider making it mobile accessible?
I didn't really consider mobile just because I've never developed for mobile and I wanted to keep it within the realms of things I could do. Initially, I wanted it to be able to be playable online, but the way that Godot exports, it doesn't really work online, so it's just downloadable. So
Yeah, I was thinking in terms of like barriers to entry, like that's probably the lowest in terms for most people.
Yeah.
And then additionally, I think if you have a person who's like interested in, there's an issue there, right? Because people like to have tactile buttons. It's easier to connect with the player if they have something to touch on the computer. But most people, especially I'd imagine older people that might be wanting to get into the games, may not have a computer at all, but they might have a phone.
Yeah.
And so that was the first thing that came to my mind is like, if they were gonna be playing games, they might just end up like the older folks that I know who play games, play like very casual games like Candy Crush or things like that. And so they're already doing it on their phones. So I presume that that's an even better way to kind of access those folks.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm curious with those studies too. I would like to look them up. I know you were trying to take a picture of one of them, but like I'm curious.
I can go back to them if you want.
Oh, it's okay. You can just give us the later. But I'm curious are there specific types of games that they're referencing when they talk about that?
In the first one, when they mentioned simple games, it was things like mobile games like Angry Birds, and I tried to make them accessible or easy to access in the way that the simple games that they referenced were, as much as I could within the limits of the platform. But that was something I was thinking about. Because
it almost seems like there's two things that are happening here, right? One is that you're introducing the language of games and the history of games through this thing, right? And one is you're trying to get people, and the other is trying to get people interested in games. I don't know if they necessarily have to be together, right? Like, because at some point, like an older person might be like my mother-in-law right now is like, just free cell all the time. That's all she plays. She doesn't need to know how to do like a 3D shooter, right? Like she's got that game that's great for her, and that's what she could, right? Yeah. And that also made me think of when you were doing like the 3D kind of combat one. Would that for first-time gamers or people who are interested in like casual kind of game, is that gonna be something that's gonna turn them off? They're like, oh, it's too violent, even though it's like just snowball.
Yeah.
Or whatever. But right, it's like, oh, I don't want combat. And maybe that wouldn't be right for the audience. I'm not sure, but it's a question that I have.
Yeah.
Right out of time.
Oh, okay.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Good job.
Awesome. Thanks. Remember. Before you guys start, I'm just going to change one. None of you want to like drift over into the zone over there.
I think we're safe here.
Go ahead.
Okay. Ready? Okay. Hi, guys. I'm Allie. This is Evan and Rachel, and please enjoy this video to learn about the Gremlinizer.
Are you ready to get gremlinized? The Gremlinizer is the newest party game to give
Stand by. I thought you have it earlier, but not now.
Are you ready to get gremlinized? The Gremlinizer is the newest party game to give you and your friends a laugh. It has no rules and no correct answers. Just simply fill in the blank and compare your responses. Here's an example. Tonight's the night. Let's screw it up, boogie it up, or throw it up. Which one do you think is funniest? To get started, go to gremlinizer.herokuapp.com. Players will scan the QR code from their mobile devices, and the main screen will allow you to choose the game category. In the Gremlinizer, all you do is answer prompts from different songs, stories, and recipes. And just remember to be faster and funnier than everyone else. If you're the slowest player, watch out. A gremlin might interfere with your keyboard. Players will get to vote on their favorite answers, and whoever has the most votes wins. Don't forget to read the final result with your friends and have a good laugh. Play the Gremlinizer today. There we go. So the Gremlinizer is an online social word game that pushes players to think fast and avoid the gremlin's terror.
The idea of our game began from the challenges of miscommunication in society's modern world. We wanted to tackle this challenge in a fun and exciting way, while also encouraging thoughtful interaction and decision-making.
Our first iteration of the game we realized was really boring. So we asked the question, what is the most entertaining way to interfere with people's text or communication? And thus, we recreated the Gremlinizer to be a fast-paced and engaging experience that encourages a playful attitude.
We looked at many precedents for this project, but ones we took the most from were social apps that encouraged user interaction. Our first precedent, Quiplash, is a prompt-based game by Jackbox TV, where players can respond with whatever answer they think would get the most votes. It encourages players to play for laughs and not take themselves too seriously. This inspired us to incorporate wackiness into our user interaction for a fun experience.
Our next precedent is Kahoot. Kahoot is an educational game that uses user voting to enforce interaction. This inspired the voting option in the Gremlinizer, but where our game differs is that players themselves choose what to vote on, rather than in Kahoot, the creator creates all the questions and possible answers.
The last precedent is Anagrammatics, which is a 2-player anagram game that uses sockets, which inspired how we establish our user connectivity and device communications. This game is only 2-player mode, but it inspired us to use host functionalities.
After establishing the features for a game from each precedent, we began the game design process.
In the early stages of our process, we wrote out different variations of the Gremlinizer. There was the possibility of players anonymously becoming the gremlin to mess with communication, with the end goal of identifying who the gremlin is. However, we wanted to make sure that the game was entertaining by establishing motivations for players to be others and have the funniest answer.
We knew we wanted it to be a word game that highlights miscommunications, and we decided to make a no rules, prompt-based game that creates a hilarious end result. Once we established our game's main motives, we began by brainstorming the game logic, including user functions and challenges that players would need to overcome. This is where we began to form the role of the gremlins and decided that their main role would be to mischievously steal letters from players.
Since our game is a synchronous multiplayer experience, we had to translate the player and host functions into actual code. Wrapping our heads around the client-server backend framework definitely took some time and many iterations on a whiteboard. With plenty of back and forth, we finally figured out how to describe these connection methods properly. These included the functions for players to interact with the game and the host as we had first described them.
Additionally, we wrote out pseudocode to finalize the game loop interaction, especially between the player and the host communication. The frameworks we were using were entirely new to us, so writing everything out helped us understand the connections that were occurring between the back end and the front end when like a player clicked a button and the screen changed.
Once our game logic was clear, we began to implement the game functionality to test its feasibility. As with all great websites, we focused on getting the basic HTML site working with some core features figured out. Once we had the ability to start a game with multiple players, we made sure to catch up with a much more polished user interface.
We began by creating simple prototypes on Figma to understand the game flow. Our next goal was to make the game look fun. So we began prototyping different color schemes and themes that would fit the overall Gremlin aesthetic. This slide shows our final design.
We are extremely proud of our result, but don't get me wrong, we faced some gremlins of our own. Our major challenge was understanding the nuances and limitations of socket communication. It took us a while to wrap our heads around how clients and servers connect and communicate. Since we were using the socket.io library though, there was plenty of documentation and resources to draw from.
Another concern that we faced at the start of the semester was none of us had created a game from scratch. So we had to dig deep into the many aspects that make up a fun game. We quickly figured it out, and after that, our only recurring obstacle was GitHub. We never really had a project with such a large number of files with multiple people simultaneously collaborating on them. So we utilized branches to keep our game organized and the system organized, but we won't lie, it drove us crazy.
With all the work we committed to this project, we are incredibly proud of our end result. It's clear that our foundational skills from CTD prepared us to tackle this project and the challenges we faced along the way. Thank you for listening, and we hope you enjoyed being Gremlinized.
So is stealing the letters, is that the only thing the gremlin does? Are there other things?
Yeah, right now.
Okay, do you have other ideas of what could happen?
We were talking about it yesterday, like some Easter eggs and stuff, but
Yeah.
we're not entirely sure yet.
To me, that's the most interesting part. There's two aspects here, right? There's the thing like you made a game, like you did all this work, right? Like that's the one part where you're like, yeah, you
A
can't-
multiplayer game.
a multiplayer game
Yeah.
using sockets, like it's
Yeah,
great, right?
really
There's
cool.
That. That's some of the hard. I mean, Nikki and I know because we make games all the time. That's some of the hard part about the game stuff is like a lot of the like actual making of the game is the most boring part, right? Because it's just like this has to work and this has to communicate with this, whatever, and you succeeded in that. And then now it's but then on top of that, it's like I want to talk about the actual game part of it. So now that that's working, you've done all this work. How can we make the game like? Do you think it's fun? I think is the first question. Yeah, great. And then there's ways that you could push it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I want to say that I've played so much Quiplash and all the Jackbox games and even the board game version of Balderdash so much of my life, and I never care about winning. All I want to do is make people laugh.
Yeah.
So like this game is the game I've always wanted to play to a certain extent. And I just don't care about any of the other stuff. I just want to make people laugh, and they oftentimes know it's me because I'm the only person who's doing it, writing these absurd sequences that people have to read through out loud or whatever. So I think this is great. I really love this idea a lot. Can you explain to me again the exact way that Gremlinizer works? Because I think it was touched very briefly and I lost it.
If you're the slowest answer a couple times in a row, you'll get gremlinized. And when
So does that mean you become the gremlin?
You get gremlinized. So the
The gremlin is like a critter. That's
Okay,
running around in the
okay.
game.
So if you're
the words that you want,
the-
you can't use like the letter A or E or
so the worse you are at the game, the more impediments you have to continue winning.
Yeah.
So when I heard that originally, I was like, this seems like, and I don't know if this is appropriate to say it at a college, but it feels like it's like a drinking game. It's like the more you drink, the worse you get, and then you just keep. It's a perpetual problem. So I don't know. There's something about that I think is kind of interesting, but I also want to make sure that it doesn't turn everybody off who are like slower or whatever.
Well, the thing,
I think part of it is also that we want you to be like quick with your answer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you're not like overthinking like how can I be so funny like you
Yeah.
want it to be like
Mhm.
That'd be my problem. I just
yeah,
I would
again, I
spend
think,
forever and not care to get gremlinized.
I think the gremlinized part that's the interesting tilt up here, and that's like the
Yeah.
best part of this. And so I got really excited. I was like, oh, what are some other ideas you could do? And so one question I had was, so when the letters get stolen, is it random? Is it specific to letters that always get stolen?
We have like a combination of letters just in an array that gets like shuffled. So like players, if two players are gremlinized at the same time, they won't have the same letters
Okay,
taken
yeah.
away
We
from
didn't want
them.
it to be like Q or
Right.
like,
Mhm.
Because one thing I thought would be really funny is that if it's perpetual, right? So as you're playing the game, you just continually are losing letters. So by the end, you only have like 4 letters that you're allowed to use.
Yeah. Did I also, were you trying to identify somebody who was, is it like a
That was an
an
earlier.
assassin
It
game?
was an
Oh,
earlier.
okay,
and
that
they
was-
changed it. To
okay,
this.
okay, okay.
Yeah, we were also thinking about like taking away like entire parts of speech, or like you only have to use a verb, but the checking aspect of it is so difficult. So
Yeah, again, it's like the making part and then the designing, get the
Mhm.
game part, right? And you have to try to get those to work together.
yeah.
Yeah, the other thing I thought was for the gremlin was, what if your screen just went black and you were like typing? There's a lot of fun stuff.
Mhm.
Yeah, and I think that's a good decision to make it where the system is the gremlin rather than people being the gremlin. I
Yeah.
think that's the
Mhm.
right way to go. Yeah,
Yeah.
well done.
Yeah, really good.
Good. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Get that next slide. All right, I believe our next folks are zombies from London, or zombies of London, if you will. Yeah. I'm going to click through those next slides. All right,
Board games.
and begin.
All right, so hi, I'm Ellie, and we created a board game called Zombies of London. So Zombies of London is a competitive board game for up to 4 players, where players work to gain allies, collect resources, all while they go and explore the landmarks of London, hoping that their team is able to survive the ruined city. So kind of as a story, imagine you're playing Just Touchdown, London Heathrow, you got your guidebook, you're ready for the summer of your life. But all of a sudden the universe decides it's time for the end of the world. You're thinking to yourself, I'm not gonna let some petty little zombie apocalypse stop me from getting that perfectly Instagrammable selfie. And so you decide to team up with other survivors, make your way through the city and get those Instagram shots.
So yeah, early on last semester, I was really wanting to make some sort of role-playing focus game, and Ellie was wanting to kind of focus on a strategy competitive board game. And so we decided to work together on it.
It's working. You're good.
Okay, cool. Sorry. And then, so yeah, that led us into our main question of how to combine a compelling strategic and competitive experience with a role-playing centered experience. And kind of that led into our goal of really giving players an opportunity to create their own stories and be able to experience something new every time they play. And 2 of those 2 sub goals that we had in that was really creating a role-playing game for people that aren't usually used to playing role-playing games, as well as adding an interesting kind of basis for the role-playing mechanics and the strategic mechanics and we chose a zombie apocalypse to be the main setting for that.
So to start this process, we kind of both sat down, played a bunch of games, thought about why we liked what we liked, and kind of went from there. So out of that came 3 games that were the most influential in our final deliverable. So the first is Dungeons and Dragons. This is an obvious like role-playing storytelling precedent. In this game, every time players play, they're able to create this unique story, and we wanted to bring as much as that into our game as we could. The second is Unstable Unicorns. From this, we kind of drew the lighthearted tone. Playing this game, it was super easy to like laugh and have fun with it. So we took our doom and gloom zombie apocalypse and turned it into that screw the zombies, I'm gonna go on vacation twist. And additionally, we drew some kind of card-based mechanics from this, like deck building and some other things that we just enjoyed interacting with. And then the third and final one is Wingspan. When we get to our final iteration, you'll see that our artwork is heavily kind of derived from this. Both of us just love the overall look of this game, so we drew on that. And then additionally, for our final version, we adapted a player board, which Wingspan also utilizes.
So we went through a lot of just stuff going through making this game. The first initial game that we had and the initial prototype was this big board, hex grid, basically representing the center of London. Goal of it would players would travel around avoiding zombies or fighting them, going to landmarks and experiencing quests or going to landmarks. And basically a big takeaway from this, well, there's a lot, but the first one was like more isn't always better. We had a lot going on here. We play tested a lot and players were like, hey, I don't really know what is like all that I can do. And then there's just a lot going on. And it's also was really hard to force role playing, especially for people who weren't used to role playing games. We would encourage role playing opportunities, but it just wouldn't always take, and players wouldn't always kind of connect with those opportunities as well as I would like personally. But that kind of was more helpful to figure out how to like do those mechanics. And some things we liked was randomness worked well, especially in a zombie apocalypse. You never know what's going to happen, and so that really served both purposes of both genres. And also resource collection we really liked as a mechanic, and we felt also served both genres.
So additionally, out of our first iteration came our main challenge that we struggled with throughout the entire semester, and that's the idea of like rapidly and repeatedly iterating. I think we got about a third of the way through the semester, almost halfway through the semester with that first prototype, and we were just sticking with it, trying to make it work, and we realized it just wasn't going to. And we had both been constantly getting stuck in these cycles of like, this is the best idea ever, we want to use this, without ever kind of taking that step back and looking at our other options. So once we kind of had this light bulb moment, we were able to keep that thought in our mind for the rest of the semester and actually make some real progress towards a final game.
Yeah, so in other words, we found out that making games is hard and it takes a lot of work. So here, during this process, we also, as I said, we play tested a lot, basically with the goal of seeing if people like it were enjoying the game and it was fun. And we found that some of these were very successful, but there was just something missing from both the role-playing aspects and the strategy aspects that we couldn't resolve fully. So that led us to kind of go back to basics and really want to play some games and really kind of understand what we really liked, and with the goal of bringing takeaways and bringing stuff into our current concept and our current idea. So some of these takeaways was obviously, or as you'll see later, a utilization of a player board to help players kind of organize stuff and kind of visualize things better, akin to Wingspan, as well as the watercolor design. And what you'll see in our character cards is a variety of card-based interactions, allowing players to have multiple options and kind of swap cards out, as well as kind of discard versus destroy card interactions as in Unstable Unicorns. And so, yeah.
So this all led up to our final product. So this is just a snapshot of the setup of our game. And then on the left, you have our player boards, watercolor designed, and then on the left is our resource tokens, all laser cut out of acrylic. Here are the 3 types of cards that players interact with. You have your character cards, your ally cards, your event cards, and then the landmark cards. Characters and allies were also characters and landmarks were hand drawn, and then the events were made in Adobe. Here's just a closer up view of the 12 landmarks, and then we have like 100+ event cards that players use to kind of craft their story and play along with.
And now we have a short video kind of showing off our game and showing off some of the gameplay. Welcome to Zombies of London, a competitive, story-rich, card and resource-driven board game about the zombie apocalypse in London. You had just got off the plane and were ready to take advantage of your summer and explore the vibrant, historic city. Unfortunately, the end of the world came quickly after. The streets were soon filled with the walking dead, and the city became a much more dangerous place. Any normal person would hunker down and focus on the essentials, but you will not let the end of the world stop you from seeing the city. On your turn, start by using your allies to collect resources. You can then use actions to utilize individual ally abilities, sabotaging other players, protecting yourself, gathering additional resources, or collecting new allies. Once you've perfected your party and gathered enough resources, you are ready to head out to one of the 12 landmarks in London on a special expedition. You will encounter challenges along the way, but your party members have unique abilities that may just be the thing that gets you through.
I will be going to the 9 expedition.
Disappointment and despair is a possibility as you lose allies, but gaining new ones feels even better as new allies can grant new possibilities. Will this be a successful summer tour of London's great landmarks, or will you and your party let the end of the world ruin all the fun? Great. And we wanted to, before we're done, we wanted to thank Shiva, Danny, and Matt for helping us along this process. But thank you guys for listening. Are there any questions?
Oh, I go first. It looks so good.
I agree. Man, I was like,
Visually, like to see where it was, like last time I saw it to now, it's like you've really come a long way. Both you can tell in the mechanics and kind of like refining that, but also in the visual style. Like it's a really interesting tilt. I really do like it. I've always really liked the idea. I thought it was really hilarious. Like we're gonna go sightseeing no matter what. It's such a weird idea. And then to kind of lean into that with like the watercolorness, I think it's a good decision. I think it works really well.
it's kind of playful. And then the other thing that I think shows how good of an idea it is from like a just base concept is that I could see it being applied to like any number of different mediums and being funny. It could be a film and it would be funny. It could be a 3D game that you go explore and are taking like selfies with zombies in the background. And like there's so many ways that I think it just really works. And
the theme is just like a strong.
It's great.
Yeah. Also, that list of precedents is such a bonkers list of precedents, right?
Very random.
Dungeons and Dragons, and Unstable Unicorns. It's like what? But you can see it, then you're like, okay, I get it. What are the numbers on the locations?
So the numbers on the landmarks are, so basically how the game works is you collect resources and your characters, and basically to go to the landmarks, you go on an expedition, which the number is how many event cards happen while you draw.
Gotcha.
So basically what happens is at the end of your turn, you have the option to go on an expedition, and the game basically just stops and everybody like watches as you resolve all these things, which you could lose allies, you could so that's just the number, basically a difficulty for that.
So like something like a 9, you have to then do 9 activities to get to that thing?
Yeah, so there's 9 event cards that you have to draw and resolve.
Is that boring for everybody else? Like, is there a reason that you're not doing it simultaneously, where it's like, now I get to try to resolve an event and then you get to
We played around with the idea of kind of like co-expeditions, and honestly we left like the swapping and trading and like all that kind of open-ended for players to kind of do that how they want to. And one playtest, it was kind of boring for people, but then other playtests, if you're playing with the right, like a fun group of people, it was fun to like make those stories and like laugh about it and like kind of like talk your way through it. Like kind of like that role-playing element was like fun for everyone to engage in.
Okay, because that's true. Because then you want it to be like the storytelling part, so it's about I'm going on this thing.
Yeah.
Which I guess could be happening simultaneously. You're still talking about it. I would just be worried that would be really, that it's especially like a 9 event thing that people are like, oh, I gotta sit here while you're like just being like, oh, here's some tokens. Oh, here's some tokens, like that.
That classic like risk time where there's like one person's turn and they're like executing 20 different things, and you're just like, all right, I'm just gonna take a break and go grab a soda. Or, like,
I definitely feel that from playing like things like D&D. You're waiting for like ever for somebody to take a turn. So it somewhat comes with the territory in my opinion, but also like there is opportunities for players to go on an expedition together. But
or maybe 9 is just, I mean, and again, this would be like a fine tuning. Maybe 9 is too much. Maybe you're never more than 4 or something like that.
I think that we played around with the balance a little bit. We kind of left them a little bit longer, but it could potentially be shortened in a future version for sure.
The other thing that I really liked about this, and I know we're probably out of time, that you guys like threw a bunch out. I think that's so important to just like have the courage to do that after you put so much into the first version, to be able to throw things out at least multiple times or whatever it is. So I really applaud you for that as well.
And it good to like stay true to your like original like goals, right? You had these goals you wanted to do and realized like this isn't actually achieving these goals. So let's try again.
Great. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Queerland, Texas is up next. Next on our program,
so much.
Hey, look, Mandy's here.
Hello, I'm here. My phone didn't turn on, but I made it.
Hello, I'm Alexa.
Is your mic on? There's nothing. Yeah. Well,
Hello.
good.
Got it. I'm Alexa,
And I'm Mandy.
and this is Queerland, Texas.
Let's get her done. Cool. So welcome to Queerland, Texas, where all the queers were banished to their own territory within Texas borders. So the idea of our game is that all of the kind of queers in the United States, they kind of come to Texas and they're like, okay, what do we do together? And they're like, okay, let's make this territory. Let's claim it as our own. Let's reshape this whole place and just start from scratch and do this together as like a culture, like a clique. So basically everyone is just hanging out in Texas in this little border, and they created these clubs, these nightclubs. It's a huge thing about trying to earn money and band together, but also, you can't always be friends with everyone. So you're competing against other cliques in a competitive strategic tile-based board game to earn money and, be the best queer in Queerland.
So our main goal with this game was just to bring more queer representation to games, especially with something like board games that are typically like themed with wizards and aliens and stuff like that. So we wanted to make our game thematically queer, and that way you don't even actually need to know anything about being queer to play the game. So that makes it like easy entry level. And we wanted to keep it lighthearted, so we made it something kind of ridiculous, like a bunch of queer people banished to this territory. And so obviously, what do you do in that situation? You make all the abandoned buildings into nightclubs and party. So for our precedents, we looked at Monopoly, which has that kind of like you're trying to buy and obtain these properties before your opponents can. So we implemented that into the main goal of our game, which is to get these nightclub territories before your opponents can. And to do this, you need to earn money to buy the properties. And to earn money, you can complete job cards. So we took inspiration from Ravine, which has these madness cards that require you to do silly tasks. Like one of our job cards says, stand up, say you have to take a shit, and leave the room for 2 minutes. And so if you don't want to do that, then you don't get the money. And then for like the board mechanics of our game, we looked at Carcassonne, which you're placing tiles in a new arrangement every time you play, and we like that every time it was kind of like a new adventure, new experience. So we implemented that into our tile mechanics.
Cool. So let me just crack this off the bat. I was not on board games this last semester. I completely changed my project coming into Danny's class, and that was definitely a goal of mine to enjoy the project and get it done, right? So we kind of did a whole turn, and Alexa here had everything to know about game mechanics and game design, and I have never taken a class in game design. So this is definitely the fun part. And my goal was to make a game, right? That was my goal personally. So that was number 2, fun game, me. Number 1, create queer culture or celebrate queer culture. You kind of don't realize how much, people who aren't queer don't understand some of the ways about the culture. And I think originally we wanted to kind of get more ideas and get more people to understand that side, but you can't really teach people things they can't really understand. So we was like, let's just celebrate the idea instead of trying to get people to understand what our lives are like. And then personally, I don't like chance board games, and we took a lot of time in that, and just, rolling a die is very just chance based. How can we make it more strategic and make it more fun so that it's not just about rolling a die and it could be the same possibility every time. So it's also talking about strategic versus chance games. Also, sorry, we're both sick. I don't know if you can tell that. So originally we kind of we wanted to do that tile-based board game, but everything was pretty static. Everything was just arrayed in a 5x5 grid. We had just roads to kind of get you from place to place. It was more of a design thought process more than it was an actual piece and an example to our game. So we also wanted to make sure that we were utilizing the queer theme. So the queer theme comes in the way that it's just about the flat design. It's not about anything more than creating or, taking from the queer culture. We wanted to make sure that there was
absolutely no stereotyping of any kind, or at least limited, so that there wasn't any lack of representation that other people could kind of take from and go their own way. So we're just trying to play fun with it being a theme and not the overarching just example. So this is kind of the first iterations of the designs. We did a lot of flat, simplistic type of design just to keep it going and keep the game not about queer culture, just to have fun and just be it, hey, we're doing these nightclubs. So you can see right now it's pretty flat. It's kind of like a lot of those icons you see in a bathroom. It wasn't that fun. This we really quickly got rid of and got more into this, colorful design. So this is our money on the side. We have some icons on there to kind of make sure that we could have some fun and play around a lot. You could definitely see that Monopoly took a huge inspiration to me, but we wanted to use a lot of color. So color was the huge thing that we worked with in processing and prototyping. And I personally don't use a lot of colors. This is very challenging for me as a designer to do all of these colors and make them all work simultaneously. So here we have some of the two money laundering schemes of some of the people you could play as. We have blue, which is Suds, the laundromat, and we have green, which is Get Nailed, a hardware store, and then obviously all of our money. Then these are our final designs. So we kind of just took on the top just to make sure that you know exactly what this is, and it's super easily explained. So this is the green base and that is Get Nailed. And then on the other side, those are an example of our clubs. So one side is going to be the daytime, one side's going to be the nighttime. So sometimes during the day, depending on which type of club you have, it has a different event happening. So for example, which you won't see, I'll just tell you, there's one called Jiggly. During the day, it's a trampoline park for kids. And at night, it is a nightclub. So we made a lot of fun. We had a lot of, sitting down and just enjoying creating these and getting through and trying to see, okay, what is the point of these? But yeah, they're kind of just look like that. Sorry. I thought I had to sneeze. Anyway, this is what the final process looks like. I feel like we're missing a slide, so that's okay. But this is our final iteration. So what we did end up adding was the extra roads. The roads actually do matter now in the final process. So you cannot go or move around the board unless you follow the exact road tile. So if you kind of can see here, the way to get into this club would be to take this road or like coming off of this way. So it makes it a more enjoyable movement game, and it's different every time because there are 50 tiles, 50 just road tiles in the actual box. And this is the final iteration.
Are you gay? It doesn't matter. Welcome to Queerland, Texas, where all the queers in Texas have branched out to a barren wasteland. Cliques have arisen as people try to take over old abandoned buildings to get a piece of the flourishing nightclub scene. Send your queer gaggle around the map to fight other cliques and complete jobs to earn money and take over more nightclubs. Queerland is composed of 25 interchangeable tiles, making every game a new adventure. Earn 3 nightclubs to win and be the big boss of Queerland. Now go and be gay.
Yeah, you're really gonna want to.
So I have one quick question about the actual cards that you guys had. Like some of them switched for day and night. Do they have different like the ones that you showed, the examples you showed didn't have like different attributes if you flip them over?
I know.
So, but you said that some of them do. Like
Yes.
you theoretically have more income at night and less income in the day, for instance.
So during the day, there's nothing. They're just like it's when you don't own them, so that when they're daytime, that means no one owns them. So when they go to nightclub, that means someone owns it. And that was kind of our differentiation between, okay, is this available for someone? And then we originally had deed cards, but those got disbanded because we didn't want to fully copy Monopoly, because that just sounds like exactly like Monopoly. So we decided to just you have like this little area and you just write down which ones you have. And then you have to keep a person inside of that club so you know who it is. But during the day, it doesn't matter. It's just like the fun, playful design. It was more just what you have to look at until someone owns it to flip it over to see, oh, what's going to happen next.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
So that was kind of the idea.
I think that's cool. I also like the Carcassonne type stuff, and I'd be interested to kind of. This is a game where I feel like I really would need to play it to really understand it very well.
Absolutely.
It seems very difficult to make that jump from just presentation, but
Absolutely.
it does sound very interesting in how you kind of assembled all the different pieces.
Yeah, I think because this is new, or the kind of laid out. That's to me the probably the more interesting part about it, right? Is this layout? Did you come play that alien game?
We talked about it, but no, they didn't play it.
Is it Nine Tiles Panic?
No,
No, the
These
one
aren't
where
mine.
you're like a little kids moving around and trying to hide in.
It's
Like,
the one I showed you as the board when we were talking.
yeah, and I like this better, right? Because I like that it's modular rather than that game, but it has that same kind of feeling to it. This feels like, to me, this feels like something where you might want to take a step back. I like a lot of the stuff that's in here, right? Like I like the silliness of it and like the activity of it. Like doing those things, I think is strong. I obviously hate Monopoly, right? Like everyone doesn't hate Monopoly, right? So it feels like
Get out of here.
okay, I'm gonna leave now. No, I'm just kidding. And so that part to me is like the less interesting. But it's an easy way of like an entry way of getting into it and just trying to figure out like, okay, how can we do some gameplay here? But looking at it now, I'm like, oh, there's some cool stuff that you could do with like customer flow through the streets, right? Where you're like rotating tiles to like veer customers away from your opponent's lands and getting into my clubs. Like that feels like this feels to me like this be something where you would like take a month away from it and then come back to it and be like, all right, now that we've got some fresh eyes to it, what are some ways in which we can
No, absolutely. I was actually thinking while I was watching some of these, how if we, continued this, we could introduce an idea like kind of how you could be gremlinized or something. And like you could change something about like we could add that to something to make it more of a, ooh, you're kind of can't go, can't win. So that could be cool too if we kind of pushed it that way. But it was very fun. But I didn't realize how much went into game design. That was huge for me. I was like, oh, we have all semester. No. Not true. It went by so fast.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Anyway, well, nice work, y'all. Appreciate it.
Thank goodness.
All right. I think next up is carbon neutral home design game. Al? Huh? Yeah, let's sanitize one. Let's get it. Let's sanitize the computer and the microphones. He's disgusting. Look at all this. Look at this. Just covered in rubbing alcohol. Come on down, Al. Here, that's for you.
A bit different.
No.
Can you guys hear me?
Now we can, yeah. Doing great work.
All right. Hi guys. So my name is Alec. My game is Zero Carbon Home Design. It's a little bit more of a, well, let me kind of show you how it works. So my sponsor was Mission Zero. Basically what they do is they're really awesome. They help students at CU Boulder basically like find creative solutions to reducing emissions. And then the picture on the left there is Scott King, who I was working with pretty much the whole semester, and he helped me quite a bit, really getting my game working, and really getting the educational aspects of my game. So really the objective presented to me from Mission Zero was, can you design an interactive exhibit that shows people what their carbon footprint is? So I'm trying to design an interactive, and basically the reason we need to answer this question is due to the general population's lack of understanding of their own carbon footprint and the best ways of minimizing emissions. Okay, so I developed a video game. Basically, it educates people on how to best design or remodel a home to minimize carbon emissions. Basically, a home is typically the largest source of emissions for an individual. The game involves a home that you can explore. There are tons of rooms to go in. You can go outside, tons of different systems to change. Basically, you will be given a budget to work with and a carbon, basically you're trying to eliminate a certain amount of emissions you're given a budget to do so. And the object is to remodel these systems in such a manner to minimize carbon emissions and the money spent as well. The top right there is just part of the inside of the house. As you can see, there are buttons to move around within the house. And then on the bottom right, you have the outside, and there's a progress window on the top left with a bunch of different stats that allow you to see what your progress is in that specific level. So there's a ton of stuff there. The first president here is Environmental Protection Agency website, basically the EPA website. Basically their website, with stats, regulations, and rules, pertaining to like basically specifically the US's people, basically human impact on the environment. And the reason my project differentiates itself from this one is because I take some of the really cool tools and I integrate them into my game. I integrated pretty much their exact calculator, which was pretty hard, to be honest. The calculations were actually very complicated, but I do it in a very fun and engaging way with a video game instead of having to punch numbers into a calculator. So Zero Energy Project is another president. It's basically a website with detailed info on carbon zero home design and remodeling. The website has its own sections for sellers, buyers, architects, and homeowners. My video game simplifies and embeds this home design information to create an exciting learning experience, which articles on the internet cannot provide. So I want to show you. So there is one slide that's missing here that I did have. It was about my process, and basically how it kind of went about is I used Unity and C#, and I'd never used those two programs. So it was very hard to get up to speed sufficiently to develop my game, but I just kept working at it, kept getting help from different people, just kept improving, watched tutorials. And that's pretty much how the early stages of this project went. And then as I progressed, I started on the core mechanics of the game, such as clicking objects with the mouse, object swapping, main menu, tons of calculations, moving through areas, moving through the house. There's really a ton more than just that, but I can't list them all. And then so then of course I just continued to iterate, continued to get feedback, continued to play test, and just kept improving the game over time. So basically, to start the game, I asked 3 questions, and these questions are based off that carbon zero calculator on that EPA website. And that EPA website is very reliable, so I tried to be as accurate as I could and I tried to only keep it to 3 questions so that the player wouldn't have to do too much at the start. So they're just very easy questions. What is the main energy source you use for your home? What is your monthly utility bill? How many miles do you drive in your best estimation? And all of these answers get embedded into the initial state of the game. You basically, I'll show you how it works. So when the game starts, you get a current yearly home plus car emissions that you have right now based on how you answered the questions. And then you have emissions to eliminate, which is basically a portion of that. Then we also have a progress bar on the our progress slider that will move, and everything is totally dynamic. As you make decisions in the game, all the calculations are made. And basically, of course, your goal is to eliminate all those emissions with your given house. And then you can change the you can change the car, and you can change the energy source out here. And you can go inside by clicking the door. There's also a checklist. You can see how far you are. So everything's totally dynamic. It changes as you make decisions. And here's parts of inside of the house. Basically, you can just move through a bunch of different areas in the house here. The bottom right there is the basement. And then here's more of the house. There's a kitchen on the top. There's a bedroom. There's a laundry room. And here is this part was pretty challenging, to be honest. I had to figure out what's the most relevant information someone would need to look at to make like the best decision they can. And I just gave a few pieces of info that I thought would be great for somebody to, make the best possible decision. And as you can see, there's a bunch of different systems. Those are just some examples there that you can take a look at here. Let me show you the game. Let me see here. Is that working? Sweet. So there's no audio. Sorry about that. But I'll just kind of walk you through. So those are the 3 questions I asked at the beginning. Okay. And based on my answers, the progress bar on the top left will be updated. Now I'm picking a car, and that will update the top left there, as you can see. And you can actually hide that, so it's not annoyingly in the way. You can hide that whenever you want. And then, as you can see, I'm trying to get that progress slider to be filled. And then I went inside, and I'm going to choose this item. And there's a bunch of different options I can pick between. And, I'm trying to stay within the budget. And this is level 1, so it's pretty easy. And yeah, I did it. So I have a finish button. And I'm just going to go back outside. And once I click the finish button, those are some stats that I provide to you once you beat the level. So the score is based on basically what you spent in terms of percentage of the budget in conjunction with what you saved relative to the goal of what you were supposed to. And, what I was going to say here is the purpose of the game is, again, to educate people on how to best design their home to reduce emissions. It's not at all to make anybody feel guilty in any way, because what I found is even a big home can still produce significantly less emissions than many small homes. So that there's no, if you have the right systems in place. So it certainly isn't, the purpose of this is not to make anybody feel guilty, because I know I just want people to have a fun time playing the game and to, just to be more energy efficient, because we're not going to have CO2 forever. We're eventually going to have to switch over to different energy sources. So it's good to teach people about this stuff. And basically in the future, sorry about that. In the future, I would just like to add more, stuff to the game, add more systems, more levels. And I actually, I was going to say, I have a timer as well that I embedded into the game, but it was not in the demo video, but I did add a 60-second timer. You can do a timed option, so that makes it a little bit more exciting. Then I'd like to just keep working with Mission Zero, my sponsor, to just keep improving the game, I guess. But yeah, really appreciate it, everybody. I definitely came across a ton of challenges with this game. It was really hard to make a game of this type, and I didn't have anybody to base it off of, but thanks everybody so much.
Thanks, Alec.
I'm curious why you chose to do the images of the house versus having it more abstract. Was that part of the goal from Mission Zero, or is that just your design choice?
So the reason I did that is because I was using real life objects and systems. I wanted to make sure I kept it as accurate as possible. Like, for example, for the heating system, one of them was a solar thermal heater. And in that heater, I would have had to draw it because there wasn't really anything online of an abstract representation of that. So I kind of had to use real images, I guess, but it would have been maybe more fun looking if it was abstract. I agree. It would, with a car, yeah. But
I think it just helps to, especially as you're trying to get people to feel like it's their own space, it helps to abstract it a little bit more. So it's not like, well, that's not my house. I don't
right.
That at all. I would never choose that couch.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever. Right. So if you have it a little bit more abstract, you're able to do it. I think there's also this element here that's really, there's a strong possibility here of some really interesting kind of puzzlish mechanics, right? So if you have it abstracted, something like a mini metro or something like that, right? Where it's these systems. I know that's one of your goals, right? Is adding in more complexities and systems. I feel like it'd be easier to do that with a more abstract thing.
And I think on that same point, the first thing that went through my mind when I saw it was instead of introing people with like how many miles do you drive, like how much is your personal carbon footprint impacting, I think a thing that I would strive for is like just train people to learn how to think about things this way outside of their personal impact. And if they start learning that if I use a solar thermal heater, if I get an electric car or whatever, then they can start building their own like mental maps of how they can do their own stuff without actually having to like, because you were like, you don't want to make anybody feel guilty either. And if you pull that away from the individual and you just start to teach them how to think about things, then
Right.
they'll kind of hopefully make those connections on their own as well.
I see what you're saying because that was my biggest concern. Like I really don't want anybody to feel guilty because I don't want to judge anybody on their lifestyle at all. I don't really it doesn't bother me in the slightest. It's just that it's really just about not needlessly wasting. If you could possibly be more efficient, that's really what it's about.
Yeah.
And obviously we're not going to have certain types of energy sources for the rest of time. So of course this is going to be an inevitable transition anyways, you know?
Great. Cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Okay, so I'm Abby,
I'm Brendan. Cool.
and we are the Primrose Garden.
The elevator pitch here is this game is a commentary of the monotony of corporate work built as a UI desktop-based game about answering emails, inputting data, and moving up the ranks of your company. You'll uncover some hidden motivations, some corporate secrets, make choices to help yourself, your clients, or your company, and find out that the job might be more difficult than you were expecting.
So our goals starting out this project were to give players a satisfying story that makes them think about the choices they're making and how those choices might affect characters off screen. We also wanted to create like a flow of information that the player would constantly be checking and managing, similar to other games that we've played in the past.
Such as?
Yeah.
Such as. We're going to focus on three main precedents, the first of which is Emily is Away. This game primarily is sort of in the style we wanted to go for, and the most useful thing about it for us as a precedent was it gave us a realistic view of an independently created, time and budget friendly kind of aesthetic for a desktop UI game that we could use to sort of inspire our own design.
Orwell is a game about having control and insight into people's lives without their direct knowledge. We were very inspired by this game, both in terms of creating a somewhat uncomfortable situations where the player faces a decision that might have significant consequences, as well as a good example of natural feeling mechanics using a similar desktop aesthetic, and helped us to like figure out how we were going to move information along the screen.
And our final precedent is Papers, Please by Lucas Pope. This game basically inspired the general feel of having a flow of constant information, sort of steadily being overwhelmed by monotony, and having you sort of get into that flow state of just doing tasks constantly and having that sort of feeling of information flow across the game. It also inspired us a bit with its way of doing moral choices. We want to have a little bit of that element as well of having these sort of choices you have to make choices you have to make about people you don't know, and stressful situations in which to make them just in a very different context for us.
So before moving into Unity, we made two main prototypes to help us get the feel of what we wanted our game to be like. So the first one on the right, is our Twine prototype, which is like a text-based prototype that you can play out like in a website, like almost like a hypertext narrative kind of situation. And that helped us to focus on interactions with the story and how they might translate to actual mechanics in the game. And the other was a visual-based prototype made in Figma that helped us get an idea of what we wanted our aesthetics to look like and the experience of the interface. We used both these prototypes to user test the small snippets of gameplay and ensure that our fundamental ideas and mechanics were solid before moving forward into Unity. As we prepared to move into Unity, we also created like a visual overview. We didn't include it here because it was kind of a lot of information overload, but we visually planned everything out for our backend systems to use as a guide as we began coding things.
Speaking of coding things, on the technical side of things, we had to do a lot of tool development to make sort of creating these tasks and interactions very easy to work with. And eventually we had this very nice system where everything would integrate smoothly. And after a lot of work, it would make entering information pretty smooth for us. However, ironically, we basically ended up playing our game in real life because you would be continuously entering more data, going back and changing it. And as we'll get to a little bit later, this heavily influenced our story and design by the final product.
So the overall look of our game changed around a lot in lots of different like subtle ways. So like even though you might not see from now to like the final like a ton of changes, it actually moved quite a bit. It was a lot like for like we would test where a certain button would be or like the alignment of things, and we would just play with it and see how does that feel, like does that like seem natural thing that somebody would do, and then we'd take a lot of time into moving it if it didn't feel right. And so working on the UI was like a lot less technical, but it was just as if not more time consuming because you'd just constantly be adjusting small little details. And sometimes you'd have a situation where this one thing's not quite right, but I have to redo almost this entire section just to make sure that it is right. Also, like the most significant of these was making windows scrollable so that all the text doesn't overflow in a certain section. And aside from that, we mostly had just like the opening and closing of windows and paying attention to layers that things were on, making sure that the player can just traverse everything in a straightforward, intuitive way.
From the narrative side of things, we changed a lot with our narrative from the start of the project to the end of the project. Originally, we were planning for this much larger overarching narrative about corporate, that's the word I'm thinking, bad corporations doing bad things and getting some intrigue into characters and that kind of thing. And we eventually realized we're aiming way too high. We're not going to be able to pull this off in the time frame. And as we got to that point and also kept getting that fatigue of continuously entering data and monotonously messing with our input systems, eventually we went, oh, this is what the game is about. It's about the monotony of corporate work, the sort of silliness of it and becoming much more satirical in that kind of perspective. We still kept the moral options, but we made them more of a either sort of jokey kind of thing and also made them more single kind of use, not overarching story kind of things. Here's the final product.
Oh, that starts the video again. Yeah, okay, there goes. So, yeah.
Thank you all.
Right off the bat, I love this as a base concept. You guys had a lot of cool precedents that you guys were working from. And the thing that I love about these types of games in general, which I'm guessing if you guys got the chance to play test it with many people, is that it takes almost like no onboarding. Like there's no tutorialization needed. Like everybody knows how like operating systems work at this point. So I think it's really cool that you guys took that direction. And I also think that it's great that you were able to identify that the satirical nature is what kind of makes this sing and not necessarily this like overarching deep narrative. Although that's still cool and would still be fun to kind of explore in the future. I think you kind of nailed it on the head with that. So I think you guys did a great job with that.
Yeah, to sort of push on that though, I'm curious about that specifically the database button. Like when I watched the video, I was like, there's no way I would know to go over there. And I'm wondering in your user testing.
We actually like had it in another place and that was even worse. Like we had the little like 3 lines in the bottom where you would click it and open it. And we tried messing around with it a little bit. We even had like a spot where we had it like say database. And then we were like, well, if people see a button on the screen, there's likelihood that they're going to press it. And we also did have like a little like tutorial email that was like, oh, here's where you find everything just in case people didn't know. But yeah.
I wonder if there would be like an icon that launches it, that then it's there once you've launched it. Might be a way to like onboard people into it.
We were thinking about doing that, but the way that it works with like moving over for half of the screen, and it's not like its own window like the email is, it wouldn't
Right.
quite like flow as well having
Yeah.
it be an icon.
Yeah,
but
I do like it how eventually once they're there, I think like that would make a lot of sense. I would just that was the only thing where I was like, oh, I wonder how that worked in like user testing.
Also feels on point though that like corporate computer UI would be not great.
Would be
bad. Yeah.
Yeah, we were totally going for that.
Yeah.
And you guys are in Unity, is that right?
Yeah, this is Unity.
And so I'm not an engineer by trade, but all the engineers I talk to talk about how horrible working with Unity UI is.
We figured that out about halfway through the project, and then we were like, "Oh, why did we do this to
Yeah,
ourselves?"
the fact that you guys made an entire game out of in Unity that's all UI based, given how difficult that is also pretty accomplishing as well. So I commend you on that as well.
Thank you.
Yes, thank
Thanks
you.
for working. That's great video.
Yeah.
Yeah. Loved it. All right, we got one more. Hook it up. Ward said. Professional audio, obviously, just close that.
Close it. Hit the button.
There you go.
Goodbye.
All right, go for it.
Let me in. Excellent.
I'm-
Hello.
Oh yeah. Hello.
I'm Danny.
And I'm Calvin.
And we made a game called Word 7. Word 7 is essentially a point and click visual novel centered around disability and magic with the following logline.
You wake in a sleepy Wisconsin hospital where the residents of the Rare Diseases Ward hold the secrets to uncovering your identity and the larger supernatural forces which plague the unit. So this kind of all came out of the idea of the fact that there's not a lot of disability representation in media on a whole. According to the CDC, 1 out of 4 adults in the US has some sort of disability. And even though that's the case, you still don't see a lot of complex and sort of holistic representation of that in games, media, or anything of the sort. And so we wanted to sort of tackle that in an interesting and fun way that was more for disabled people than about disabled people.
We basically came into this project knowing that we wanted to tell a story and we wanted it to be character driven. So in terms of precedents, we looked at a couple things. The first is Upgrade Soul, which is a graphic novel about like aging, and it's really weird. You should read it. It's really weird. They're like potato people. Don't worry about it.
It talks really interestingly about disability and how that relates to identity. And so we use that a lot in terms of how to tell this kind of story.
The second thing we looked at was Spiritfarer, which has really, really well-written characters and interesting dialogue, and you're interacting with characters that are dying. So making a narrative about sick children, you kind of have to face that reality. And so we looked at Spiritfarer a lot for that. And then lastly, we looked at Tacoma, which is really good gameplay. One of the things we were interested about in terms of telling a story through a game is how you can do it so non-linearly. Like it's as much about the player interacting with things as it is about the story that you're telling. And Tacoma does a really good job of embedding their narrative into the environment, and we wanted to kind of replicate that.
So for the first, getting started, we really wanted to have a character-driven story. And so we started off with these basic character archetypes just as a starting point to give us an idea of where to go from here. And then from there, we started mood boarding each of the different characters and sketching out different iterations of the cast of characters that we would have, which ultimately landed us at this first initial iteration of the cast. But then once we had those, we went into looking into disabilities that they could have. We tackled this by finding different diseases in each of these bodily systems. And it was really important to us that we understood who the characters were before we started giving them disabilities. And also in the process of researching these disabilities, it was really challenging because it's this thing of you're looking at some of these symptoms which can seem horrible at the surface, but also you're like, well, someone lives with this. And so having to kind of deal with that is a very challenging but interesting thing. Which ultimately landed us at this final cast. Also in terms of the magic portion of it, each of the characters' magic abilities sort of directly relate to their disability. And so that's kind of where those two bits of research came hand in hand. And then before we sort of got into the actual building of the game, We wanted to get a just really strong sense of who the characters were and how to speak in their voice, because it is a very story-based game. And so creating playlists for each of the characters was actually really helpful for that, to be able to listen to it and get a sense of how they would talk, how they would think about the world, and how to tell their story.
So now that we had our characters, we jumped into actually building the story around them. And we had the idea of the story, but then we essentially broke it up into different rooms. The idea being that you would go into these characters' rooms and find out story or the narrative about what's largely happening in the ward, but as well as their individual stories. And then we jumped into making these rooms and figuring out what items we could put in these rooms that the player could interact with that would allow them to uncover this story, be it lamps, characters with dialogue, etc. And then we actually jumped into doing stuff with Unity. So we didn't want a 3D model things, basically, is the big thing. So Calvin did all the illustration and he did a lot of 2D illustration. And then we kind of put it in Unity with this parallax effect. So you could kind of look around the room without actually having to 3D model things. And the idea is that you could click on almost all of the objects in here and each one of them would have a different interaction. Some of them would bring up dialogue, like a conversation, like this, or some of them would actually bring up a close-up of the object itself, which may have more interactions or more embedded story. These are just some of the items that we have. And then lastly, in order to make it really ambient, we also made music for each of the characters' rooms.
Yeah, so this is our trailer for Wordset. So that is what we don't play it
I'm
again.
trying my best.
That's what we did for our capstone, but we definitely have larger ambitions in terms of finishing the game. What we did for our capstone is kind of part one of what we're currently thinking of as 4 parts of the game, and this is sort of the intro to the second part. So, yeah. Thank you very much.
I want to start with the artistic style and illustrations are exceptional. Very professional across the board. In fact, like looking at it, it looks like something that could just really be something that you could purchase right now. And you guys did a really good job with the styling of the video. Everything is done very, very cleanly. I also like that you guys didn't try to force yourselves into trying to go 3D and you guys leaned into your strengths, which is really smart again. And I think a lot of teams have done this sort of thing, but it's really important that everybody do that in general across the board, so that you guys were able to do it in such a cool way, and the parallaxing stuff that you were able to do in Unity just by like layering probably different game objects and like using a camera, really cool stuff. So it looks really cool. The first question I was going to have is it complete? It's not. It sounds like
The first chapter is complete, so you can go through and like play the game and start to get a sense of things, but you won't be able to actually uncover the whole story yet.
Right, so you don't actually get to see the climax of the story and see it
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, cool.
We have it planned. It was just a lot more of building the systems in Unity. So it's all set up. Now we just need to like write it and finish it, which is maybe like, I don't know, maybe a month more work.
Yeah, we actually have a lot of it done.
That's great. Are you guys going to end up trying to self-publish it or anything, or?
It's already on itch if you want to play the demo.
It's there.
Cool.
But yeah,
Cool.
Matt was trying to convince us to make it mobile, which I don't know how to do. So we'll get there.
It just feels like it's perfect
Tappable.
for a mobile experience.
It's
right?
mouse only.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
But then you have to deal with the Apple Arcade, Apple Publisher, which is just such a pain in the ass.
I don't think it'd be that bad.
It's not that bad, but it's harder than
And it's-
itch, right? So they're
Sure,
just like, yeah, here he is.
sure.
Yeah.
And it's all in Unity already.
Yes.
So yeah,
I
you
think
could
it'd
do
be
it.
smart.
You
I think
could
you should
do
do it.
Yeah, I have some very boring questions actually. How many hours did you put into it?
I don't want to answer that.
I'm curious how much longer it's going to take. I think a month is not.
Yeah, that doesn't seem
It's
bad.
probably,
Danny said
more than okay.
Danny
wait.
said a month, and I was like,
I
"Well,
forget that
what are you
have,
on?"
I forget that you have to like draw things.
Yeah,
For me,
you-
it's just
you-
like
yeah, you have the system set
dialogue.
up, I
The
have to draw
dialogue
them.
system's built. I just type, man. It's good.
Yeah,
It's easy.
it's not a month more work unless I don't sleep, and I have narcolepsy, so that's not happening. Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, like I would guess 1,000+ hours just on the art.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, but I started this in the summer.
Yeah, and I know so you've got the rest of the summer before, like you've got other things that are happening in the fall, and just try
We
to
got
make it a
time.
priority, right? Like try to do it. And the other thing, the note I was gonna say is like, don't I think the demo is fine on itch, but don't give it away.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
This is, I think,
No, this is a
too much time
purchasable
on it.
product.
Yeah.
This is already like a great spot already, and you could go find. You probably don't need to, but you can go find somebody to fund it if you wanted to. I think it's really cool. And then there's something else I was gonna say when you were talking. Oh, the character development stuff you guys did was really cool. Like the fact that you recognized that the characters were the driving factors and focused so much on building out these. That's something like you probably did backstories as well, but like the playlist thing is like I've never heard of anybody doing that before. It's really cool. So I think you guys did a great job.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I was lucky enough to get to take a few character design classes through a different like art school, and so that kind of really helped having that like tutelage, so to speak, of getting that experience. It's really helpful.
It's really great.
I'll crush it.
Good
Appreciate
job.
it.
Yeah.
Facilitator
Dancing
Shiva.
my way through because we're so excited, right, everybody? Yeah. Woo! All right. Thank you so much, Danny, for leading session 1. All right, so let me just pull up these cards. So as a quick reminder, our presentations are all here on one presentation slide deck. For those of you who are presenting in session 2, please let me know right away if you don't have the order. You should have the order, so just check that. Be ready to come down. I will be holding up a 1-minute card if you have a minute left, and you done if you done. All right, so I will also do the same for our amazing reviewers whose bios I have right here. So I'd like to first welcome Megan Gross. Megan has a wide range of interests and skills fueled by a strong desire to understand the world. She has a BFA in sculpture from the University of Colorado and has worked as a custom metal fabricator, making architectural, ornamental, and structural projects out of steel, stainless steel, aluminum, copper, and bronze. So welcome, Megan. Thank you so much for joining us. So round of applause for Megan. Thank you. And then also we have Caleb Wright. Caleb graduated from CU Boulder with a Bachelor of Science in Engineering with a major in Creative Technologies and Design. So one of our an alumnus, I should say, or one alumni. Is currently pursuing a master's degree in electrical engineering. Caleb has a background in creative technologies and user-centered design, fabrication, and experimentation, as well as a broad knowledge of makerspace culture. So welcome, Caleb. Thank you so much for joining. So I am so excited to welcome our first group, and by group I mean project, which is Hannah. So Hannah, as you're coming down, I'm also going to let you all know who are presenting. We do have a couple mics up here. You just need to flick them on, okay? And then also remember your presentations are 6 to 8 minutes and then 4 minutes for feedback. I'm gonna grab my phone and take it away, Hannah. Thank you so much.
Hello, test. Okay, beautiful. All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Hannah Curran, and this is Rewear. So I don't know about you guys, but I absolutely love attending music festivals and concerts to see some of my favorite artists. I'm really grateful that I get to do this. However, a really big problem that I've noticed when I've attended music festivals specifically is that they produce a ton of waste, and part of that waste comes from discarded single-use clothing items produced by fast fashion companies. Fashion is a really big part of festival culture, and many of these companies that make festival clothing are greenwashing. So greenwashing is a marketing tactic used by these companies that provides unsubstantiated or misleading claims about the environmental benefits of a product, service, technology, or the company itself. So an example of this is H&M's Conscious Collection. They launched this in 2020 in August and were called out for this by a bunch of different magazines and just a bunch of people who were noticing what they were doing. They claimed that this line was made from organic cotton, tencel, recycled polyester. However, they never provided how much recycled materials was in each of their items. So this could have been 5%, it could have been 80%, but we didn't know this. So this lack of transparency makes it really difficult to know which brands truly meet higher ethical standards when it comes to sustainability. So because of this, I really wanted to know and focus on how materials and technologies could be utilized together to create festival fashion in a truly sustainable and transparent way from start to finish. So when it came to my precedents, I started looking at fashion companies that were either integrating augmented reality or sustainable practices. So this first one is DressX. They're a digital fashion brand. So when a consumer buys a piece of clothing, you're buying a digital item and you send a photo of yourself, then they will send a photo of you with the photoshopped item back to you. So this completely eliminates the need for shipping physical items. And it's a really cool and unique concept that I took inspiration from. The second company is Edgy Jade. They're a UK-based sustainable fashion brand, and a lot of their fabrics are made from around 80% recycled materials. And then they also donate to more trees to offset their carbon footprint. They've donated about 310 trees so far, which is really incredible. So I drew inspiration from both of those brands along with a few others to create Rewear, which is a fashion collection that represents a transparent, sustainable future for festival fashion. So I also included animations in augmented reality to illustrate environmental problems at festivals that I've noticed, and then why the materials for each of my pieces were chosen. So let's dive into it. My first item in this collection was a piece of patchwork overalls. So through my research, I learned that every second, the equivalent of one garbage truck of textiles is either landfilled or burned. And so these overalls are made from fabric remnants, and remnants are just scraps of leftover fabric that would have been discarded, so thrown away, and this is also known as dead stock fabric. So I chose the flames, as you can see here as my animation, to appear on top of the overalls to represent the amount of clothing that does get burned in landfills and show that beautiful things can be created from otherwise dead fabric. So the process for creating the overalls started with using a pattern that I found and doing a test set with some cotton muslin just so I had some experience. This was my first time ever sewing something, so I really wanted to be familiar with what I was doing. And then once I felt comfortable, I went to Art Parts and gathered all of my materials so I could create the patchwork and then get the hardware, and this is the final result, as you can see here. The second item in this collection is a plastic recycled vest. So in the United States, festival goers produce around 53,000 tons of waste each year. For context, the average American produces about 1 ton of waste per year. So I decided to fill this vest with low density polyethylene plastics. These plastics cannot be easily recycled, and they're actually a common plastic found at music festivals that end up in landfills. The shell is made from donated plastic vinyl that would have also been thrown away. So I decided to show this statistic about the amount of plastics at festivals through items that you would commonly see. So utensils, water bottles, and straws coming out of the vest itself. The process for this was very similar. I started with a pattern, and then I sewed these channels onto my plastic vinyl and filled it with plastics that I had been collecting for the past semester. I collected them from friends and family, and then I also collected some from a festival I went to back in November. I made sure to clean them before I put them in the vest. So this is the final result, and then I sewed it with a zipper that I also got from Art Parts. And then finally, it's really not uncommon for festival goers to discard clothing, glitter, accessories, and other items made from polymers. And these items can persist in the environment for decades, if not centuries. So this final piece is a set of colorful earrings and a necklace made from biodegradable bioplastic. It was made with water, gelatin, glycerol, and then I used natural coloring. I used turmeric, beets, and blue spirulina for this. So if these accessories were discarded, they wouldn't cause further harm to the environment, and they would instead allow for new growth. So I decided to show this growth through some living flowers in my animation. For the earrings, I started out with an agar-agar based recipe, but it didn't give me the results that I wanted. So I ended up turning to the gelatin glycerol recipe and tested out different ways of coloring it. And then I finally landed on the natural coloring because I could get this nice faded effect, this gradient with it, and I really enjoyed how it looked. So the second half of my project has to do with the technology. So to start out, I created all of my animations in Blender, and I started with what you can see here. However, I didn't love how this turned out, and I wanted them to be a little bit more cohesive. So I finalized all of them to look like this. I added a few more pieces of plastic after getting some feedback and just kind of refined everything. So it was more cohesive, like I mentioned earlier. So the next part was creating these markers. So the markers were used for the augmented reality. Essentially, when you have a marker in the physical world, when you have an augmented reality application or program, then when it recognizes that marker with the camera, then the digital content will be placed on top of it. So I started with these very literal symbols, but was not happy with how they looked, and I wanted a more abstract feel. So I ended up doing this with my markers so that they would blend into the items more and they were more cohesive with each other. Finally, to bring everything together, I used A-Frame and ARJS and hosted my code on a server. And then finally, this was my final installation at Expo, as you can see on the left. And then in some of the beginning slides, you could see how it was working. But to experience the installation, the user scans the QR code with their phone, and then it opens up the HTML code on the server. And then when they move their phone over to see the marker, and the marker, the program recognizes the marker, then the animation will show up on their phone. And so that is Rewear. Thank you so much for listening.
And just jump right in. Whoever wants to go first.
Sure. I really love your project idea, and I think you pulled everything off really well. You had a really clear problem and solution. One question I had, maybe the main one, was I feel like it has a really good place. I could see these within a festival. And if you wondered about post-festival use case at all for the pieces you created.
Yeah, I definitely think these pieces don't have to be specifically just for festival wear, because that was where my problem space was. That's where I wanted to focus. But I definitely think this could be applied to fast fashion in general, since it is such a huge problem. But yeah, I definitely think that this could extend beyond just the festival space.
Great. Yeah, I agree. I think that you captured kind of a problem that you saw and figured out a good solution for it. I am kind of curious if you can talk a little bit about where you would see this going beyond just kind of this phase of it, where you made a couple of projects. Would this be something that would, you know, are you looking at expanding this to more use further on? I guess I'm trying to figure out how to word it. Would this be something that you would see as a solution to that problem, or more just a pointer to the problem that exists now?
I honestly think this could be a start to a solution. Obviously, this problem is massive and one person can't solve it. But at Expo, I was actually getting a lot of questions from people asking if I could make them a pair of these overalls because they really like the concept behind them. So I think turning it more to, I guess, a brand and a company that only uses these materials and only focuses on that, that could be a start to inspiring other people to maybe create their own clothing and look at other options aside from just going to the mall or things like that to get the clothing that they're looking for.
Awesome. Great job.
Thank you so much.
Hannah.
Test. Is that good? Yeah? Okay.
All right, so I want everyone to relax a little bit.
So release the tension in your shoulders, unglue your tongue from the roof of your mouth, relax your jaw, and take a deep breath in through your nose, exhaling through your mouth. So hopefully now everyone feels a little bit lighter. What we just did is a quick example of how to release stress that builds up in our bodies over time. Effectively combating stress involves activating your body's natural relaxation response. Techniques such as deep breathing, visualization, and meditation can help evoke that response. So it's safe to say that the last few years have been more stressful than usual for a lot of people. And while stress is inevitable in life, there are many tools that people can use to help alleviate stress. Meditation is one of those very powerful tools. So there's a lot of different things that one can focus on to amplify the benefits of meditation. Color visualization, sound healing, and chakras are a few examples of meditation tools. I've chosen to coalesce these tools into an interactive structure that deepens meditation and brings about an elevation of consciousness. So my name is Chelsea Ramos, and my capstone project is Merkaba Meditation. So when I thought about what I wanted to do for my capstone project, I thought about the state of the world. I thought about what helps me when the world seems to be crumbling all around, and the answer was meditation. I wanted to bring something beautiful into the world, something that would allow people to release stress, forget about their troubles, and focus on the beauty right in front of them. I knew I wanted to make a structure, and that structure had to be a shape with deep metaphysical meaning. That's when I took a deep dive into the Merkaba. The Merkaba is said to be activated when it's spinning, so I made this 3D model constructed of the two interlocked tetrahedrons that make up the Merkaba. This ancient Egyptian shape represents the union of body and spirit surrounded by light. The light component of the shape immediately had me thinking about the colorful chakras that resonate throughout each of our bodies. So chakras are complex energy systems, and the study of them originates in India, dating back to at least 1000 BC. Each chakra corresponds to specific places on the body, in addition to specific colors in the visible spectrum and frequencies in the audible spectrum. So at this point, I knew what I wanted to make, but how to make it was another question entirely. I began looking for examples of Merkaba structures and came upon Asaf Sakay. So Asaf Sakay is an accomplished artist and entrepreneur who makes exquisite glass sculptures known for their unique and mesmerizing reflections. The idea of mesmerizing reflections really took a hold of me when I discovered Thunderdomes LLC. So their Merkabas, when illuminated, create these beautiful patterns on the surrounding walls and enhance the ambiance of any room. So my brain was immediately thinking that this technique could lend itself well to meditation. I began the process of deciding which material would be best by prototyping miniature Merkabas using paper, wood, wire, solder, string, etc. The next step would be to go big. So I used 48-inch dowels cut in half, secured with sticky tack, adhered to a base to make the foundation. I added casters to simulate spinning and color-changing bulbs to emanate the visible spectrum or the visible frequency of each chakra. And lastly, I added panels to help diffuse the light. My 2-scale rough draft was complete. The light wasn't creating the beautiful patterns I had hoped for, and I still needed to explore the concept of adding sound. I learned a lot making this Merkaba and had a better idea of what materials I needed to explore more for the final. I scoured the internet looking for a wooden Merkaba tutorial and really came up with nothing. I then found a roofing instructional that outlined how to make a tetrahedron, which was helpful, but I needed to figure out how to make 8 tetrahedrons and connect them in the shape of a Merkaba. So that's when I called upon my expert advisor, Lube Popoff. So Lube is a local forestry artist who uses his chainsaw to create extraordinary wood carvings like the one shown here. Between my ideas and his extensive knowledge of wood, we were able to come together and figure out the bones of the Merkaba. At this point, I started experimenting with different types of sheet metal that would allow light through, creating the different patterns on the surrounding walls. I ended up deciding upon the Union Jack pattern that's shown here on the left. I also tested out different types of LEDs and speakers, eventually settling on Automotive addressable LEDs and a 20-watt full range speaker from Adafruit. I employed a music maker shield from Adafruit and imported the 7-minute chakra tune-up MP3 by Jonathan Goldman. I then set up a separate Arduino Uno to control the lights. So these lights would light up according to each color of the chakra upon a single chime. I then attached each board to a button so that the lights, sounds, and motion could be controlled not only together, but also separately. Chanel Wu and Christian Hill were two other experts that I relied upon when I encountered stumbling blocks in the code aspect of my project. So after many months and many iterations, my structure was complete. And let me see. So the way the structure is meant to be experienced is in a small group setting. In a dimly lit, quiet room, each person sits on a meditation cushion. Deep breathing is recommended as the Merkaba spins, displaying the colors of the chakras and the corresponding audible frequencies. After 7 minutes, the meditation will come to a close, and hopefully one leaves with a calmer sense of clarity, feeling that their body is more unified with their spirit. And that is Merkaba Meditation. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate the walk through all of the fabrication steps and the problem solving that you have to do to make a shape like that. And then also understanding the problem that you're trying to solve. I think that it is a good thing to be mindful of, right? Understanding the stresses and everything that people are going through currently. One question that I have about this is, have you done any user testing and gotten feedback on that? And if so, what was that feedback like?
I would say the closest that I got to user testing would be the expo experience. This project was really, really time consuming, and actually like just getting the structure together and then getting the code to work took a lot of time. So I didn't really have the most user testing that I would have hoped for, but I did get a ton of feedback at expo. It was really interesting because expo was very overstimulating. There's a lot going on in a lot of projects. So I had a lot of people that were really appreciative when they came to my like meditation room, that like the change of pace of expo. So
Great. Yeah, I would really love how the final piece turned out and would have loved to experience it for that same reason Caleb was asking. And I also appreciate the process and the steps you had to take to figure out how to build something where the steps aren't really out there for you.
Yeah.
A lot of creating a work that no one else has made involves that. One question I had is, you have a wide array of sort of cultural influences. And I was kind of curious about the connections between them for you and how in the final place, if any of that comes out for you in sort of the final material and pattern. And I'm just kind of curious to learn more about that.
yeah, so I've been practicing yoga for like 15 years. And then through that practice is when I started learning a lot more about meditation and chakras and that sort of thing. But yeah, it's deeply related to Buddhism, to Indian culture, Tibetan Buddhism specifically. And yeah, once I got everything done, it definitely opened my mind to the idea of like, what if I laser print, panels instead of using, something from Home Depot? I could do something like laser printing like the seed of life or the flower of life, other patterns that do have more of a like connection to yogic traditions.
Totally. Yeah. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you so much.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Testing, testing. Cool.
Testing.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Yoder. I'm Aisha Rawal,
I'm Josh Greenberg.
and our project is called Mycorrhizal. Mycorrhizal, in its most basic form, is an interactive art piece that allows people to connect with each other in a sub-verbal, sub-physical way. Mycorrhizal is an interactive installation that challenges its audience to consider the scale and significance of their connections to others and their own connection to themselves, presented through the metaphor of fungal biology.
Let's get some definitions out of the way here. So mycorrhiza or mycorrhizal fungi define the symbiotic association of the mycelium of a fungus with the roots of a seed plant. And the mycelium is the root-like structure of a fungus consisting of a mass of branching thread-like fibers called hyphae.
The structure of mycorrhizal communicates the idea, much like how the fruiting body is an appendage of the larger fungal structure. Your personhood and relationships are an appendage of the larger universal human experience. Interpersonal relationships are like the mycorrhizal fungi that facilitate the communication and nutrient transfer in tree systems. Though the forest looks to be full of individuals, the unseen relationships running under the surface are what sustain them.
So we had three main precedents that informed our final iteration. The first being the Upside Down Mushroom Room by Karsten Holler. So this was an installation of static mushroom sculptures that hung upside down from the ceiling. They were very immersive, however, they were not very interactive, which we wanted to reflect in our final iteration. This really informed the initial concept of our project. However, that did evolve quite a bit.
Our second precedent was mostly just all of Oliver Elliotson's work, but we chose to showcase in real life here because the use of light and space for immersion in particular in this work is something that we really tried to emulate in our own.
And our last precedent was the Bad Fruit series by Kathleen Ryan. It's essentially a series of sculptures that depict rotting fruit on a large sort of surreal scale. We really like that aesthetic, and we also really like the use of man-made materials to create intricate details. But this also did not have the interactive element that we wanted to sort of pursue with our installation. Oh yeah, this project, as we sort of get into what we actually did, was really iterative. And so what we initially started thinking what our project would look like at the beginning wasn't what we ended up with.
And this is what it originally was going to be. We had this vision for a room-sized installation with this big central mushroom and RFID tags. And we figured out pretty quickly that this would be really, really difficult, if not impossible to achieve with the time and resources that we had available to us. So it never really made it past this sketch and idea stage. We did experiment with a stuffed stalk and started working with a big patio umbrella, tried to make that look like a mushroom. But this fell apart and sort of changed directions pretty quickly.
So this is our first iteration, which was meant to be a glimpse into the various interactive and immersive elements of the big central mushroom. Even though we didn't create the mushroom, the spirit of the concept of our final concept was very apparent right from the beginning, as seen in this small central terrarium.
And our second iteration was basically like the prototype version of what our final installation ended up being. This didn't have the sort of detailed and more advanced top structure with the mushrooms on top, as you can kind of see there. And it also didn't fully incorporate the interactive electronics, although it did incorporate the visual aspects. We did, however, sort of converge on the three main points of our installation with this prototype, which were the circuit, the terrarium, and the decor.
So the terrarium started out as an accent to our big mushroom, but after a lot of user testing and audience feedback, we quickly discovered that the terrarium was the main source of intrigue and curiosity among the various elements that we had. This is why we chose to shift the focus onto a large central terrarium that would emulate a hidden world where the mycelial network, which we represented with the lights, draws life from, further emphasizing the concept of connection.
The second aspect was our human circuit, which sort of made the interaction happen. This was comprised of two separate pieces, one sensor and one sort of lighting system, all centered around one Arduino. The sensor circuit is basically a simple voltage divider circuit with two leads that are hidden within the decor on the top of our installation. If one person or a chain of people touch both leads, we're able to sense that someone touched it and then actuate the lights. We used a threshold variable, which was pretty simple in Arduino, and we were able to adjust that in order to fine tune it. So through sort of user testing and testing on different people, we were able to find a value that when ambient, no one's touching it, the lights weren't actuated, but then when anyone or chain of people touched it, we were able to sense the touch. The second aspect of the human circuit was the lighting system. It was basically 2 addressable LED strips connected to our Arduino. We used the fast LED library to program the animation that sort of cycled through our LED strips when the touch was made. And so when the user or groups of users touched the leads, we would sense that as a touch and then play our animation on the LED strips.
And the final aspect of the project, and the most prominent aspect, was the decor. We kind of had to achieve this whimsical, mystical aesthetic in order to get the interaction to make sense. So we rigged up these beads inside the terrarium you can see there that were meant to sort of emulate hyphal strands underground. The moss rug was an early prototype for the first iteration of the project that made it all the way through to the end and lived on the bottom of our project on the cart. And on the top here, we have these little lichens that have been cut out of paper and clay mushrooms that were all sculpted and painted by hand. You can see a bunch of them drying up there. We also used live sheet moss and other various terrarium tools to make the top and sides of the final installation. Basically, this installation was trial and error heavy. We changed our concept a lot. We reworked things. We improved it and iterated on it up until the last possible time we could. And we made this final project that you see today.
So here is Mycorrhizal displayed at the Atlas Expo. Here we can see the various smaller elements that we've been talking about throughout this presentation that have culminated into a project that inspires joy, sparks wonder, and fosters a deeper human connection, as displayed here.
So when we were displaying the project at Expo, we would gather people around the installation and have them all join hands in a big circle. And then 2 of the participants would trigger the trigger mushrooms, and everyone would get to watch the lights and the animation play. And that sense of wonder and that sub-physical, sub-verbal communication of everyone powering the circuit together really like sparked this wonder and intrigue. And it was a really magical thing to see at Expo, honestly.
Thank you so much.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, we'll bounce
Thanks.
it. We'll go like
Yeah.
each answer.
Yeah, I really love the piece. I really love interactive art and that you went down that route. That's an area I really like to explore as well. I had one question in the very beginning. You sort of defined your project as subverbal and sub-physical, and I would love to hear more about your choice in these phrases and how it comes through.
It's something that sort of came up around Expo when we were watching everyone interact with it. I was realizing that the connection that was happening between people was sort of like beyond just holding hands in a circle, and also beyond just like talking to one another. Obviously, the sort of energy from the circuit and the connection that the people were having, like metaphysically almost, like through their bodies powering this circuit, is really reminiscent of the way that the mycorrhizal fungi work underground. And it's sort of like a mysterious, ephemeral connection, but it's there nonetheless. And I think we were able to draw attention to it.
And through the process of Expo and seeing people interact with the circuit, they would come to our project as, you know, just a group of people. And then as we explained it, and then we invited them to participate in this interactive element, you could see like people starting to talk to each other or get really excited over various elements, or like, oh, like look at the mushrooms here, like people that were previously strangers, which was also a really cool example of the connection that we wanted to foster.
Whimsy breeds camaraderie.
Awesome. Yeah, I agree. One of the things that I wanted to mention is I appreciate the fact that you had big ideas and then you understood the scale and kind of the scope of what was going on and pulled those ideas back down. I think that that's something that a lot of people, myself included, struggle with when coming up with project ideas. Yeah. So understanding the scale, I appreciate that aspect of it. And then I also, one of the questions that I have is, I'm sure that you kind of found this during Expo, and you were mentioning that you were explaining the process of how to use it for people. Can you talk a little bit about how you would make this something that is an experience and someone experiences on their own instead of having someone guide them through it? Or was guiding someone through this experience, was that a part of it?
So we actually wanted people to explore the terrarium on their own. That was a big thing with the 5 different trigger points of the mushrooms that connected to the circuit. So some of them worked really well, some of them worked like a little bit, and some of them, were just mushrooms. So that was a big element in that connection and interaction that people just would explore with their hands. But as Expo went on, we did find we did have to guide that interaction a little bit. But I think that like back and forth between us and the audience, and I don't know, it kind of like just spoke to that sense of connection more.
And just as a little addendum on that, I'll let Josh just speak to it as well, but the context of someone exploring it on their own works a lot better in an individual interaction with it, or a 1 to 2 person interaction with it. During Expo, we had to facilitate like large groups that probably wouldn't have been able to coordinate that on their own without causing a little bit of havoc.
Yeah, and I'll just add, given the original idea was sort of this like grand, like large structure where there would be multiple different, places you could go to, different like mini sort of installations you could sort of look at, that I think would have worked well in that sort of installation, because there are different places for multiple people to go. Our final installation was sort of one central thing, and so then that sort of points to like stuff we said earlier with it's really hard for multiple people to sort of explore it at once, and it again, because it's one thing and not multiple things, there's less sort of I guess there's less of an affordance to like explore a space. There's one thing, and so it might be more difficult for people to sort of understand that. And so if we were to, I guess, do it again or improve on it, we'd probably have, closer to what we originally had, which was a larger sort of multi-part installation.
Perhaps multiple terrariums with a different interaction.
Mhm.
Sure, definitely.
Yeah.
I think there are a bunch of different ways to approach it, and some of it is expanding into bigger spaces, or even just experimenting with the way that people access parts of your terrarium.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of experimentation even in like controller design on how people access things, and in that case you're wanting people to access everything instantly as fast as possible. But there's the other side too, where you can limit it to where how do I force 2 people to access this and make it impossible for a single person to use it. But yeah, overall, definitely, yeah.
Great job, guys. Thank you.
Doesn't work. Hello. Oh, here we go. How's it going, guys? My name is Charlie, and it looks like the GIF isn't working, but that is okay. This is my project, the Void Portal. Let's see here. So what is Void Portal? Well, it might be more effective to ask what it isn't, because at least in concept, the idea could go a lot of places. In fact, in the beginning, the project was called Infinity Portal, not Void Portal. However, in my implementation, Void Portal is an interactive installation that gives the user the power to glimpse at random places in the multiverse with the push of a button. From the artist statement point of view, Void Portal seeks to reflect on myself and those around me through the exploration of the surrealistic beyond. The project evolved into something entirely different, but it began as a mirror. Early in the Capstone process, I was fascinated by infinity mirrors and wondered how one might use them to project visuals in an entirely new way. Due to early testing and technical issues, I decided to ditch the mirror idea to focus on a projection-based implementation. However, the idea of it being a mirror never left in some senses and exists metaphorically through some of the art that was made.
One of the precedents that inspired me to make this was Meow Wolf, which walking around Expo is clearly an inspiration throughout Atlas. If you haven't been to Meow Wolf yet, it is a facility with a bunch of rooms that represent random places in a fictionalized multiverse. I liked the idea of being completely surprised by odd multiversal art experiences, and I wanted to capture that feeling in a single device. I was also inspired by Rick and Morty's interdimensional cable and wanted to create something like that. Working alone, I did not come close, unfortunately, but the notion remained. My process involved a few Adobe programs in Ableton Live. I created the places that people would go with a combination of Photoshop and Illustrator. I would then create the portals in After Effects and the noises that came with them in Ableton. I finally would put it all together in unique combinations in Premiere. There were a number of different portals made, but the three main categories of portals were geometric tunnels, galactic star jumps, and vortexes that looked a bit like wormholes. All of these were made in After Effects. I made about 14 unique ones in total. And I would say, from my personal favorite, were the geometric tunnels. The places one could travel to were mostly collage works in Photoshop, although Illustrator was used at times to create specific objects. The places were supposed to be surreal and somewhat abstract, but they often represented things that I dealt with in real life, such as masked cults, copycats, alienation, and having my head in the clouds, figuratively and literally. I made most of the sounds for the project in Ableton with a wavetable synthesizer called Serum. Initially, I was creating noises for every single portal I made. However, when I began testing how the videos worked on a Raspberry Pi, I hadn't anticipated how truly devastating the video lag was going to be. Since the audio wasn't going to line up with laggy video, I resorted to making an ambient soundscape that represented the general feeling of the portal process. Here's an example of how that sounds. So just lots of random ambient vibrations. Okay, I made, let's see here. And finally, I would put together the pieces in Premiere. Here's an example of void portal travel with a portal that leads to a black hole. Let's see here. Hopefully. Yes, so we are traveling through a wormhole and wowzers, a black hole. Incredible. All right. Next. There we go. The whole system ran on a Raspberry Pi, and the code to have the button put you through different portals was made in Python. The code was fairly simple, as it was made so if you push a button, a new portal was shown. Let's see here. The physical piece was essentially a glorified back projector. I cut out an octagon in an aluminum sheet with a jackknife and duct taped a back projector to it. I then hung it on a clothing rack. The projector was placed in the back to give the illusion that there was no projector. It actually, let's see here, was a TV. I was pleasantly surprised to find that many of the people of Expo actually fell for it and saw it as a mystery for how the apparatus worked. I also used a single big red button from Adafruit and a shoebox to make an extremely simple control interface. And here are some examples of what the final project looked like. As you will notice, it's a bit slow, a bit laggy, because Raspberry Pis are not as good as I thought they were. Oh, and going through, having a little VHS transition, and boom, we are in Antarctica or something. I don't know. Here's one more. It's another geometric tunnel. Where are we going? I do not know. VHS transition because it's cable. Nice. I don't know what that is, but I like it. I can't lie, I had some really grand ideas about what this project could be that did not come into reality due to a mixture of the environment I was in and myself. But I truly hope that some Atlas kids in the future take my idea for this project and absolutely blow it out of the water, because it could be something great if a team of people worked on it. If I were to give advice to these kids taking my project into the future, I would first use a faster microcontroller than a Raspberry Pi to run the videos, as I think it really hurt the presentation of what I had. I would include some generative aspects to make the portal experiences unique to the moment, possibly even generating unique portals every single time. I would also make story-based animations to make it so that the places themselves had much more to uncover. And watching people use my project at Expo, I learned that it might be smart to add just a bit more control than a single button, because otherwise people might get bored. All right, that is all I have for you. Thank you.
Great. One of the things that I appreciate about this is your exploration of a bunch of different mediums and trying to put them into one thing. That can always be complicated. I'm sure that, I mean, you mentioned a couple of the issues that you had getting sound to work on hardware, and being able to generatively do that would be really interesting. A whole nother kind of project in itself. Something that I did want to ask about is, you said that in the beginning, and correct me if I'm wrong, you said that this was about the kind of like self-discovery and exploration and that kind of thing. I wanted to, if you could speak a little bit to maybe some of the research that you did behind that, and figuring out how this specifically solved that or I guess presented a solution to that question that you were trying to answer, or that thing you were trying to solve.
Well, I mean, I feel like there is no solution to discovering the self. It's a constant process. And so when you're saying like research, I don't think I really did research. It was more of just like, I don't know, a lot of my favorite artists, well, one of my favorite artists is Salvador Dali, and he had this sort of method where he would try to use his subconscious to create art and sort of use his instincts. And that's definitely, I'd say, what I did with almost all of my pieces. Rather than having actually a set idea of what it was going to be, I just went and like allowed my consciousness to flow. And I felt that in a lot of those cases, I had no idea what was going to happen. And there ended up being pieces that meant a lot to me, just personally. Yeah, I don't know what else to say about that.
Sure. So I'm understanding then that was, this is more of a kind of a personal reflection, and not.
It's
not
a reflection on some other people as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. I enjoyed the piece too, and all the technological aspects. I use a lot of these things too in my day-to-day, so it's like fun
For
to
sure.
see how you put it together.
For sure.
I had a similar question, just sort of around you talking about how it's meant to be a reflection of your audience and yourself, and also sort of the titling of it being a multiverse. And I was just curious to hear more about that connection.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, we don't have access to the multiverse, and so everything that happens at Meow Wolf is a reflection of human beings and our consciousness. So there's no such thing as me actually reaching to the multiverse unless we figure out a way to build a real portal. Yeah, I don't really know. I don't know what else to say. Do you have anything more specific?
I was just curious about the connection between your purpose and language. And hearing your response to Caleb helped me understand the self-reflection aspect.
My purpose and the language. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble understanding the
It's
question.
fine.
Like what are some of the words, if I may help? What are some of the words you chose, Like she was saying multiverse, why that? Why?
Yeah.
Why? How does the language of what you chose to describe your project relate to your the purpose of the project?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, so, yeah, I mean, I chose void because void can also represent 0. And the project was pulling me away from something else that would have made me not 0. So there's that. I'm trying to think the other language, multiverse. I suppose I used the word multiverse because I wanted to make things that like weren't real. Like they didn't exist in our like normal reality. And I think when you use like the multiverse, you sort of like open the doors to like really strange things and just like the complete surreal. And so that's why I used multiverse specifically, because I wanted to just make like weird stuff that doesn't exist in real life. Yeah.
Cool. Thanks so much, Harvey. Nice work.
Is this on? Perfect. Hi, I'm Kai Harvey, and this is The Black Spot in the Basement. It's a 2-minute animated short film about depression, mental health, and the importance of addressing these issues. So this is the general overview is it's a story about a child who loves to play with his friends in this sort of world of their own creation. But there's a dark spot in this world, a black spot that manifests as a form of the child's fears and anxieties, and he feels that he needs to hide it from his friends. And only once he removes all the barriers and the covers that he's put on it will he have a hope of addressing it and taming it before it consumes him. So this is a very personal story for me. I wanted to tell a story based on my own personal experiences, and wanted to tell a story that other people could relate to, that people could take a message away from. On a technical level, I also wanted to build my skills with animation, specifically rigging in animation program Moho, of character rigging, set design, and lots of fundamental principles of animation. A lot of influences. There are countless animated short films specifically about depression, about mental health. They run the gamut of telling stories of how small deeds can affect someone's behavior, or how words can affect someone's mental health, or even just navigating the space of depression. Every story is unique, so I knew that I would be able to bring my own perspective and tell my own unique story to the table. The process was pretty in-depth. I started with a storyboard, laying out the story that I wanted to tell. Once I transferred that to an animatic, I was able to start with character design and the actual animation process. I wanted to go for a very simplistic art style to sort of reflect the whimsical nature of things, sort of expressing how even people with depression can often appear to be very happy and very, that it's not immediately obvious that something's wrong. The most in-depth part of this process was character rigging, which is getting a character to move and be able to express themselves with their emotions, and getting them to move in a lifelike way is a very in-depth process that is quite time-consuming. And I wanted to make sure that that was all right before I could get started with animation. Once that was all done, I went into the animation process proper, and on the other side came this.
Thanks. I really love the animation and all the work you put into it. And my main question is really sort of just sort of why you chose a child and how did you choose the music for it, just to learn more sort of about that process and what it means to you.
Yeah. So the idea of using a child, I came, I think, from my very first sort of story idea. I wanted to capture the sort of whimsical nature of play mixed with the very serious issue of, you know, hiding things from your friends, feeling uncomfortable of, you know, sharing and being open with yourself. And I thought a child would be great for that. The music was done, it was selected pretty late in the process, but I wanted to make sure that I was fully capturing the emotion of each scene. I specifically looked for music that could capture that.
Yeah, I thought it fit really well. And the other thing, I just really appreciated how the black spot had really great character growth throughout the piece, even though its name is sort of this inanimate thing, but it was a character in its own right, and I appreciated that portrayal.
Yeah, one thing that a really great piece of feedback that I got with someone who works with children, works with mental health, is that depicting it as something that in the end you don't defeat, but you learn to control. That's really analogous to how a lot of psychology and therapy works and deals with those things. So I wanted to express that.
Awesome. Yeah, I think that this is the thought process behind this is something also that I'm really interested in, and everything that you've put through here, I could see a lot of it in there, which is, you know, tying it to your personal experiences and even personification again of that dark spot, and tying it to that experience and understanding kind of from a perspective. You know, it can feel like you fighting against another thing that's not inanimate, right? I did appreciate, you know, the use of sound, good exploration of movement of your characters, and being able to try and explain something without words. It's always a very interesting process to try and do that. And I think your sound design also addressed that as well. I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit about kind of the broader process, both in kind of a technical and a story perspective from, you know, how did what you could accomplish technically inform your story, and also kind of vice versa?
So yeah, I was really lucky that I was able to pretty much put everything that you saw on screen was for the most part of my original design. I started out by after a few weeks of brainstorming and sort of not being satisfied, one day a story just sort of coming to me and formulating and using the metaphor of the spot and, you know, of ignoring your problems and growing, and all that was from day one. Once I had the storyboard drawn out, and, you know, I want the sort of pacing of play interspersed with darkness, the biggest thing that changed was the just smaller thing like timing and specific characterizations. The character design didn't come till, you know, I was pretty much started with the actual animation process. But yeah, from a technical side, I was very happy. Moho, the tool that I use to animate, is extremely versatile, and so I have experience with it, so I was sort of able to put everything on there.
All right, great job.
Thank you.
Project Unheard Voices. Now, Unheard Voices is an original live music set intended to raise money and bring. Do I need to use it? Gotcha. Oh, okay. This one? Cool. All right. Unheard Voices is an original live music set intended to raise money and bring awareness to youth homelessness in Boulder and the United States. The performance was recorded with live instruments at Chautauqua Park. Now, originally, this project was intended to focus on homelessness in general and on the housing crisis, but I shifted the focus away from that, made it more specific, and brought it in towards youth homelessness, because youth homelessness is an invisible issue, with 1 in 10 young adults experiencing some form of homelessness and 1 in 30 adolescents, with LGBTQ youths being twice the risk of becoming homeless. Now, the reason that this is an invisible issue is because a lot of the time, unhoused youths, they have a place to stay, but they don't have any place of permanent residence, which makes them vulnerable to exploitation. This compounds on the fact that many of them have to deal with things such as mental health issues, substance abuse issues. A lot of them have gone through the juvenile detention system. A lot of them have gone through the foster care system as well. Additionally, about 9% of unhoused youths have reported having to exchange sex for basic needs, and that number jumps to 27% when you look at LGBTQ unhoused youths. Now, I wanted this project to reach as many people within my target audience as possible. My target audience being college students and young adults under the age of 25, more specifically, people in Boulder. So what I did was I looked at local Spotify data, the Sounds of CU Boulder Spotify playlist. This is a location-based Spotify playlist that adds songs to it based on what people in the area are listening to, what is most popular at the time being. And looking at these songs, about 63 of them out of the 100 on there were EDM. So I decided to make my project EDM based, making original EDM songs. And also I decided to look at some other EDM based live sets to gain inspiration from. And the main thing that I came across was Circle live sets. Now, Circle is a YouTube channel. It is probably one of the most popular live set YouTube channels right now. And what they do is they bring in a DJ, they put them in a single location, and then they do drone shots and then record the entire set all the way through. And I want to do some research about why these videos were so popular. So I did some user testing, and I found out that people are just simply more drawn to thumbnails with a DJ in a scenic location compared to one not in a scenic location. This actually prompts people to click on a thumbnail of a DJ that they don't know, which is perfect for me because a lot of people don't know who I am. So for the homelessness aspect of this project, my main source of inspiration was Invisible People. This is another YouTube channel, and what they do is actually go out onto the streets of LA and Las Vegas, and they talk to unhoused people there. And this makes the homelessness issue very personable and very relatable. From this, I was inspired to actually reach out to the youth homeless shelter in Boulder called the Together Shelter. And I got in contact with Alex Berglund, who is the communications director there. Alex Berglund is the one who told me about how youth homelessness is an invisible issue, and she actually inspired me to make the Together Shelter the primary benefactor for this project. I did some additional outside fundraising and some research on the best way to raise money on the outside as well, in addition to having the donation link in the video. She also pointed me in the direction of videos they have with some of their clients, like Dagum here. Dagum was forced out of his home at a young age due to financial trouble, but then luckily due to the work that the Together Shelter does, he was able to find a stable job, stable housing, and reunite with his family. I also went out to Pearl Street and talked to some unhoused people there. And the main conversation I had that I was most inspired by was with an unhoused person named Alejandro. Alejandro had been sleeping on Pearl Street for about a week. They had all their belongings taken on public transportation, and they were just trying to make their way back to Memphis, Tennessee. And I was inspired by that to actually write the last song in this live set called I Wish I Was a Cowboy. Now in total, I wrote, produced, mixed, and mastered 4 tracks, all done in Ableton. By far, the hardest one to do was the last song, as I mentioned, I Wish I Was a Cowboy, because in addition to producing, mixing, and mastering this, I also song wrote and then recorded my own vocals. I did some experimental recording techniques with this, trying out some new things. It's like on the vocal tracks, instead of using close miking techniques, I used a room mic to capture the vocal performance, plus some of the vocal and room reverb as well to get a more lively vocal. Now, once all the tracks were completed, I brought everything into a single Ableton live set and then brought my laptop, my guitar, and a MIDI keyboard out to Chautauqua and recorded the thing through and through. Now, I took a bit of a trial by failure approach to filmmaking. It turns out that the best way to learn filmmaking is to fail at it multiple times and then learn something new from it each time. So I learned a lot about framing, focus, optimal lighting, contrast, and eventually ended up with this shot right here, which is the one that I used in this project. I shot in a desaturated Sony HLG color profile. I wanted to learn some basic color correction in this project. So what I did, I shot in that desaturated color profile. I brought it to Premiere, added colors back in, brought up some of the reds, deepened some of the greens, made it look like it was filmed on a film camera. Now combining this main shot with drone footage and videos of Dagum, plus the music that I made, you get something like this. And there was nothing more scary for me. So this video is live on YouTube right now, and I have the donation link in the description. But like I said earlier, I did some outside fundraising as well. This included research that I did in terms of like the best fundraising methods. I did Instagram stories, I did Facebook posts, I did LinkedIn posts, and in the end, I was able to get over 32 individual donations ranging anywhere from as small as $3 per donation to as large as $500 per donation. Thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Yeah, I appreciate the overall, I mean, the goal of this entire thing. And I think it's effective also to kind of reach out, be able to expand your reach broader than just Boulder, which by putting it on YouTube or putting it on one of those platforms is something that you can do very well. Initially, I was very interested in your choice of Spotify, and is that mostly because you are, that's the most effective way that you can solve that problem just on your own, or is there something special about pulling from that a music service and being able to expand that way? I noticed that you pulled from Spotify from the Boulder area, but then you put it onto YouTube. Is there a reason for changing? I mean, obviously, other than the issue of loading to Spotify.
Yeah, so the main reason I wanted, I was mostly just inspired by like the Circle live sets, and I felt that based on my I've posted stuff on Spotify, I felt that the reach wasn't as well compared to like an algorithm on YouTube where things could be suggested to people, and then plus the research I did with thumbnails and having stuff shot in a scenic location. I felt that that would be much better in terms of reaching people. I just used the Spotify data to get a general idea of what people in my age range might like, and also knowing that this was being recorded in Boulder and people in Boulder would recognize those flat irons pretty distinctively. I felt that it was a good choice to just pull from that sort of data in the area.
Cool, great. I really appreciate that you went through the efforts to fundraise for your project. It's very hard to do, so good job with that. I sort of have a few thoughts around your target audience. Like, I'm curious, you talk about which target audience you choose, but I'm curious about why and what the impact of fundraising for that from that audience or getting the word out there to that audience means to you.
Yeah, I felt that. I mean, one of the things that also informed my target audience was just the fact that I also had a lot of experience producing music like that, and I knew that people would like that. And I felt that just because young people are more impressionable and may be more impacted by something like this, I felt that it was just good to reach out to people my age. And I felt like there's more like youthful energy and like more of maybe like hopefulness about what we can do in the future. And just in general, that if I can get like a movement kind of behind that, like a young movement. Usually I've been doing a music in the rock era class, everything starts from youth culture. So I felt like youth culture would be the best thing to target as well.
Cool. Yeah. And then I have one more question if there's time.
10 more seconds.
Okay. Or just sort of like a parting thought is like, when you're fundraising money, like where does the money go and how do you make sure you're affecting change and not just charity? Like, how do you actually help solve the problem versus giving money to help sustain people in their case versus like elevating them out of their situation?
All right.
So
Thank you so much.
Oh, there we go. Okay. All right. Perfect. So I am Reese.
I'm Ryan.
And this is our Capstone Colossum. So Colossum is an interactive audio-visual installation accompanied by a workbook designed to help aid in the understanding of all of our unique musical tastes. So most people listen to a wide variety of music ranging from decades, genres, artists, and over time we develop these preferences that are unique to each and every one of us. Using the Spotify API that they use for our musical recommendations that we'll get weekly, we set out to understand the principles behind their decisions in hopes of providing musical identity. And our main question was, why does our brain choose the music we love? And more specifically, what principles of music are our brains most attracted to? So if you would like, you can scan this QR code. It will take you to a PDF version of our workbooks. You can follow along a bit more closely if you would like to. Let me know if it works. Amazing. All righty. All right. Good. Perfect. All right, so as you can see in the first section of our workbook, you can read a little bit more about it, but the reason behind our name would be the corpus callosum, which is a segment in our brain that allows for the left and right hemispheres to. It allows for coordinated body movement and complex thoughts. And in the musical realm, musicians will tune into this section of the brain a little bit more while listening to music, and they're able to decode the lyrical and instrumental components, and then further break down those instrumental components into more thought out principles, which you'll also see on that first page of the PDF, like the valence, danceability, things like tempo, and things like that. So the first precedent, and the main one that we kind of stuck with, would be the Harvard Time Capsule by the Breakfast Studio. We really enjoyed the sleek design of this installation, and more importantly, the personalization. We like that everybody was able to interact differently with this installation, along with the colorful pixel concept that they have going on. These are flip discs in this installation, but from a far distance, it seems like grainy pixels that we really enjoyed the overall vibe of. And then also the interactivity. Not only is it physical, but it is also visual. So we did like the idea of having multiple senses. Our process was very drawn out, even though our whole capstone was digital. The idea of having everything on paper, from ideations and sketches to the workbook, was a really good way for us to design everything before we tried to do any of it on paper or online in Illustrator or InDesign or throughout the code. We decided to write everything down. Same with our testing, just writing everything down to make sure that we can take all the feedback that we got, which was specifically towards the workbook and what needed to be worked on for that.
Right, so a large part of this project was creating a visualizer that worked and looked different for different types of songs, and was kind of satisfying, and made it so that you could genuinely learn something, which was it's easy to say, I guess, but pretty difficult to do in practice. So we pretty much created our own Python-based visualizer almost from scratch, and really tried to leverage the analysis the amazing data and analysis that comes from the Spotify API to really push this as far as we could go. So all of the code is available on GitHub. It's all open source. You can set it up exactly the way we did for our final installation.
All right, so for the workbook draft, as you can see on the PDF, the cover page and the first spread stayed relatively the same. But when it came to the workbook aspect, and the music mapping was a way to put it, and the findings section, we got a lot of feedback, and completely changed that up. As you can see here, we added icons and an easier almost explanation portion of a how-to on how to work with the workbook. So having all of these different characteristics like the valence, energy, danceability, liveness, and tempo, those were the 5 main characteristics we used in the installation. Being able to break those down to the readers so they understand exactly what they're looking at was definitely a big thing that we had to overcome, because we realized that once we were working with it for so long, we became so comfortable to all the aspects that we needed to break it down in the easiest forms for others to gain an understanding. As well, from this, we have 4 more of your own almost mapping icons that you can do on another page. And then with the findings, we kind of made 6 pretty basic shapes of some of the extremes of the music, that when you were able to create your own shapes, you can almost characterize them with one of the 6 on the back and gain an understanding for what musical principles you take a liking to. So that was with the back on the findings.
Yeah, so the visualization that we used changed a lot over the course of this project, and it was heavily driven by feedback. So we started with almost like this grid style visualization where essentially the kind of the further out you go from the center, it's kind of corresponding to different frequencies. So you can actually see notes and fundamental frequencies of sounds like kind of moving around and stuff, which is interesting. However, over time, we kind of refined this design and went for this like point cloud effect. And one of the reasons that we did this, it's, I guess, yeah, so this effect works very well on a monitor in person without, essentially once you record this effect, it creates a lot of sort of compression artifacts. And so it kind of makes it so this really only works, including including on this presentation. So the you really get a pretty unique experience when you're watching this live. And we wanted to kind of lean fully into something that would work really well for installation.
Alrighty, so for our final deliverables, we have two of our actual physical components. We had on an iPad a web application where it was almost like a karaoke book is the best way to put it, but digital. So we do not have every song in the world, but we do have a pretty big 2000. We do have a pretty big collection of some very popular songs, along with stuff from like Broadway and Disney classics that anybody can scroll through. They can search by genre, artist, and song as well. So we had that hooked up, and then also our workbook printed out with pens available for people to be able to interact. And then here is a short video of some people using it at Expo. There was sound. Yeah, so right now we have a user just going through on the music mapping diagram. After reading the instructions and with a little bit of help from me, she was able to add some dots where that musical visualization was. Yeah. So after picking the song that you want, any song that you enjoy, it was able to play up on the screen. And this is one of the songs she chose. She chose a Garth Brooks song, even though she didn't know it. But she was able to just follow along with the instructions based on color, the rotation speed, things like the radial design, which corresponds to energy, all that type of stuff. And she was able to draw some dots on this little diagram, connect the shapes. And then the idea is that after you do a few of them, you'll see some trends along with the shapes and be able to match it up on the back page. Thank you.
Thanks. This piece is really fun. I think it has a really nice integration of digital and physical aspects, making it really interactive. I am curious how people reacted to their results and sort of what feedback you got in that respect.
Yeah, so at Expo, it wasn't surprising me that a lot of people didn't want to sit there and go through multiple songs and kind of figure that out. But for the few that did, they kind of like giggled at the fact where they were like, oh, wow, like all the shapes look the same. Like I'm not very like, I don't have, as broad of a music taste as I thought. It was kind of funny. But a lot of people that would draw these shapes, a lot of them would correspond perfectly with the few on the back that I did. And they thought it was pretty entertaining. They wanted to take the book home. I gave them the like GitHub link and they wanted to go home and do it themselves for the few people that really sat there and wanted to learn. Yeah, they found like a lot of interest in their answers and they thought it was pretty cool to like walk away with. Yeah. And the people that didn't do it, they just enjoyed having access to be able to play music for a bunch of people and they kind of sat there for a while just vibing. So yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, I think this is this is very well done, especially in terms of being able to understand the process of it, and the booklets being able to inform someone's use of what's going on there is great. I do appreciate you taking us through the design process and some of your considerations through that. And then also one of the comments that I have is I can see this being something that's like a web application or something that you could expand out if you're really trying to gather lots of information. I am wondering if you could kind of speak to any of the research that you did on, there is a lot of research being done on how people react to music and how music affects us in like the cognitive science world. And how did that research, or I guess, yeah, how did that research inform your decisions when you were making this? And specifically, how did it inform those markers that you were trying to measure versus other markers?
Yeah, so starting with the markers that you were talking about. So the way Spotify has its API set up is every song basically has a list of decimal numbers that correspond to each principle. So going through those, we chose the ones that we felt would be the most important, like the things we notice, whereas it's danceability, the overall energy, how happy does a song make us, everything like that. So that's how we kind of chose those markers specifically. When it comes to research of how music really inspires all of us, when initially researching the best ways to get users to be interactive and not be scared to start interactivity with anything, is that sense of uniqueness and personalization. And music is such an overarching theme of just everybody's identity and feeling safe in a musical space. So we decided that having everybody be able to choose their favorites in music that makes them comfortable, music that they enjoy, it'll help bring them out of that box to really start being able to interact and feeling comfortable to learn and talk about things.
Okay, yeah, adding on to that as well, something that was a huge inspiration was the concept that a lot of trained musicians use different parts of their brain to process music and kind of experience music in a structurally different way from casual listeners. And we wanted to sort of dig into that and try and like kind of invoke like different neural pathways while listening to a song, and just like highlighting things that you wouldn't really notice in the music itself without any visualization. So that was another part of the in terms of research that we thought was a big part of this project.
Great, thank you so much, guys. Nice job.
Hi, y'all. I'm Patrick. My project is GenFT, which is a web app that lets you create, mint, and collect generative art NFTs. So to start off, NFTs, or non-fungible tokens, are just crypto tokens that let us verify the history and the ownership of a unique asset. And so when we talk about blockchains, we often think of things like Bitcoin or Ethereum, which are fungible assets. And so to see the difference between a fungible and a non-fungible asset, I really like Monopoly, because we've got the money and then we've got the property cards. The money is going to be a fungible asset because, say you have $100, you could split that into 10 tens and then give somebody else 1/10 of your value. Whereas the property deeds are going to be a unique asset that can't be owned by multiple people. You can sell it and trade it, but you can't rip it up and split the value of it. And so then when we work with Ethereum compatible blockchains, we have this standard called ERC 721. This just gives us a core interface so that anybody can interact with our tokens, regardless of who created it or which contract it comes from. It also gives us a JSON structure for metadata. So that requires a name, a description, and a link to an image asset. And having that standard, like I said, having that standard interface lets these markets and wallet places, pretty much anybody interact with these tokens. And then marketplaces are really just contracts or classes that handle the transfer of these tokens between different users. And so then generative art is the practice where an artist, instead of using a tool like Paint, they use an algorithm and they give a set of procedures so that a machine can create the art for them. And so having this machine gives us the power for really complex and rapid iterations, as well as incorporating randomness into our design. It also gives this art a little bit of extra metadata, that source code that we can preserve with those NFTs as well. So my research question for the project was, how can we streamline the process from creation to valuable asset and leverage NFTs to preserve and share generative art? So that makes my audience creators who work with or are interested in generative art, and then generative art or NFT collectors. So my precedence research, my first and probably the largest precedent for NFT marketplaces is going to be OpenSea. They let users create NFTs by uploading an image that they already have, or if they have an NFT on a different contract address, they can link to that contract as well. They also let the users create without a mint fee by offering lazy minting. So you upload the photo and then it's not minted or registered on the blockchain until somebody decides to buy it. So then the buyer's paying the fee instead of the artist. Foundation is another NFT marketplace that has a really more curated feel than OpenSea, because they require artists to become verified. So you have to have a public Instagram, a public Twitter, and then receive enough votes to be deemed worthy of being a creator. And so both OpenSea and Foundation are strictly marketplaces. There's no tools to actually create an image there or to store extra information such as that source code from generative art. So in my agile process, in the very first iteration, I started by just setting up the architecture of the web app. So I used Next as a web framework, the Carbon design system, Tailwind CSS for class name styling, and then Hardhat is just a local Ethereum development environment, and Ethers.js is a JavaScript library for interacting with the blockchain. I started the NFT contract in the P5JS playground to create an NFT. And then along with that, a page that displays the metadata that is attached to a token. After feedback that my idea to add sliders could become really chaotic and hard to navigate with just a single editor, I started iteration 2 by breaking it up into different block style editor. And then I also added sliders using Babel's parser to find numerical declarations in the source code. Additionally, I added a modal to set the title and the description of the NFT and confirm which frame you're using when you're minting. I also worked on the marketplace contract and added a market page to view the items listed in the market. And then you can navigate to the token's details page to purchase. I finally added 2 pages that allow you to see your collected tokens along with your own tokens that give a little more details and then link out to that token details page as well. After feedback from that iteration that the process of setting up a wallet for a new user could become very complicated, I switched over to Magic's SMS authentication to create wallets. So that way you don't need to have anything ready to go when you get to the app. It just sets one up based on your phone number. I also added a Firebase Firestore database so that you can store profile names and images as well. And so with that, here is a video of my final demo showing the user flow and the iteration 3 updates. NFT is a web app that allows users to create, mint, and collect generative art NFTs. NFTs are minted on the Polygon network to provide cheap transactions. Wallet private keys are managed by so if you don't have a wallet yet, you can create only just your phone number. The app provides a block style editor to control a P5JS sketch. As the blocks are edited, variable declarations create sliders to once you're satisfied with the sketch, it can be minted as an NFT. The image and metadata are stored using the interplanetary file system for decentralized storage. After minting the NFT, you may list it in the marketplace. Your NFTs are collected through secondary sales. You'll continue to receive 20%. You may view, list, and transfer NFTs you have created and collected with your wallet. Usernames provide an easier lookup for transfers, but wallet addresses are accepted as well. My project. A huge shout out to my mentors, Jason and Tushar, and then my professors, Shiva and Eileen. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. I think this is a really good exploration, not just of you know, tapping into a certain marketplace and being almost in the right place at the right time for that kind of market, but also using some skills that you have and being able to do that is kind of something that is going to be extremely valuable. And so understanding the market, I think, is really a good part of this project. I do want to dig in a little bit more to some of your user testing. I think you mentioned it briefly, but can you explain a little bit more how you did user testing and kind of some of the feedback that you got on that and how that informed the final, the end result?
Yeah, so I mostly did just like friends and then some of the mentors. I wanted to get a wide range of people who did know how to code, even if they didn't know P5 specifically, still had a little bit of familiarity with that, along with people who just like didn't know and would want that GUI interface. And so the first was considering whether it was going to be a single editor or a block style editor. And I got really mixed feedback on that. But as we did the single editor, as you kept adding more sliders, they just kept being pushed down to the bottom. So that was just really messy. So then breaking it up into the block style gave it that separation in the code. It also gave a connection to like, here's all the information you need just to create a rectangle. Here's what you need to create a circle. So it creates that connection of this is how I would create this shape otherwise. And then on the wallet side, so you can have like browser-based wallets that you download, but when you do that, you have to download the wallet, create the account, back up your private key. And then I'm using Polygon, which is a side chain. So some of those don't come with that already configured. So you have to add Polygon, add the token. There's just a lot of steps to get that all set up. And then it's only on this one computer. So say I come to school and I want to do something, crap, my like private keys on my other computer, I can't use it. And so then I found Magic, it's Magic Link, and they do a lot of the like authorization by like a Magic email link. So they actually on the back end encrypt that using blockchain based cryptography. So when you're doing that, you're creating a wallet as well. So I was able to get that built in. So now you just type in your phone number, that wallet's already set up. You don't have to back up anything at all.
I'm sort of curious to hear more about the value and the power you feel like this project could have for having the generation and marketplace all in one spot. Like, to me, it seems like it can be more of like a haven for creators as well. And I think that's really interesting.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I really wanted it to be like you can, because right now, if I wanted to create a generative art piece and then sell on OpenSea, for example, I'd have to, you know, create it, somehow then download that image, somehow then go to OpenSea, upload the image, and then maybe I want to store the source code, but I could put that in the description, but then some places use it as alt text, so that's a really bad accessibility thing. So I really wanted something to just put it all in one. So like you can go here, go from creation to asset all in one. I can't speak exactly to what the value will be because that's going to be how people decide to view the value of a specific item. I hope that, you know, people might think these are cool and really start building it out. But yeah, I was, like you said, just a space for creators. That's really what I was hoping for.
All right, nice job.
Thank you.
Welcome to session 3 of our Capstone presentations today. Just wanted to run through really quickly how this is all going to work. Most of you know each group will have 6 to 8 minutes for your presentation. We have fancy cards here that I did not create. I'll be sitting in the front. I will let you know when you have 1 minute left, and then you can imagine Danny did this one. We'll be using those. For this session, we have 2 wonderful panelists. Thank you for coming. Casey Hunt. Casey is a second-year PhD student in the Thing Lab here in Atlas. She creates networked, tangible, and embodied interaction systems to explore how we can better create and connect using systems that decenter and supplement screens. Her work focuses on engaging the wider community and designing 3D interfaces utilizing participatory design practices and toolkit design. Thank you for coming, Casey. And Sasha joins us. Most of you know Sasha. He's a fellow New Yorker, I found out, hailing from Brooklyn, attended LaGuardia, I really should pronounce it right, LaGuardia Arts High School, where he created cello performance. He then moved to Baltimore, where he received a BS in physics and a minor in music from Johns Hopkins University and the Peabody Conservatory. After spending 6 months living in the Atacama Desert, did I pronounce that right? Okay, I should have practiced this. In South America, working on a telescope array, Sasha is excited to bring his focus back down to earth as he hopes to work with affordable prosthetics and bioplastics with variable pressure resistivity. Thank you for coming, Sasha. And you get to see how far these projects have come since last semester. So as we get started, once one group is done, please don't wait for me to come up and say anything. The next group can just come right up. And with that, we'll start. Thanks.
Can everyone hear me? Awesome. All right, hi everyone. My name is Kira Moran, and my capstone project this semester was called Fem Fit. So Fem Fit is the UX UI design for a mobile app that serves as an educational and practical tool for women getting into strength training, with the ultimate goal of making strength training more accessible to women. So my goal with this project was to figure out how a mobile fitness app can reduce or eliminate the barriers to female participation in strength training. So I started with some user research to uncover what some of these barriers are. So some of the barriers include feeling intimidated or uncomfortable in the weight room, misconceptions surrounding strength training, such as a fear of bulking up, lack of female support and community in strength training, not knowing where to start or what exercises to do, not knowing the proper form for exercises and being afraid of getting hurt because of this, a lack of time with getting to the gym and going through a full workout plan, and then finally, a lack of motivation. So why strength training? Strength training increases muscle strength by making muscles work against a weight or a force. And so this can include weights directly, but it can also include machines, resistance bands, or your own body weight. And some of the benefits of strength training include increasing strength. This can improve the ease of daily activities. It also improves heart health. It boosts metabolism. So this basically means that your body is working harder at rest. So it can increase the effectiveness of results compared to other forms of fitness. And it can also allow someone to achieve their goals faster. It increases bone density. This is incredibly important for women. Women are at a higher risk of bone diseases like osteoporosis, and this is caused by a loss of bone density starting around age 30. And strength training is one of the best ways to increase bone density. And then finally, it boosts self-esteem and improves body image through the overcoming of challenges and the achievement of goals. So I started my project by looking into some precedents. The first one I looked into is an app called Sweat, is designed specifically for women. And a thing that I noticed with a lot of these apps that are designed specifically for women are that they're mostly at-home workouts or body weight workouts. And so this further keeps women out of the weight room, which can prevent women from learning how to use all of the equipment properly. And also it limits the possibilities of strength training programs that women can go through. I then looked into Fitbod. This app is really great for beginners and teaches proper form, but it kind of misses a lot of the other female-specific issues around strength training, like building a community and tackling misconceptions. And then finally, I looked into Core Circle. This app is really built around community within strength training, but it doesn't give any workout plans, and it also doesn't have any educational content. So then I started my project by taking my user research and applying it to a mid-fidelity wireframe. The structure of the wireframe was really simple. It had a Your Plan page with descriptions of all of the exercises. It had an exercise library in case someone didn't want to go through a full workout plan. And then it had a profile page with achievements and settings. I also developed an initial look and feel for my app with some colors and typography. So then I wanted to do some user testing with these wireframes and figure out where I could go next with the project. So some things that worked well were the simple structure and how the app was really easy to navigate. And my users also really liked the current features that I had in the app, but there was definitely room for improvement. I needed to adjust the workout flow to make it easier for the user to get to the main screens during their workout. I needed to add features to differentiate my app from other apps, add confirmation and success screens to build a sense of achievement, and then just some overall UI adjustments as well. So then I went into my high fidelity prototype. I first built a design system with colors, typography, and some graphic elements. And then I used Figma to create some basic components, such as buttons, input fields, and checkboxes. And so before I show you the final product, let's imagine Jasmine. She's a college student at CU Boulder, and she became interested in strength training after she went to her campus rec center freshman year. She wants a workout plan that fits her goals. She wants to learn the basics of strength training. She wants to learn the proper form for exercises so that she doesn't get hurt. She needs to be able to interact with other women that strength train so that she can ask questions and gain motivation. And finally, she needs to find a gym that is female friendly and is not super busy so that she can feel comfortable when she's working out. So she'll start by going into the app and creating her account. And then after she creates her account, she can customize her plan by selecting her fitness goals. She can select her experience level. And then finally, the amount of days per week she wants to work out and how much time per day she wants to work out. Then she can choose to take the foundations course if she wants. This goes through the basics of strength training, talks about the benefits of strength training, also gives some tips for what to eat before and after a workout, and finally just gives some overall tips on how she can achieve her goals and some tips on getting started with feeling comfortable in the gym. So maybe before she's ready for her first workout, she needs to find a gym. She can go to the gyms page, search through a list of gyms in her area, and she can find one that is the most female friendly and has the most open space available. So then once she's found a gym, she's ready to do her first workout. Each exercise within the workout has in-depth instructions, both in video form and written instructions. So she can go through each one, and at the end of her workout, she can provide a smiley rating to see how her workout went, and she's also rewarded with a badge. So here's an example of one of the form videos, and they go along with the written instructions. And it's more than just the videos that you'll see in a typical fitness app. It doesn't just show someone doing the exercise. It also describes how to set up the equipment properly, as well as how to maintain proper form throughout the whole exercise. So once Jasmine's been using the app for a while, she might want to be able to track her progress. She can go to the activity page and see all of the achievements that she's accomplished. She can also click on any date where she worked out and see what her exercises looked like on that day and how the workout went. And then if she has questions throughout her process of getting into strength training, she can go to the community page and ask questions to other users. She can share her accomplishments, and she can also upload videos to get feedback on her form. So that is my project, and if you want to check out the full prototype, you can scan this QR code. And thank you so much for listening.
Do you have anything? Yeah, so I guess I have a question. I noticed while you were scrolling through the app, one of the options, you could work out for up to 7 days a week with up to 90 minutes a day. Granted, I go to the gym about once a year, but is over-exercising a problem that might be able to be curbed through this app if it was something that happened?
Yeah, I think so. And in the foundations course, the fourth page is tips on getting started. And one of the tips that's in there is actually talking about the importance of rest and recovery. And so I think I definitely tried to incorporate in the app of you don't have to work out every single day to see results, like you can find something that works for you, and you can also build your way up to working out more when you feel comfortable.
Awesome.
I love your process. I think that's the most stellar part of this project is just seeing you go through each and every step of the UX design process, right? I think in terms of this app, my big question would be, what are your thoughts about habit formation? What kinds of stuff have you done in the app? What else do you think you could do to help someone actually form a habit? Does that make sense?
Sure. Yeah, so I think the timing, time constraints around women feeling like they don't have enough time to go to the gym, and that can be a big prevention in women actually going to the gym. And so I think I tried to emphasize that a lot in the app. There's actually a page I didn't show that's the exercise library, so they can choose a exercise that won't go through a whole plan. They can just do an individual exercise. And so I think just by stressing the fact that they don't have to start with going into the weight room and doing a full workout plan, they can start small, get comfortable. And I think mostly just once they start finding enjoyment in the base of strength training, then they can start to build their way up and build that habit. Yeah.
My other question is just around the amount of reading you have in your app. Have you thought about that? Is there a second option for people who maybe don't want to read?
I haven't thought about that too much, but I definitely agree. The foundations course is pretty long. They are able to skip the course if they want and just go directly into the app. And I think that's also why I decided to do video instructions and written instructions. They can kind of skip through the video if they don't feel like reading that whole thing. And also on the main page of the workout plan, they're not fronted with the instructions for every exercise. So they can kind of choose to click into that if they want to.
Cool. I think my last question is like having gone through the entire process of a UX design from research to the finished product, what do you feel like you wish you had spent more time on? And what was like the most helpful part of the process for you?
Yeah, so definitely with the mid-fidelity wireframe, I'm like very much a perfectionist. I was trying to get all the spacing right and all the pages right. And then that kind of caused me to have way less time with user testing. So I wish I would have just kind of like gotten a base mid-fidelity wireframes that weren't as like in-depth, and then had way more time to do user testing and kind of, I wish it had been more iterative, I guess, like throughout the whole process. And then, sorry, what was the second part of the question?
Just basically that. I just wanted you to reflect on your process. So
Okay.
that's cool.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess what worked well, I think just using Figma, I learned so much about using Figma and like how to make that a more efficient process for myself. This was also the first time I had created like a design system. So I think that it was just like really a lot of learning happened for me with like the high fidelity prototype.
Cool. Great.
All right, so my name is Teddy Robinson. And my name is Ryan Jeffries, and our capstone project is Open 3D Automotive. All right, so if you are the owner of an older vehicle, you may have come across something like this. Many owners of older vehicles, such as ourselves, eventually end up wanting to replace interior trim pieces that may have cracked or broken over the years. We go online to look for a replacement, and we find that simple car parts like this can cost a fortune.
So in our experience as car enthusiasts, we found that there's an increasing demand and interest among owners of older vehicles to find a more accessible and affordable replacement to these needlessly expensive parts through 3D printing.
So we set out to create an alternative solution to this problem. Our project, Open 3D Automotive, is a community-based website that facilitates the exchange of user-uploaded 3D files of non-structural car parts like clips and interior trim. And that's it.
So in our precedence research, we looked at the existing open source 3D model websites that were available. On these sites, though, rather than having parts that can be 3D printed and installed on a real car, most of them are designed for applications in video games or other graphical uses. And the other precedent we looked at were the uses of 3D printing in automotive manufacturing. By seeing what major auto companies are doing gave us insight into the uses and potential advantages of 3D printing in the industry. Unfortunately, even though 3D printing is viable, the market for cheap, consumer-oriented parts is still lacking.
Through our user research, interviews, and persona building, we quickly realized that we had two separate groups of users. First are those who are coming to our website to find parts for their vehicles so they can print them out and install them in their cars. And second are those who make 3D files and upload them onto our website. In order for our project to succeed, we needed to create a website that not only met the needs of each of these groups, but also connected them in a meaningful way to facilitate the exchange of information and parts between these two parties. So early on, we spoke to two experts that were crucial to our process. First was Kevin Kellerman, who was an industrial designer at Shark. He informed us of technical issues we would address in our work and validated that makers like himself would benefit from our website. Our second was Brittany Urich, who was an Amazon UX designer, and she was essential in our UI creation and helping us create a user experience that was engaging, encouraged trust, and connected our users.
So moving on, we created a part ourselves in Autodesk Inventor to gain direct experience so that we could inform the design for the uploading process and get a better understanding of the experience of our users uploading 3D files. We use that experience to create a set of concise instructions for the users that would be applicable to a wide range of part designs. And then after that, we also 3D printed the part and test fitted it in Teddy's car for verification. And this allowed us to learn the process that a user downloading a part would go through to print their part. So we could consider how to make the process easier for everyone. For our first iteration, we created a basic page design of everything necessary for uploading and downloading a file, and then performed user interviews to kind of help identify some major missing features initially, and then used mood boarding to help influence the design of our later iterations.
All right, so during our mid-fidelity prototyping phase, this is when we got a lot of meaningful feedback, and it sort of brought up two main questions for us. First, how can we make a website that encourages trust amongst our users in the product that we're listing to them? And second, how can we create a meaningful community so that people are encouraged to participate in our website? With the lessons we learned, we sort of moved into high fidelity prototyping and created this final product that we will show for you now.
So with our project complete, I'll show you the process of someone looking to replace a part on their car and how they may go about it. So here's our homepage, which is kept simple to help direct the users to whichever feature they need with ease. And options to buy or sell parts are given first, with other main features such as part requests and discussion posts below. In the part listing page, you're greeted with a grid of results and options to search and filter those results. Each part has its own detailed description to ensure the part is correct, as well as the features to view the creator, reviews, and additional images. If a user cannot find the part they are looking for, they can head over to the forum section to submit a part request post. And these discussion posts also allow users to provide each other any information they need to help with their downloading process, as well as finding access to 3D printers near them. Our final checkout process includes a cart, just like many other commerce sites, with a multitude of popular payment options. After the purchase, the user has the option to download their parts and then visit a page with information on how to successfully print their purchased files.
Okay, so based on our understanding of our other main user group, I'll show you the experience we created for those looking to upload and sell 3D files. So the person with experience creating 3D models arrives on our homepage and can either be linked directly to the uploading process or go to our part requests forum in order to find one to make. Assuming our user in this instant has not already modeled a part to upload, they will look through, sort, and filter the available requests to find one they want to make, looking for one that meets their skill set or interests or has the most likes, so they know that people will buy it once they post it. If they do not have all the necessary information for their modeling, they can interact with whomever requested the part in order to learn more. Once ready to upload, they are directed to a series of pages informing them of key ways to ensure their part meets our website standards. They then upload their G-code file and fill out necessary information to inform buyers of what they will be downloading.
So coming from this project, this was neither of ours first beginning to end UX case studies. However, neither of us had completed a project to scale or worked in a group while doing our research, user testing, and design. Through our collaboration, we were able to combine our unique perspectives on the fields of automotive maintenance and design fabrication to create a final prototype that both represents our shared love for cars and creative technology, and successfully meets our users' needs.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I can start, which is, I mean, this is great and it's come very far since I last witnessed any of these projects. I don't know, I have a car that is, I think, older than most people here. And my personal experience has been, going to a pick and pull and trying to tear another car apart and find a usable part. And so this, I mean, I see the value in this greatly. I have a couple of questions, which is, so this is basically a user-led website, right?
Yeah.
So you're planning on making sure people who can make these 3D models will make them and then subsequently get paid for them by someone else. How do you plan to spread the word that this website exists?
So I actually had an interesting conversation about that with Brittany, and she talked a lot about how people don't trust something that's new to them. And so the key way for us to do that would be to just sort of go to existing spaces where people have like car related conversations like forums or Reddit or anything like that. And sort of say, and like sort of, generate content by saying like, hey, like I have this part and like I made this 3D model of this part, like you can check it out on this website without like necessarily like, pitching it and saying like, go to Open 3D Auto if you want to find a car part and sort of making it happen more naturally. But in terms of like, real marketing strategies, I'm not sure exactly how we would do that in the real world, but in terms of just like sort of creating trust by like using spaces that people already know to spread like our products.
Cool. Another question I had was, so these are G-code files, not STL files that are being uploaded?
Yes.
And I assume there's some amount of copyright or like licensing that goes into it? Do you know what that system is or how it functions with G code?
With G code itself or with like car part files?
Either.
So the car part file thing is interesting. There's like kind of a lot of different ways to look at it. Is what people are making are replications of files, and so they're not the exact same as the ones that the manufacturers are like originally creating. So that sort of opens up its whole other lane. And then for the most part, like when you are able to buy, cheap knockoff car parts for your old car, those patents on those designs have run out, and usually manufacturers just have no interest in like updating those patents because there's really no profit in selling like old Volvo cup holders anymore. And so at that point, it's just open to everyone, and anyone has full reign over those designs. So I think if we were to actually implement this design, there'd be a lot of different ways to look at it, but there's definitely space for our product to exist.
Yeah, our main thought is since these are targeted towards older cars, most of the time, not in every case, but most of the time, those patents are expired for cars that are 12 years or older. So
cool. Good to know.
It's a weird space. There's not much precedent.
I also think you've done a great job identifying a space. I think that I had a roommate that had like an old van from Japan that he loved, and he was constantly 3D printing parts for it. And that was like a thing that he voiced. So you've done an awesome job there. I'm curious, first of all, you said a couple, like what were the lessons on trust that you got? Because it sounds like that was a big part of your process.
I think just, people, sorry, I don't need to take all the answers. But like people, you're downloading a file and printing it out and like putting all this effort into getting it in your car, and you don't know who made it and you don't know what their credentials are. So I think just like creating as much transparency in the quality of what we're selling was really important. Like letting people know like who the uploader is and like giving them a profile that they can like dig through. And then also just plenty of reviews so people can say like, hey, I printed this car part and like it fits great, and like don't worry, like you should download it too. Yeah, if you want to add anything on.
We have some systems in place to kind of limit people uploading files that aren't really working. So there's an option for people to like report parts specifically from not fitting right, and then it'll get like taken down from the site until that person who uploaded it either resolves the design. So we have just a few things, just like he said, with the reviews as well. People can leave reviews and all that. And when doing part requests one-on-one with like a client, like a uploader and a downloader, ideally they can send the file out to that person to test it first before they actually publish it. So
cool. One quick thing is I noticed that your text hierarchy is pretty squished. I don't know if that makes sense. So like the difference in font size between your H1s, your H2s, and your H3s is like not enough.
Okay.
So I think that's something you could improve.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I actually really liked the aesthetic of your like mid-level prototype. I think like the example would be Craigslist or early Amazon, something that's a little bit less fidelity. I think sometimes can inspire more trust, especially in this like highly technical field. So I think that's something to consider. And then that's my like last question for you. So what kind of user interviews did you do? And then also, do you have any next steps?
So in terms of user interviews, we initially talked to get just kind of conceptual ideas with the CU Car Club, because there's a lot of car enthusiasts in that club with older cars, people that work on their cars all the time and kind of understand the needs of car enthusiasts, especially with older cars. And oh man, I lost my train of sorry. Can you reiterate the question?
Yeah, so I think you covered. I was just asking about user interviews.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And next steps. I mean, the thing is when we were doing the expo, like a lot of people were saying what you were saying is like, I drive a really old car and like I would love to use this. And so like the idea has legs. And so we could, like pitch it and try to get it going with developers. I think with the UX process, like there's never enough usability testing you can do. There's never enough user interviews you can do. And so if we wanted to, like we could just do this project for the rest of our lives, but I don't want to do that.
Great. Yeah. Thanks.
Right, awesome.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karina, and this is my final capstone project, Equalize. A big problem we know we have is climate change. We know it's happening, but we don't know what to do about it. The thought of it can be overwhelming, it can be scary, and it can cause eco-anxiety. With the way large corporations and institutions function and the world population increasing every year, the amount of carbon emissions are also increasing every year. This causes the planet to warm and weather patterns to change. So what can we do about it? How can we each take action and feel empowered to leading more sustainable lives and to together forming a more sustainable community? Well, if each person can even cut their carbon footprint in half, we can significantly reduce and mitigate the amount of carbon dioxide we are emitting into the atmosphere. Our carbon footprint is the total amount of carbon dioxide generated by our daily actions. And right now, the average American's annual carbon footprint is 16 metric tons. This means we are emitting 96 pounds of carbon dioxide a day. According to the Nature Conservancy, the optimal individual daily carbon footprint is 11 pounds per day. Reaching this goal will help avoid a 35.6 degree rise in global temperatures by 2050. And that is what Equalize will help do. Equalize is a mobile application designed to help you personally take action towards climate change by creating and tracking sustainable habits, like eating vegetarian for a day, or remembering to turn off all your lights before you leave the house. This app motivates users by quantifying the amount of carbon dioxide saved as they integrate each new sustainable habit into their lifestyle. And they will be able to see their progress being tracked in order to stay motivated. In my research, I found a few other apps with similar goals to mine. One was the Orioko app, which was about helping users to calculate their daily carbon footprint based on their daily actions. Another app was the Energy Rating Calculator. This app is similar to the central goal of being mindful of one's actions in order to reduce their impact. However, it was very specific with doing that in the household with their appliances and energy usage. While both of these apps have the same general idea of reducing one's carbon footprint, there is no actual action or way to do that, and that is what Equalize will help do. For developing this app, I used Xcode and Swift, and I used Firebase for the purposes of storing user data. My target audience that I tested with are individuals who are already eco-conscious and have some background and context of the effects of climate change, and they want to take action towards being more sustainable in their daily lives. To begin the process, I had two different flows in mind for my previous research. The first flow gave the user a goal to meet each day. The second flow gives the user a choice to enter in their own goal. So I created a prototype for each flow, and I sent that out in a survey to my target audience to see which one was preferred. The results from that first survey were that the users wanted to choose their own goal. So with that, I started to code. First thing I did was develop the introduction pages as well as the sign up and login process. And then I developed the goal page where the user enters in their own goal. And these were all of the elements I was storing in Firebase. So I was ensuring that those were being stored correctly. Next, I developed the resources page as well as a challenges page and each subsequent challenges pages. And then I did my next round of user testing, where I essentially tested for all things visual design. So everything from font, the layout of the pages, buttons, and the app icon. Next, I developed the progress circle feature, where I was wanting to ensure that when a user completes a challenge, their progress would be counted for in some way. I also created the confetti animation feature to display for when a user completes a challenge. And that was actually a suggestion from my previous round of testing. And then these were my final updates to the app. So I tested for these features and the app in general, since it was complete for my final round of testing, generally ensuring that everything was doing what it was intended to do. So with that said, here is Equalize. As I said, it is an app to help create and track sustainable habits. These are the introduction pages, giving the user background and context on the daily carbon footprint. And then this is the full sign-in process, taking in the user's name, email, and password, ensuring that the information is again being stored in Firebase. It then takes them to the goal page where they can enter in their own goal. And if they don't know what to put in, it also gives them a recommendation. It takes them to the central part of the app. And this is the resources page where each row links out to the respective article, and the users can learn more and do more for whatever they want to learn. And then the challenges page. Each challenge is quantified with an amount of carbon dioxide that they are offsetting from their carbon footprint. It then gives them this confetti animation when they complete the challenge. And then the progress circle on the homepage updates with that corresponding amount. Each challenge also has a description or gives the user information as to why completing that action is important and why it's helping the environment. And it essentially teaches the user why completing that action again and again each day is going to help them and help the environment. And with that, that is Equalize. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this work is like really impressive. Going through the whole UX design process alone and then also going through the whole development process alone, that's really cool. I'm curious what you're doing for history. Is there a history storage? How does that work?
So no, because I wanted to keep it more of like a daily view for the app, so they could just see their progress each day, so it'd reset each day, just so it'd be easier to like help them form the habits. And ideally, like that would be my next step, but not for this time.
Yeah, no, that's cool. One of the things I did notice is that there's a lack of visual consistency between your challenge page and then the rest of the pages. So like everything is like white with gray lines, and then on the challenge page it's like gray as like the foreground. Does that make sense?
As like the background, or
yeah, like the background of each of the little like sections.
Yeah.
Is
So
there like a reason you did that?
it's not really reason. So that was actually a part of my testing where I like did the gray background, and then I did, I think, a dark green background, and I asked them to choose, like my audience, and they chose gray. So there's not a specific reason, but that's just what ended up happening.
Yeah, that's totally cool. My last question for you is like in regards to your data structure, if you ran into any challenges or like what your learning process was like there.
Yeah, so this was actually like my second time doing mobile app coding ever. So it was an interesting process. Like I had to lots of tutorial videos, lots of Eileen, and it was really fun, honestly, just trying to, I guess, learn as I code. And it was honestly really rewarding. But I think like my biggest challenge was probably Firebase, because I've never done anything with databases before. So that was honestly, it was really good to complete and like just go through that process.
What kind of database are you using on Firebase?
I don't know the answer to that.
What kind of what?
Database, like on Firebase?
Are you using Firestore or real-time view?
Firestore. Firestore.
Cool.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, I really like this idea. I have a couple of questions. So one of the sections, for example, it's like walk to work or walk to school or work instead of driving. Is there like a way to add your distance to work? Because that might change, it changes the amount of tons of CO2 you produce.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. I didn't incorporate that this time around. That was an idea in my prototypes, but I just, in terms of developing that, I wasn't quite sure how to incorporate that. But very good point.
And then another thing that I was thinking about, I didn't see any like location services options, for example. But would it be possible to like, I don't know, add a geofence around your house or something like that, so that as you exit this perimeter, you can be reminded to turn your lights off or something like that?
Yeah. So that was actually the idea of this app. Like I based it off of like, I don't know, getting reminders, like you're at the grocery store and like the location senses that you're at the grocery store. So like, oh, take your tote out of your car and go inside. But again, that wasn't a part of my MVP. It would have been great to code that, but I didn't get to that.
Yeah. And then lastly, is there any type of extension you can imagine this that is marketed towards industry? So right, this is a personal product, not for people. But people account for maybe like 24, I think, % of all greenhouse emissions, or the rest or some industry or some whatever. Is there like a way you could turn this into something that makes executives feel very sad or embarrassed when they burn so many greenhouse gases?
I mean, that would be wonderful, but I think in terms of industry, I guess it would be, I guess this isn't even towards industries, but like I feel like in cities and like all the companies in cities, it would be ideal to push it towards them. But my idea of audience was like school at first, like campuses, because I think there are like lots of clubs on campus that I could just be like, hey, I have this app. But yeah.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That works? Cool. Everyone can hear me. All right, beautiful. Can I reset the timer? Yes? Cool. I'll reset it. Okay, I'm all set then. All right, hello everyone. My name is Al Santillan and my project for this capstone is design patterns. So design patterns is a complete UI/UX for an iOS application that helps students learn design patterns. I will be referring to these UIs as the app. If you guys hear me say the app, these UI, this UI picture is what I'm referring to. I didn't actually create the app into fruition. So starting off, we all know, if we've all coded in the past, that coding can be a little messy. And this is where design patterns can help. So what do I mean by this? Well, let's take a look at this by the eyes of Emily. So Emily is a junior in college and she loves to code, as we all do. But she notices that her code can get a little buggy. It's hard to keep everything in her head. She notices that it's not very performant and that peers don't understand what she's doing all the time. So that's where design patterns come in. Because just like Emily, all of us have had issues. Well, all of us have had these issues. The difference is that a lot of smart people that came before us have discovered the solution to these issues, and that's what design patterns are. Design, is it? Oh, cool. Oh, yes, sorry, the things. So design pattern is a solution to a commonly occurring problem in software development. It improves a couple of things. It improves the organization of your code, reusability of your code, flexibility of code, performance, readability, speed, expandability, maintainability, resource handling, and bug avoidance. I can keep going on. One thing it does avoid are these things called anti-patterns. Ooh, so what are anti-patterns, you may be asking yourself. So anti-patterns is everything you expect from a freshman coming into a CS program or CTD program. It's code that works, but just barely works. And it's everything a design pattern isn't. So we want to get Emily from coding stuff that looks like this into coding stuff that's just absolutely beautiful. And you would want to have as your wallpaper, not be ashamed of. So before I can go into the app a little bit, let me start off with design patterns, just going over in a quick summary. There are 4 main sections to it. First section is the solid principles, and I'm just going to skim over all this just because this isn't a design patterns course. Solid is an acronym. It stands for these principles, and these are just fundamentals that we should all follow when we're coding. Think of a Lego brick, for example. You don't make a Lego brick out of lead, and you don't make the edges razor sharp. And this is similar to code. These are just fundamentals that you should follow to make sure that your code is good on a fundamental level. And after you learn the solid principles, the next section, one of the main 3 next sections is creational design patterns. This is focusing on how you create objects. So taking a look at that Lego blueprint, we see Legos are beautiful, right? We all love Legos, but we can make a Lego object that's pretty bad by just removing the knobs on the top and removing the holes on the bottom. So we just have a little block of plastic. That would be a pretty bad Lego. Similarly in code, we want to use creational design patterns to make sure that our objects are pretty functional and simple and reusable. Next category is structural design patterns. This is how you put Legos together, how you structure a code together to build something cool. In this case, a Star Wars ship. You could randomly put Legos together and you'll just get a big mess, and structural design patterns help you make your amazing Star Wars ship, but with code. Last section is behavioral design patterns, and these design patterns are in charge of making sure your code is behaving as you expect. For example, if a kid pushes on the little green missile silos, it shoots a little plastic missiles and it doesn't blow up. It does exactly what you expect it to do. So behavioral design patterns focus on this. And that's just a quick summary. now you're a pro. So we can continue with the app design. So the app took a lot of inspiration from a lot of sources, from LeetCode, LinkedIn Learning, Code Academy, and Coursera, and Udemy. It took a lot of inspiration for designing the course, the courses and the lessons. The goal of these lessons was to make them as straightforward as possible, to the point, and as interactive as possible. Human interface guidelines for designing the app UI, Algo Expert, Code Academy, and Hacker Ranked for questions that help you through interviews, and Duolingos for their simplicity in their design as they make their app. So that's something we wanted to replicate. What do I mean by that? Let's take a look at the design journey of the app. We start on the left side, no, on the right side, sorry, with the first iteration of the design. Design is a little busy. We can see over time, as it progresses, it gets a little more simple. That was a goal. We wanted to make it very beginner friendly. So going back with Emily, let's see how she would start with the app. So, I guess the demo already started, but I planned for that. So the first thing Emily would do would be to download the app and create an account. She would then be given a tour, and this tour guides her through what design patterns are, how the app works. It asks her a series of questions to tailor the experience to her liking, such as a favorite programming language, what she's trying to get out of the app, stuff like that. And then after that, she finishes a tour. And then when she finishes a tour, she's taken to the Learn Home section. So this is the home section of the app. It's a fourth picture over there from the right. And from here, she has a plethora of design patterns that she can choose to start and learn from. In this case, she picks single responsibility principle, and using that lesson, she can learn the single responsibility principle. So each lesson has a lot of interactive questions, images, and pictures. Everything tries to be as concise as possible, and as enjoyable as possible, since design patterns are a little bit intimidating to beginners. But then after she finishes, she is greeted with a series of slides that presents her, that gives her a little nice, happy feeling. So since I do got a little bit of time, I'm just gonna go into the app a little bit more. These are the 5 main screens of the app. So there's the account creation, and then we have the learn section. So this is where a student can pick any design pattern and learn. We also have awards and cheat sheets. So essentially, if a user in the learn section clicks on the profile icon, which is that little profile icon on the top corner, you can go to the settings page or your profile page, and from there you have access to awards and cheat sheets. So awards are something that are unlocked as you progress through the lesson and get questions right. And cheat sheets are just like cheat sheets. Everyone loves cheat sheets. And the purpose of these cheat sheets is that so Emily doesn't have to go through a lesson. If she just needs a little tidbit of information, she can just get everything she wants in a nice little short, easy to digest page. And yeah, that'd be design patterns. Thank you, everyone.
I think this is a really cool idea. I love the idea of like filling the gap in the teacher self-code area by adding some actual code structuring lessons as well. I also love the metaphors that you use throughout your presentation. I think that's great, and it makes it super easy to understand. I think one thing that I got lost on was like what your actual process was. Like, what did you actually do during this thing?
Oh yeah, totally. So this project was initially designed to be. Oh, I completely turned this off. My apologies, everyone. So this project was intentionally designed to be an app that was going to be on the App Store. So it was going to be of one, designing the UI for it, implementing it in Xcode, and then publishing it to the App Store, and actually like presenting a working app. What ended up happening is the UI was designed and a lot of time was spent on that, and then a lot of time was spent on implementing it. Didn't get far enough to push it onto the App Store, but all these screens were made in Xcode. All the screenshots you saw. Yeah, I don't know if that answered your question. I kind of got lost.
Yeah, no, totally it did, because I had no idea that you had written the code for this at all. So that's
totally.
super helpful. Do you have plans to continue working on it then, if you're like just that close?
I could. The thing with the App Store is that it's very competitive, and there are a lot of big fish. The inspiration screen has a lot of big fish. So in order to make it competitive. The lessons have to be like fine-tuned and very, very easy to understand to allow the user, like to give the user something that make it stand out from the rest, which is something that I could totally do, but not something that I plan on doing. It was more of I wanted to learn Swift UI, which is what these screenshots were made in, and I wanted to design an app that helped learn design patterns, not necessarily market it. That's not my strong suit.
That actually leads into my last question for you, which is like, what did you take away from this process?
Yeah, so I always like making my projects. I always like having a goal in my projects. So the goal for this project was to get a better understanding of design patterns and Swift UI. So I think I achieved both of those, the learning Swift UI more than learning design patterns, just since a lot of time was spent on the UI. So yeah, learning iOS stuff, learning iPadOS, learning Apple software stuff was the main goal. I got that out of it. So I think that was awesome. Yeah.
So yeah, again, great work. Do you have any examples of a lesson that you had in there?
Oh yeah, I had it in the little GIF, but it started playing before I can go back to it.
I would love that if you can. And while you are, so are the different lessons designed for different programming languages? Like you have one for Python and one for C#, or?
Well, so design patterns are just templates, so they apply to any programming language as long as it's an object-oriented programming language. So this is starting the single responsibility principle. You can see there's a diagram. You can click on the diagram. There's tips. There's interactive questions. In this case, a drag and drop. Click and continue, and then you get a little bombarded of happy screens. So in this case, you unlock the next lesson. You get some XP. You get some awards. You get a little gift.
Oh,
everyone loves gifts. So it's just a dopamine hit. So that was a lesson. Single responsibility is pretty short. But I forgot what your question was.
No, that was it. That's perfect. Thank you.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Cool.
Oh, that's
Great.
the wrong one.
Thanks.
Thank you.
My name is Shwedan Fillmore, and for my capstone project, I made a website. This project was sponsored by the Acme Lab here in Atlas, and I worked closely with Peter Jory, a graduate student, and his project, TinyCade. TinyCade? That did not look like that, I promise. TinyCade is a solution addressing how alternative controller games can be made more accessible to a wider audience by using cheap materials like cardboard in tandem with people's smartphones. And alternative controller games are games which make use of creative approaches to interfacing with games. My project, Beholder Nexus, serves as a hub for TinyCade content. It unifies the existing instructions, games, and associated controllers for TinyCade, and then serves as a landing point for current TinyCade players, anybody who might be interested in TinyCade, and other alternative control game developers and their player bases. So at present, TinyCade assembly instructions can be found on Instructables, which is a website where anybody can post how-to instructions for anything. And while it may have a very wide and active audience, TinyCade is easily lost among the masses, and the formatting restrictions don't represent TinyCade very well. And additionally, all the games have to be in a completely separate location. Shake That Button is a game library that features alternative controller games, but the problem is just that it's only a game library. Enter Nexus. Over the course of the past academic year, I have worked to develop a website that's tailored to TinyCade's needs. I worked with Alan Paradise, who is a former database administrator and current CU computer science professor, to come up with a database design for the various aspects of TinyCade's components and whatnot. The majority of my time was spent wrestling with React, a widely used JavaScript framework, to develop the actual site structure. I used guidelines from design specifications given by TinyCade, and tweaked things based on feedback from current TinyCade game developers in the Acme lab, and then ultimately produced a site called Nexus. The last step was to deploy the site so that TinyCade finally had a home all in one location. So here's how it went. As TinyCade's new home, Beholder Nexus will house any new content, games, and controllers for TinyCade as they're developed, and it will continue to keep up with TinyCade as it evolves and changes. And then my sponsor would also like to eventually fold in his Beholder network of games, which are games that borrow from the accessible alternative control idea of TinyCade, but take on different forms. And then he would also like to eventually implement an authoring pipeline that will allow other game developers to contribute games that they have made for TinyCade. And the formatting here was also better before, I'm just saying. Thank you for your time and attention. And I'd like to extend a special thank you to Alan, who helped me with the database, Eileen, who was my instructor and mentor throughout the year and before that, and Peter, who is my sponsor.
Yeah, honestly, Shadon, this is so cool because every time I've talked to you, you're like, I'm doing something for TinyCade, and then like that's it. So it's really cool to see what you came up with. So like first of all, this is like a really impressive show of work, right? Again, you've like built an entire like full stack website, and it looks really good. My first question really is just like how do you see users adding to this database?
Theoretically, more pages would be added such that people can, hit like an add game button, and then that'd be the whole authoring pipeline situation. It would involve users actually having their own profiles as well, and being able to connect who has played games, who says, oh yeah, I really like this game, it's my favorite, and who actually created a game and thus like owns it.
Cool. And what did you learn from this process? Like where were you at going into it? And then like, where are you now?
Full stack development is very hard.
For sure. What like parts of it, where did you struggle the most?
Getting the database connected to the front end never actually happened. I ended up using JSON instead. So I designed it, and that part was actually fairly easy. But getting an API to have data be fetched by the React front end didn't work out.
That's so frustrating because you're so close. So I hope that in the next couple weeks you just take the time to just do a RESTful API because it sounds like you're like right there on the bench. So really, this is like super impressive. You should be very proud.
Thank you.
I mean, same. I know, great. I see you in the lab too all the time. It's like, yeah, TinyCade. And I had a basic idea of what you had planned on doing from last semester. But this is, yeah, I mean, it looks beautiful and it functions, and I'm excited to see a discussion forum section. Whenever we can get people to start making their own controllers or games. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I guess that is my question. Is that I know Peter wants to have people make their own controllers. So in addition to having people upload their own games, is there going to be like a way for someone to upload schematics for cutting out a controller or something like that?
Yeah, so as part of the adding your own game process, you would also have to add your own controller, or if you're using like an existing controller, you would link to that. There is like a skeleton basically for controller assemblies that's very similar to the overall TinyKate assembly page, but it's linked like per game.
Sure. Cool.
Thank you.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Prathusha Gunturu, and I am working on a sponsored project, Pet Home Alone. Pet Home Alone is a system that addresses the fact that most people don't have a way to automatically notify someone to come and take care of their pet in an emergency situation. So I began by doing some precedence research about the competitive atmosphere of pet emergencies. And here are some products that I found. Some extra keys that you can leave at the door for someone to come and pick up in case of an emergency, an automatic dog feeder, and rover.com, which is a pet sitting service. However, in all of these examples, you can see that the pet owner has to still contact the emergency contact to go and take care of the dog. Because usually if you want someone to take care of your pet in an emergency, you call or you text them. So here's a visual of the usual route of communication for when a pet owner has an emergency. But if you are in an emergency situation, like unfortunately, like if you get into a car accident or if your flight is rerouted, well, you're physically not able to contact someone to go and take care of your pet. So Pet Home Alone automates this communication process and eliminates the need for the owner to contact someone in the first place. Karen Crofton is my sponsor. She has created a sensor that you can put on an everyday dog food container, and it detects when the container has been opened. By detecting when the container has been opened, you can know that there's someone physically there to take care of your dog. So Karen wanted an app that pairs along with the sensor that she created, and so I created the UX prototype of that app. The prototype is designed for an app that knows when your normal dog care routine is being interrupted and when your dog needs help. It automatically sends a notification to an emergency contact when needed. So this is the general UX design process. And so the first semester I worked on the first half of the process, and the second semester I worked on the second half. Last semester, I did a lot of research. I found out that my target audience are ideally people who live alone and single and who have a dog. So from there, I figured out what the jobs to be done is, and I began my project. So this semester, I spent a lot of time understanding the real aesthetic of my prototype, as well as just understanding iOS guidelines. I created a bunch of logos and components from scratch and user tested those to see what kind of app my target audience would actually like. So my prototype has two users, pet owners and emergency contacts. And so I'm going to begin by explaining kind of the onboarding process of my prototype, and then I'll explain what it would look like in an emergency situation. So here are some of the main screens for the onboarding process of the pet owner. And the first screen is just a general create your account information. On the second screen, there's a notification that pops up that makes sure you turn on your notifications, in case of emergencies. And then you select a pet owner and give some general information about your dog. Then you specifically specify like what times that you feed your dog, so that the prototype can reference that. And it asks you to set up an emergency contact. You can set up multiple so that if one emergency contact does not respond, the next one will be contacted. So finally, it asks you, just in case that you have not fed your dog, within how much time you would like to be reminded. And so those were the screens for a pet owner's onboarding process. And here are the screens for the emergency contacts onboarding process. And again, these are just like the main screens. They choose that they are an emergency contact, verify the information the pet owner has already set for them, and then indicate how they actually want to be notified in an emergency. So I created this chart that basically demonstrates the timeline between the different events in an emergency. So let's say that during the onboarding process, you mark that you feed your dog in the morning at 7 a.m. And you also mark that you want to be notified in an hour if you forget. So the prototype will remind you at 8 a.m., you the pet owner, and then the emergency contact at 8:30. So here's a visual of that. And if you do not interact with this notification, you as the pet owner, or if you hit pet needs care, the emergency contact will get a notification that they can then accept or decline. And if they decline it, it'll go to the next emergency contact. But if they accept it, well, then they can tell the prototype that they will take care of your dog and add notes as to how exactly they did that. So there are a lot more screens than just this one that I showed, but those are the main ones. And so here's a video that details my prototype in action. So aside from the screens that I showed you in this prototype, I've basically designed every single possibility of a screen that could be put into the app. And so my prototype is fully interactive and it's usable via two separate links, one for the emergency contact and one for the pet owner. And it's ready for the love of a front-end developer to put some code behind it and create into a fully fledged app. Thank you so much.
Yeah, great work. This has also come a very long way since I've last seen it. So I saw like something that was like, it was like a responsibility agreement or something like that. What's in that?
Yeah, so my sponsor wanted me to put that in there because there's another person actually taking care of your pet. So as to what that agreement would actually have, like what kind of terms and conditions kind of situation, that's more of like what my sponsor wants. And it's just because you're taking care of someone else's pet. So that's just in there for that.
Okay. Yeah. I the reason I asked is because I would assume that since, I mean, the emergency contact is going to be someone you know, right? It's like a friend or a family member.
Yeah.
So it's like that point there seems like this app could also be marketed towards someone who isn't necessarily a friend, right? Like this could say, I don't know. This is also a question I had, which is that if there's like a snowstorm and you and all of your emergency contacts are stuck at work or something like that, how is your dog going to get fed or walked? Well, maybe it notifies someone in your neighborhood that it knows is in your neighborhood who's like signed up in the database or something, and then they can sign that agreement because they're not really a friend of yours, right? They're just like a person.
Yeah, actually, when Karen, my sponsor, was explaining to me her product and then her idea for this app, she mentioned that as well as like in kind of the far future, that would be definitely something that she would incorporate into like the app.
Cool. Yeah, that was the question.
I think your UI is like the colors are beautiful, especially your later work looks really nice, and it's appropriately simple. Like it's a simple task, and you do a good job matching that. My questions are, I have a couple, but these are my first two. Can you be an owner and a contact? Do you have a user flow for that?
Well, my prototype does not have the code for that. But you would assume that if you are the owner, you would assume that there's like two separate kind of situations happening if you are the owner and the contact. And since you, the owner, first gets a notification first when like you forget to feed your dog, it's kind of assumed that there's only two separate situations, but that's something to definitely look into more.
I think it's something to consider only because, like, say, like, I have a friend, they have a pet, I have a pet, they're my person, I'm their person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah.
And in that same like thought process, do you have a pairing interface that someone would walk through when they actually get the device and set it up in their space?
So as for that aspect, that's more about what my sponsor is working on. I just created the UX prototype, so how they kind of interact with each other, that's kind of all her business. And so I don't necessarily know the answer to that, but my sponsor would.
Sure. What was the process like of working with a sponsor? Did you get feedback from other people, and what have you learned through that process?
Yeah, so it was really cool to work with my sponsor because I mean, she had a general idea, but she fully kind of acknowledged the fact that our target audience are our users. And so whatever they say kind of should be influential towards the app. So she would give me like an idea, and then I would kind of go do user testing with the users on different things, whether it's like the app logos or just general content of what users would want to see, and then the actual prototype. And then I would come back and kind of talk to her about that, and we'd kind of discuss it and ultimately come up with like a solution for what we wanted the app to look like. And so I thought that was a really cool process of just kind of understanding the different sides. But ultimately, I learned that it's kind of really important to just listen to your users because that's who is going to use the app.
Cool. Thank you.
Do you want to mention the other people you got feedback from other than your sponsor? Because you got a lot of.
Yeah, so I also got feedback from a UX developer that works in a business in New York called Cryptonomic, and she also like helped me like look through this app, as well as Professor at CU John Weiss, who taught UX design too, and then yeah, a lot of just other people who are my target audience. Thank you.
Hello. Oh, it's working. Hi, everyone. This is our capstone project, Make Your Mark. My name is Katie.
I'm Claire.
And I'm Skylar. So as we began our process for Make Your Mark, we began with research about statistics with children and technology. We found that 42% of children under 8 have access to a tablet, which can increase risk of inappropriate content and lack of privacy, as well as lower attention span. With these problems, we discovered that we have a problem that we want to solve, being the presence of technology in children's lives is inevitably continuing to increase, and if not used to benefit the child, can be harmful due to lack of educational use, exposure to inappropriate content, and increased safety risks. With this problem, we wanted to find research and statistics that would help us solve it. We found that 72% of parents believe tech to benefit early learning, which allows focus on interactive engagement and can encourage problem solving and creativity. So with this, we wanted to create a safe and educational alternative. So Make Your Mark is an interactive storybook progressive web application that encourages creative thinking in children ages 6 to 8.
So before we created Make Your Mark, we wanted to look at existing stories or existing interactive stories for our targeted age group. And our first two precedents, Press Here and Give and Take, are interactive books that encourage children to use their imagination. However, they both really only focus on a cause and effect relationship. We want to Make Your Mark to go one step further to include interactions that show children when they use their creativity, there's more than one solution to a problem. Additionally, Make Your Mark is more accessible than a physical book as it's free for everyone to download. And our third precedent, Let's Go See, is an educational app that follows two main characters on a story to teach children about geography through different mini games. So while we like and use the idea of following a main character throughout a story and having interactions, we once again wanted these interactions to be more than just right or wrong answers.
So with that, we worked on with an iterative design process. And in iteration 1, we began with actually writing the story of Make Your Mark. So we did this through storyboards, and we ended up creating a story about Trace, a pencil who doesn't feel he's as creative as the other art supplies. So the child will accompany Trace on a journey through the Rock and Roll River, Story Street, and Art Avenue. By the end, Trace will realize that he was innately as creative as everybody else. After we did that, we began designing using Figma. We designed the beginning of the story, which included illustrations through Illustrator. And also we wanted to make sure that we knew the layout and the UX experience of the child clicking through the app. So after we finished iteration 1, we sent out a survey to parents and educators because we wanted to see if they thought this app would be useful for their kids or for kids they know. And we found that tablets are the most commonly used technology for children in that age group. So we optimized our app for tablet. We also found that they wanted to see multiple different types of creativity explored. And so that's why the child they'll experience music, art, and writing throughout Make Your Mark.
And for iteration 2 of Make Your Mark, we produced a high-fidelity prototype of the entire story on Figma. As seen here, this was our deliverable for the second iteration. Another key component of iteration 2 was making our project a progressive web application, or in simple terms, a PWA. So you may be wondering, what is a PWA? A PWA is essentially a website that acts like an app. The main difference between a PWA and a website is the installation. As seen in this demo here, we are installing Make Your Mark as a PWA on a tablet. One main reason we chose to do a PWA over any other technology is because it's easy to install from the browser. So once parents have installed this as a PWA on their tablet or any other device, it is almost impossible for a kid to type in the wrong internet address. The PWA acts like a native app, so it is more accessible and safer for kids to use. After implementing iteration 2, we sent out links of the PWA because we mainly wanted to focus on the PWA installation. Through a survey, we found that a lot of people had a difficult time downloading the app, which is why we created an instructions page at the beginning of Make Your Mark. We also considered including a menu. However, based upon our feedback from our peers, we thought a menu would be unnecessary.
And during our third iteration, we finished coding the progressive web app using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. We then created the app icon, as you can see on the board, that appears on their home screen on any device once they're finished downloading from the browser. We decided to use bright colors and the main character trace so that the child has no issue finding this app on their home screen. Our first interaction occurs at Rock and Roll River. Trace believes only real musicians can make music. And so in order to help him, the child can play any note on the keyboard to inspire Trace that when he uses his creativity, he can also play music. And our second interaction is on Art Avenue. The story explains that everyone who enters Art Avenue must create their own piece of art, and Trace once again needs the child's help. The child is then shown a blank canvas in which they can create anything they like, and once they're done and hit the next button, their piece of art is saved and it appears next to Trace, who is very inspired by their imagination. And our third and last interaction is at Story Street. The child is prompted to reflect on their journey with Trace, and they're also able to type using emojis, which really caters to our younger age range. Like the previous drawing interaction, once they're done typing and they hit next, their text is saved and appears again on the next page. And so we then tested our completed project with children ages 6 through 8, and based on the feedback we received, we found that children liked the music and drawing interaction the most. We had an appropriate literacy level throughout the entire story. And children were intrigued and maintained their focus throughout the entire story. We also saw by watching the children interact with Make Your Mark that they had no issue navigating between pages. They knew right away to use the next and the back button. And here is a demo video of our completed project.
We'd like to thank everyone who helped us along the way, especially our mentors, Eileen Pierce, Shiva Razvani, and Annie Margaret. Make Your Mark is free to download at this QR code. Thank you so much for listening, and we'd be happy to take any questions.
Sure. I think this is really cool. I think the graphics are awesome. And that's kind of one of my questions is like, what did each of you do? Like, what were your roles?
So I was mainly I wrote most of the story, like the storyline was mainly my part in some design.
And I created all of the graphics through Illustrator.
And then I just put all those two things together and put everything into a progressive web application.
Cool. I think this is awesome. I mean, there's like some precedent, as I'm sure you found in your research, for interactive storytelling, but I love like the way that you narrowed down your target audience, the way that you identified where you wanted it to be. And then like, I think there's like room for this to be like many stories. Like, I think you guys have started like a really cool journey here. So.
Yeah, I absolutely loved it as well. You know, first I was like, oh no, kids with tablets. But then I realized I'm just an old curmudgeon, shouldn't be so angry at that. And it really is, I mean, it's a great story. And, you know, I was smiling at the character on the screen, which is fun. I have a question just about like I guess the typing portion seemed like the portion that the kids liked the least, right? Is there a like way to make it handwriting instead? I don't know how any of this works. But like, you know, I know like iPads have an Apple Pencil that one can use and that sometimes converts handwriting to text, or is there a way to incorporate that so the kids, although I guess typing is probably a more useful skill now than handwriting, maybe again, just a remnant of my upbringing. But is that possible?
Yeah, so I think it'd be very similar to the drawing interaction where kids are using their fingers to draw. I think in the future we could make it so that one can use an Apple Pencil and handwrite anything they want rather than typing it all out.
Cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome to session 4. Woo, woo! It's a good, yeah. Thanks, Danny. Okay, so welcome. We're really stoked to have you all here, and I'm going to introduce our expert reviewers. We have Karen Crofton, currently the entrepreneur in residence at the College of Engineering and Applied Science at CU Boulder, and an active startup investor. Karen was previously a principal at the Rocky Mountain Institute, dedicated to the transformation of energy systems. She spent 15 years at Air Products and Chemicals in roles from project management and project innovation to corporate new business development, and was a founding member of a joint venture focused on facility construction. She has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Bucknell University, an MBA from Rice University, and a master's in data analytics from CU Boulder. Yeah, so more letters, all of the letters. She has all of the letters. Karen has also been a lecturer at the Leeds School of Business and was on the board of Rice University and the City of Boulder's Environmental Advisory Board. So there we go. And Erica Palmer. Can I? Do you want me to just shout? Just don't shout. I'm so used to, I never use a mic, so just shout. Thanks, Danny. I just appreciate you always. Yeah. All right. Erica Palmer is a medical device consultant and entrepreneur. She has worked in the medical device industry for over 17 years with a focus on the orthopedic and gastroenterology spaces. Erica's passion is in defining unmet clinical needs, you guys say, and developing solutions to meet those needs. Her current research focus is in polypharmacy in adults over 65. She received her master's degree in mechanical engineering from the University of California and has a PhD, more letters, y'all, in bioengineering from the joint program between University of California and UCSF. She completed her postdoctoral fellowship at Stanford Byers Center for Biodesign. All right, so we are super excited to have you all here. Danny, I'm sorry I'm still shouting. I can't help it. It's when I'm in this room, I shout, and now I have a microphone. Thanks. All right. And first up, we have Gatekeeper. Come on down. And oh, just so everybody, you probably know the shtick, but I have the cards keep an eye on me. I will keep track of time for you. There's a little warning.
Hello.
Okay.
Check.
Welcome, everyone. This is Mallory Benna, Elijah Sensabar, and I'm Elsie Meese. We spent the last 7 months researching and developing a wearable sensing device that aids in the rehabilitation of knee patients. Following agile methodology, we conducted 3 iterations of planning, executing, and getting feedback to incorporate into the next iteration. So without further ado, introducing our capstone project, Gatekeeper. From inception to final product, we iterated with the sponsorship and endorsement of the University of Colorado Anschutz School of Medicine. Physical therapy faculty member, Dr. Dana Judd, helped us to develop our concept and acted as a clinical professional and example. Brian Kelly, a simulation and technology expert who's now at CSU, helped us to connect our technology knowledge with the possibilities in physical therapy practices. Throughout our initial planning and development iterations, we're really grateful to have received advice from multiple technical experts in the CU engineering community, as well as conceptual help from an orthopedic surgeon. So based on our observations of the recovery process for knee patients, what we learned about it from Dr. Judd and Brian, and through our interviews with experts about quadricep extension and brace form factor, we designed a plan to hold recovering knee patients accountable for returning their lives to normalcy more efficiently, and also to help prevent athletes from future injury during high intensity events. Gatekeeper is a sensing knee brace that measures and logs the wearer's walking patterns, and in turn notifies them of their subconscious limp, as well as informs a visual for physical therapists to analyze and assess further treatment. As you can see in the video on the right, the patient is failing to reach full extension in their left leg, both when they begin and their step. This is a very typical subconscious problem that knee patients have encountered, which has produced long-term effects such as failing to fully recover in a doable time frame, and has even foreshadowed hip problems far down the road. Gatekeeper seeks to tackle this problem before it becomes permanent.
Our precedence research involved a MyoPT sensor, which is a sensor for doing physical therapy. It tracks and aims to gamify the physical therapy process and to do remote physical therapy. It's not meant to be worn all day or to track people's progress or recovery. It's more to implement remote physical therapy. And then the other example we found was the X4 Smart Brace, which tracks your motion in the knee, but doesn't give feedback when you're limping. It's again meant to gamify physical therapy and do remote physical therapy, not meant to be worn all day or used as full-time. And without further ado, our solution.
During the period of rehabilitation after a knee surgery, oftentimes patients don't realize they're limping. So we developed a sensing knee brace that informs a wearer when they fall short of normal gait in their daily activities. Gatekeeper is composed of several components, including a Wi-Fi enabled microcontroller, potentiometer, accelerometer, vibration motor, and SD card reader. Gatekeeper uses inputs from these sensors to inform the wearer that they are falling short of normal gait with a gentle vibration. During this process, the brace collects data for the wearer's physical therapist to use as a measure for improvement. This data can be received by the therapist by transferring the SD card into the therapist's own machine, where they can simply open it into a formatted Google Sheet. The data can also be streamed over Wi-Fi in real time directly to a formatted Google Sheet.
Just a quick rundown on the hardware. We have a removable battery pack so that you can replace it throughout the day, a potentiometer, which measures the angle of the knee to measure full extension, and a vibration motor that gives the feedback when the person is limping, as well as an SD card reader to log the data when you're not connected to Wi-Fi. As you can see, our first form factor on the left versus our final form factor on the right shows our iterative design process and how far we've come.
So in our conversations with Dr. Judd, we came to understand that a limp is signified by an individual not reaching between 0 and 5 degrees of quadricep extension, with 0 representing full extension while walking. You can see these instances marked by gait 0 to 5 here. We use this concept as a basis for our code. Here's a snapshot of our initial whiteboard brainstorming in which we developed the code using this concept. Our code is composed of 4 main parts: connecting to Wi-Fi, detecting walking, scanning the potentiometer values, and activating the buzzer. Essentially, once we detect that an individual is walking, we scan the potentiometer values and activate the buzzer in the absence of a full extension. Then we send the data over to the therapist in 2 ways. In the first system, we send the potentiometer values over to Google Sheets over Wi-Fi. Essentially, if this and that moderates between webhooks and Google Sheets by transferring the data sent from the brace to webhooks over to Google Sheets. Further, this Google Sheet is already formatted. Knowing that therapists want to focus on their patients more than the technology, we ensured that the data sent from the brace to Google Sheets is already formatted and graphed appropriately. In the second system, the data is logged onto an SD card, which a therapist can remove from the brace and insert into their own computer. Once they upload the data to the Google Sheet, again, it's already formatted and the graph is the data is automatically graphed with the set threshold. As a recap, we produced a sensing knee brace for the purpose of helping knee patients recover more efficiently on their own and with quantifiable data that their therapist can access and interpret.
And following our final iteration, our next steps would be to include a pressure sensor on the valgus side of the knee brace, which our research that we had done on that, the pressure sensors we had were not robust or accurate enough. And then doing extensive qualitative research in a clinical setting with both physical therapists and patients. One of our big research questions with that is whether further personalization of the limp check threshold would be necessary. And then we're interested in how this could be used on other joints, like elbow or even ball joints. And then we had discussed with the Breg Brace Company, and they had run into issues with profitability in similar products. So further doing more market analysis. And thank you. So we'll now open the floor for questions.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. So I think my first one, so Wi-Fi is usually a big battery suck, right? And I wondered if you guys can talk about, because the form factor got really nice. You guys did a great job from kind of your original to the end form factor. But I'm wondering if you could talk about where you saw the value in having the Wi-Fi option versus maybe just doing an SD card and then probably having, I'm guessing, a quarter of the size battery or even smaller, right?
So we started with Wi-Fi as kind of a dream goal to be able to have this real time, especially in for like athletic training and kind of preventative measures with athletes. But when after we finished it, there was some latency. So right now it kind of serves as a proof of concept. And that's when we decided to add in the SD card to get all that data for even when you're not on Wi-Fi, and then to see more points too.
Yeah, Wi-Fi definitely sucks battery, like nothing else. We wanted to use Bluetooth, but the protocol just was not, we were not having much success with it. So we moved on.
Low energy Bluetooth.
The battery though that we do have connected has, it's just a phone battery, but it has 2 full phone charges on it.
Yeah, so do you get the full day?
Yeah.
Like an 8
Yeah.
or 10 hour? Yeah. With the SD card. Yeah.
I had a question sort of along the same lines. Your form factor definitely got much better, but my concern is the weight and how that potentially changes the person's gait wearing that on the outside of their leg. And if you looked at the gait and tracking the gait and compare that to potentially how it might change when you put your form factor on.
That's a question we haven't done any study on.
Okay.
But the total like weight of the electronics is probably less than a pound. We haven't actually, I don't have an exact number, but yeah, probably less than a pound.
They are really yeah, just by us testing it out by walking around with it, the difference between having the battery on the brace and not having the battery on the brace was really minimal. The other components are so light that the difference is negligible. And actually the covering that we use to protect the pieces was very light foam.
Okay.
So it's like very light.
It'd be interesting to see, and then you could
Yeah.
also potentially look into counterbalancing on the
Yeah.
other side with on the brace if that became an issue. But someone who's recovering from any kind of knee surgery would probably be particularly prone to, compensating if there is extra weight or something going on there.
I guess last quick one. So I'm assuming the market for this is only people that have had just specifically knee surgery, right? Because I guess if you have a compound injury on that leg, do you think your device would help if like you had an ankle injury combined with a knee injury as well?
So we haven't discussed having multiple injuries together, but we have discussed the possibility of the brace helping prevent against other injuries from occurring, just because the knee is so central to all the other things that are happening in the leg, that if you can address a problem with the knee, then you can avoid problems in the hips or the ankles. So we haven't discussed, like I said, multiple injuries together, but knowing that the knee is so central, I think it could be possible that it would still help with this limping problem. And we designed, knowing that this brace specifically is the kind of universal one, especially post ACL reconstruction and MCL reconstruction. So we designed knowing all the uses for that and for those uses specifically, hoping that it can be translated.
Is that our time? Okay. Yeah.
Come on down. Yeah, no rush. Just, oh no.
I was just thinking about Gatekeeper. Okay. My name is Chaz Golan. This is Simple Servo. So, right, closer to the mic. Simple Servo is a simple open source servo controller. It's designed for middle and high school students, and it allows students to play directly with a servo before going through the process of learning wiring and programming. And I'll talk about why that's important. So this started by talking to Ann Eisenberg at the CU Craft Lab, who told me about this project by Hyunju Oh. It was a PhD dissertation for Atlas. Really cool. It's basically these laser cut cardboard gears and supports that are combined with 180-degree or 360-degree servos to teach students about mechanical movements. And they would take a kit that looks something like this into a classroom. So you have all your laser cut cardboard pieces, servo, microcontroller, and the kids would assemble the kits and get to learn about this mechanical movement through playing with the servo. But there are a couple problems when running this program in a 50-minute like high school lecture. First, the students need to be able to set up a breadboard correctly, which can be an easy mix-up when it's your first time crossing a wire. And then they also need to learn how to use the Arduino IDE properly. Little things, just missing a semicolon, getting the port wrong, and you have to wait for your teacher to come around. Maybe this is like 5 or 10-minute problem, but it just gets a little more boring or frustrating than possibly it could be if you just get to work with that servo immediately. So the question became, how can students engage with servos without getting slowed down by wiring and programming? And Anne told me about this board, which they actually used in a few of their activities. It's the Locotap. It was designed by Abhishek Narula, and it does control a servo. It's battery powered. There's no need to plug into a computer or do any coding. But the problem with the Locotap is they had a very limited amount. The design wasn't open source, so they couldn't produce any more, even though they would have loved to. So my project became designing an open source version of this Locotap board. This is an initial sketch of the simple servo controller. And this is what that looks like translated to a breadboard. You can see that little integrated chip on the lower left-hand side by the servo. That's a AT Tiny 85, which is fun to work with, chosen because it's small and simple, but an unforeseen problem was that it doesn't actually work with the Arduino servo library, which is important for this project. But I did figure out an alternative servo control using digital write to simulate a square wave that can communicate with the servo. Got servo control working, important component, and then moved on to the proto board, seeing how small this could get. And after that was working, moving on to Eagle to design the open source schematics that are central to the project. So this is the electronic schematic, and then it's taken over. These are all the components sorted for the board schematic. And I chose this game controller-like silhouette, one, to reiterate the theme of having fun with electronics before having frustration, and two, because it was an easy way to make the layout symmetrical to not bias towards a left or right-handed student. So cleaning this up some more, refining, adding silkscreen, sending to the fabricator. I chose Oshpark because they make all their PCBs purple and it looks really cool. And then I get back something like this. These are all the components. Solder it together for a completed simple servo. And the functionality looks like this. It took me a long time to find the right beat for the back of that video. That's really satisfying for me. All right, thank you. That's my project.
Sure. So you mentioned these targeted for high school students.
Right.
And I'm curious, was it targeted for what class? And wondering, are these students, would it make sense to do it over time where they get a program in one class and do this in another class and then pull it together in the end? Or is it just for like physics and teaching them gears? And
Right. The way I understand it is it's kind of an extracurricular, I mean, I guess that's completely the wrong word. It's an activity that they bring into classrooms. I think Anne and Sherry the people working with PaperMech would reach out to a classroom, like could be a physics class or like any other STEM class, and say, can we come in for a class period and just demo this for you guys? So kind of external.
so the point was really
the
just
school.
on the mechanics portion and
Yes.
simplify now.
Oh yeah, I see your question now. Yeah, mostly on the mechanics.
Okay. Because for example, like if it was in a tech class or another kind of class that you could see potentially giving them each step in the process.
Right, where like the wiring and the programming becomes more
Breadboard
valuable.
one class, programming another class, and the mechanics in another.
Yeah, the main idea for me is like wanting to get them excited about the servo first, and so then yeah, they can tackle those portions later on.
I think that makes a lot of sense. I did attempt to teach myself Arduino, and I think I invented 9 new curse words in the process. So I appreciate where you're coming from. What is the price point on manufacturing something like this? And does someone else not make an off-the-shelf kind of switch to run a servo?
Yeah, I couldn't find an off-the-shelf model to run one. Maybe if anyone knows of one, please feel free to correct me. But the cost for producing these, ordering the PCBs from Oshpark would be about $5 per PCB. And then the actual components total to $12. So it's about 17 per piece.
So, and then the dials that you had, so you had two dials at the bottom. That was a right hand and a left hand, or?
Yeah, that could definitely be refined because in this design, the left side is setting the start angle of the automatic rotation. And the right one is setting the end angle, which is honestly a little clunky, but the thought was that if they're working with these paper mech projects, they usually duct tape the servo into the cardboard, so it's at a fixed position. And then if they wanted that gear to have 20 degrees of rotation, but they wanted it to be, 60 degrees later on, they would need to be able to adjust both the start angle and the end angle.
Yeah, so those represented each orientation.
Right.
Did you have an opportunity to try this out with any high school students or students?
I did not, but I wouldn't consider myself much different from a high school student. I had a blast.
Because one last question, have you played around with snap circuits? My kids have those and they do have little motors and click, and I don't know how that would correspond or work, or potentially, because it's pretty straightforward, popping it in and connecting. And
Sounds awesome. I'm not sure. I haven't learned that much about snap circuits. I've heard a little bit about them. They seem super
they have
cool.
little motors and things that spin, and lights and all sorts of stuff you can do. I don't know what the price point is on that, and the interest in creating something that's open source that you could, then use in classrooms.
Yeah, and hopefully with this, the great large hope with this being open source is that other people could iterate on it and create something that's 2 times or 10 times as cool as Simple Servo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To teach. All right, here you go.
Testing. Okay. All right. Well, hi, everyone. I'm Daniel Reardon, and I'm here to tell you about my capstone project, Teeth to Teach. This is a series of digitally made dental models that can be used for education. Teeth to teach. Before we get into the project, just like to quickly thank my sponsor, Thomas Greeny. He works at CU Anschutz as both a dentist and a professor, and he was a huge help throughout the semester. So thanks to him. Now, on to the actual project, and we begin, as everyone, with the problem. So the problem is that dental students aren't getting enough practice, and this leaves them unprepared when they have to actually enter the workforce. I don't know about you, but when someone's job is to prod around my mouth with a spinning metal drill, I want them to really know what they're doing. So how do we get them more practice? The obvious solution might be, well, let's get them some more teeth to practice on. And I had a few ideas in this regard. As you can tell, they didn't go too well. So let's look at what existing research and solutions exist. I found several, but the one I'm focusing on is Accidental. Accidental makes the kind of teeth that you see there. They are a realistic shape, they are realistic hardness and density. They're made via silicone mold injection, or just regular injection molds, no silicone. And they are altogether a pretty good product. But if they were perfect, I wouldn't be standing here. So they do have one flaw, and that flaw is price. One of those little 5-gram teeth that you see up there costs about $25 each. And when you're a school and you want to give dozens of these to 400 kids every year, that adds up really fast. And given that these are single-use teeth, suddenly textbooks don't seem so bad in comparison. So how can we improve this? Well, the solution here is to make these digitally and then be able to either use them in a virtual dental simulator or 3D print them for a lot less than Accidental, ideally. So how do we go about making these realistic teeth? Well, we can start with real teeth. These are CT scans of a real person's head. It comes in the DICOM format, and it gives you X-ray images of 3 perspectives of somebody's skull. This will be useful in a second when we get to how I first turned these into a 3D object. It begins with RealGuide 5.0 made by 3DM. It's a dental software, but it has one specific function that I used it for. This function is the ability to draw. So by stepping through the X-ray images, I can draw the outlines of the teeth. And as a result, I can then composite these together and create a model. The important part about CT scans here is that the pulp of your teeth does not show up on a CT scan, which means that I can draw around it and keep the roots of the teeth accurate and with the correct cavities inside of it. This is another view of the same process. And as you can tell, we have an X-ray image, we have an outline of the image, and then all of those images are put together and make the 3D model you see there. But I hope you can tell that that is not what a real tooth looks like. It's really bumpy and has a lot of noise. This noise is inaccurate, and if your teeth look like that, please see a dentist immediately. But we need to refine it. And for this, we go to my next software, which is Blender. I'm sure you've all heard of it. It can do a ton, but today I'm using it for two things. The first is smoothing out those bumps I just talked about. And the second is to sort of do this, segment out the crown or enamel of your teeth. The crown of a tooth is made of different material than the rest of it, as is to be expected. And so by segmenting out, it can be given the correct density, hardness, and color values, and then reattached to the tooth. As you can see here, now we have something that looks a lot more realistic and lifelike. Finally, an important step is to note that these teeth still have the root structure inside of them, which helps make them a lot more accurate than the kind of tooth you can just buy off the shelf. So as I've gone through all of this, you might notice that this has been a very manual, sort of time-consuming process. So when Thomas asked me, hey, you want to do this 30 more times? I said, you know what, sure. And there's a good reason for that. The good reason is that your teeth do not exist in a vacuum. Your teeth exist in your mouth, and they all affect each other and sort of form an overall cohesive unit. This, by repeating this process 30 more times, I could create enough teeth to have a full jaw model, upper and lower, of a person's mouth, which could be given to college students and used as a standardized example that all students could use. So they aren't being given random teeth to work on. They all have the same starting point and can be graded more objectively, which again, helps them improve. Was I successful? I think so. This is my final model, and it is a full jaw of teeth, 30 teeth, upper and lower jaw that is printed in two parts, or that exists in two parts and can be used for this purpose. Now, going back to the whole printing and price thing that I mentioned earlier, this is what these teeth look like when they get printed. They're printed out of 3 separate materials, one for the enamel, one for the bulk of the teeth, and one for the pulp inside. This tooth that you see here cost about $2 to print, as opposed to the $25 that it costs for a tooth from Accidental. This is a huge improvement and makes students working on the teeth like this and getting a result like this a lot more bearable. This means that that tooth there, which you can only really use once, cost 12 times less than it did previously. And that's a huge improvement. It means that when students want to practice in the future, they'll have more access to these teeth. They'll be able to do it more often and better and refine their skills. And it means that when in the future, I have to go to the dentist because I didn't floss enough, as I never do, I will hopefully have the most painless experience possible. Thank you.
I had a quick question. So I want to make sure we're not mixing price and cost, right? So the $25 sounds like a price to me that I would pay from Accidental?
Accidental.
Accidental? Okay.
I've had multiple people make the accidental.
Yeah, I guess it's because I had a root canal once. Talk about this, but right. So that sounded like a price to me, whereas I think your $2 sounded like a cost to print. So do you have any idea maybe what the margin is from Accidental, and if can they just simply price it at that point because there's not any competition?
So Accidental is pretty obscure with how they make these teeth and like any of their price or their costs. You are correct that they don't seem to have much real competition in their sort of niche of realistic teeth. The reason why I went with $2 for my figure as opposed to $25 for theirs is because A, that's the only real price I could find for them, And B, because I'm making these directly for a university, which is the intended user, there's no markup. If the university would print these in-house, they would, and then use them directly, which means that the only added factor into their final price would be the electricity and time.
Oh, okay, so actually that was I think an important, if you ever pitch this again, this is a good idea. Highlighting the compression of the supply chain, that the anticipation would be an in-house manufacture, would probably be good.
Okay, yeah.
Curious which level of student's going to be using this? Because I can imagine, is the goal as they're working on these teeth to learn where exactly they have to drill and how much to drill, or does the quality of the material, because drilling into a fake tooth would probably feel very different than drilling into a real teeth. How accurate is the comparison of the material you're using versus the actual tooth itself?
It obviously can't be perfect because it is a simulation, but the materials that are used in this are as realistic as can be feasibly done with the current technologies. There's an acrylic type material for the crowns, a slightly softer but still hard material for the tooth, for the enamel, or the dentin. And then there is a liquid gooey kind of material for the pulp. So as far as consistency, when drilling into them, it can definitely be used to approximate what doing it on a real tooth would feel like.
And how many of these would a student go through? Like,
the idea would be to have a student go through either like a full set there with the 30 in about somewhere between a year and a semester. So they're not doing one every single day, but they would probably have periods in which they would work on multiple.
Can your simulated tooth be filled? Like, so is it just to simulate the drilling process, or can they also be used for kind of the other types of dental procedures that occur?
Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so you probably haven't had a filling. So when you're old, the reason they drill, right, is to then backfill the tooth with, now it's a composite. It used to be gold or kind of silver, that probably is killing us. Right, so can these two teeth be used to then complete the process of the filling?
Yes, there's nothing in them that would prevent that. I specifically was going at it from a general purpose sort of angle.
and one last question. You mentioned that you have a full set of teeth. What was the jaw that you put them into?
The jaw was, I sort of should have specified, the jaw was also modeled by me. So it was the original jaw. And the jaw would be printed too.
And was operable, it could move open and closed?
Yes, or it could be attached into their patient models that have, articulating.
Because I can imagine as they're practicing, part of the challenge of dentistry is working in that small space.
Yes.
So being able to control how open or closed or would make a difference.
Yes, no, the jaw models that I made could be attached into their sort of more constrict space limited models.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Fantastic. Up next, autonomous perception and exploration. Dun, 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 dun. I wish I had.
All right. The notes go there. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Drew. For my capstone project, I played with robots. A little bit of background of this project. Last summer, I had the opportunity to contribute to CU's Marble Robotics Research Program for entry to the DARPA Subterranean Challenge. The DARPA Sub-T Challenge is meant to push the limits of autonomous robots for search and rescue applications. The idea is to send our robots, our systems into caves or a mine where it might be unsafe for humans to travel, and have them locate survivors or artifacts and report back their location. This experience sort of inspired the rest of my project. My goal at the start of this project was to work independently and with others to understand how autonomous systems perceive environments and to contribute to ongoing research in the Intelligent Robotics Laboratory. I did so through independent and group research and a few projects that I'm excited to share with you. Before I get started, perception is an important part of my project. It can be defined as the process of building an internal representation of an environment. Perception is fundamental to autonomous robotics because how robots perceive their environment determines how they react to it. Humans are commonly known to use eyeballs to perceive things. Robots commonly use LiDAR. A LiDAR sensor works by targeting a surface with a laser and measuring the time for the reflected light to return back to the sensor. A point cloud, as seen on the right, is a 3D environment formed when a LiDAR fires many beams in all directions. So getting started, I began with a small project involving point clouds to understand what they are and how we can use them. The objective was to visualize maps after a robot has explored an environment. I was inspired to take on this project because existing methods for doing so in our lab were both time and data intensive, and I wanted to streamline that process. This is a look at the official map provided by DARPA from the challenge I was talking about. The idea behind this project is simple. If I'm a robot driving through an environment, and for each second of travel, I tell you where I am in XYZ coordinates and a description of my surroundings. There's a pillar 2 feet in front of me, a wall 4 feet to my left. You can take that information and build an entire map. I wrote a software program that does just that. It takes in a large file containing odometry and point cloud messages and spits out a 3D map. You can see the file that was put into this program is over 260 gigabytes in size, which is not good for your hard drive. And this is actually the map of the same map that I showed you earlier from the DARPA challenge. And over the course of the processing of data, we go from over 48 million points down to about 1.5 million points, making up that red map. Here's a look at that program in action. It's really laggy on here, but it allows the user to sort of move through that space. And I see a striking resemblance between this official map provided by DARPA, which makes me think it actually worked. Moving on, I continued my research by working as a supporting author under Professor Chris Heckman and PhD student Harel Biggie. In this pending publication, we present a Bayesian optimization-based ICP, or iterative closest point algorithm, to solve a fundamental problem in computer science, and that is point cloud registration. Point cloud registration is sometimes called point cloud alignment and is the process of solving for the transformation that accurately aligns two floating point clouds. In the example above, we have 2 point clouds that have been captured by a car as it's driving down the street. You can see in the left frame, there's a defining feature that tells us that these 2 clouds are not aligned properly. That might be a trash can or a lamppost. And on the right, you can see that those 2 clouds have been aligned accurately after they've been processed by some ICP-based method. This is a computationally expensive thing to do, but it's important for scene construction in robotics. And we show that our method outperforms existing state-of-the-art methods for point cloud registration. This is a comparison between our method, GoICP on the left, and the bad guys, GoICP on the right, which stands for globally optimal ICP. We show that we outperform in terms of accuracy and efficiency. This is a frame taken from the TUM dataset, which is an indoor setting captured by a RGBD data from a Connect. You can see there's a computer and other items on that desk. Moving on to RestoreBot. RestoreBot is a research project, an early stage ongoing research project led by Kristen Such out of the Intelligent Robotics Laboratory. The objective is to develop a fully autonomous system to explore desert environments and to restore fragile vegetation. I was responsible for the mechanical design of the enclosure around RestoreBot. It's a little bit more than just a box. It has to be accessible, has to have a lot of fans mounted on the outside of it, has to fit a lot of junk on the inside of it, and it has to be totally weatherproof. And as we speak, RestoreBot is in Moab, Utah, doing some early stage testing Kristen and a few other lab people are out there testing the autonomy stack. As you can tell, it doesn't actually interact with the environment in a positive way right now. Right now, we're just looking at the autonomy capabilities. And to wrap up my project, I wanted to build something of my own. I call it the DrewBot for no good reason. It's pretty much just an RC car, but it has many of the components and the building blocks of a fully autonomous system. I faced some challenges in this project. The first of which was getting my computer running the way I wanted it to. I used a Jetson TX2, which is way overkill for something this simple, but it has the capability to build a lot on top of it. And it was hard to get the Linux operating system up and running on that. I was also challenged by writing controllers for the servo and the motor using ROS and configuring my Xbox remote to connect via Bluetooth automatically when I turned on the system. And the next steps for this project are, you guessed it, implementing a LiDAR sensor and kinematics in the control code so that the robot isn't so dumb and it knows where it is in space and it has an awareness of its environment. I was able to accomplish a lot of things this year. I was able to collaborate with others in research, pick up technical skills, deliver a system of my own, and understand perception. Thank you very much.
So this sounds like a lot of other undergraduate kind of research I've seen, but tying it into the capstone, like what are the full end use applications for this? What kind of market size would you be looking to? Like, to whom would you be kind of selling this?
Well, to be honest with you, I'm not really selling anything at all. I did an independent study this year, and I tried to funnel everything into something to present this year, so it's not exactly a product. Yeah.
All right. So then, what other? If you look at taking it further, would there be other grant applications? Right. Like, what else would you do with it?
Well, I'm really looking forward to continuing in this field. I mean, the last thing I delivered, the DrewBot, it's not the smartest robot on the market, and I'd love to take it way further in the future and have that thing driving through the hallways itself and mapping and exploring by itself. And then everything else, the research that I was involved in was excellent exposure for me. I'm continuing to get my master's, and I hopefully will be involved with more research there, and I'd love to continue a lot of the stuff that I'm doing here.
Question about, I get it right, was it Bo ICP?
OICP.
And then Go ICP. You said you did much better. Like, how do you compare? What are the statistics to say, and what's good enough that one is, the same as the other, or you've got close enough? Is there like an established?
Yeah, the metrics that we would use to determine how good these things are would be how fast they're able to execute on a standard computer, and how accurate of alignment we're able to achieve. So with each data set that we use the TUM data set and the Kitty data set. You see there's a ground truth in there, which is provided with the data set, and that would essentially be the correct answer, because that's telling us, okay, how should these clouds actually be aligned? And a big role of mine in this project was automating our testing so that we could gather statistically significant samples of these two different methods to compare them, not just a few frames. This is not just one frame, like, oh, we're better. Like, we had like thousands and thousands of iterations. And I worked under Harrell in the lab. And yeah, so we're able to determine by looking at these measurements how far off the ground truth we are. And then, of course, how long each iteration of alignment took.
And so how close were you?
I don't have like specific numbers for you right now.
Okay. Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Amazing job. Very impressive. All right, and up next, Carly, take it away.
I'm humbled by the work that I've seen in here today. We're going to completely switch gears.
So it's way more fun.
She asked to wait.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Here Comes Ralphie. Thank you for sitting through with us. We're almost done. 2 more presentations. And yeah, my name is Carly Sharp, and we'll get a little deep dive into Here Comes Ralphie.
Here Comes Ralphie is a children's book accompanied by a motion design animation about a little buffalo who dreams of becoming the next face of Colorado. Ralphie is a kind, hardworking little buff who just wants a chance to compete for this opportunity with everyone else. Ralphie faces the challenges presented to her with her head held high. She is the only girl in the competition, and she is ready to prove her bullies wrong. The purpose of this animation is to help children enhance reading comprehension, build fluency skills, and improve sight word recognition. Project is a culmination of my creative technology and design engineering experience. But more than that, aims to teach children the importance of integrity, resilience, and self-esteem. This book is published, licensed, and available for sale in bookstores around the globe. Check out Here Comes Ralphie and follow my journey as a newly published children's book author.
Good to know the audio is still terrible even in the auditorium. It's okay. But yeah, let's talk a little bit about the process. The process of this is broken down into 6 main parts. First, research, then writing, licensing, illustrating, publishing, and animating. So let's take a deep dive into that. So first, for some precedence research, the good news is when you're trying to write a book about empowerment, there are 5 million books about children empowerment, which is awesome to see. What kind of worked? What did I want to kind of go towards? What did I want to stay away from? So I did a lot of children's book reading this semester. And then I also, when I decided I wanted to write about Ralphie, I said, okay, what else is out there? There is a children's book called Hello Ralphie, and it's super cute. It's about Ralphie on game day, kind of her journey, you know, from Pearl Street to the game, which has nothing to do with what I'm doing, but same name, same buffalo. So cool to see what's out there. And then why audio assisted reading? I grew up struggling with dyslexia, and audio assisted reading was a big thing of my life. Doing audiobooks, having people read to me, reading with my parents was a huge part of my development as a learner. So I said, what better way to do this than make an animation? The benefits of audio assisted reading, it helps with reading comprehension, word sight recognition, and building fluency skills. So the story, the writing process. The first thing I did was, okay, we're gonna write a book, let's do it. So I got on a plane and started writing. After 20 different parent, teachers, and alumni's feedback, 7 different story drafts, 3 meetings with fellow authors, 2 professional editors, we had 1 written book. Here Comes Ralphie was ready. One of the biggest parts of user research I started with was, again, interviewing parents, teachers, and alumni off of the initial story saying, what is the age demographic of this book? Obviously, I am not a parent and I am not a children's book writer, or I guess I am now. So who is the potential demographic for this? We decided that the audience for this book would be children ages 5 to 8. And then once that was decided, it's okay, is this story appropriate for this age range? Is the plot okay? Can they handle the complexity of the story? And then some of the verbiage, what words are too hard? What words are worth keeping in there for, you know, what needs to be in there for important things. So hardest part of this project, this is why we have Miss Ralphie crying over here, is licensing. I started reaching out to the university to use the word Ralphie in my story in October and did not get it back until the end of March, but we do have a licensing agreement with the university to use the name Ralphie. So Ralphie's crying, but we ended up making it work, so it's okay. Yeah, the illustrations, this was the biggest learning part of this project, I would say. As an artist, as a designer, you have no idea how much goes into this. I have so much respect for illustrators moving forward. So here's some pictures of Ralphie throughout the book, kind of just a fun little thing to see her emotions and actions and outfits. And I just thought it was kind of a fun thing. If you haven't seen the book, this is Ralphie. And then the background and layout was another big learning curve for this. Initially, you start with character creation, super easy. You got the buffaloes, it's all good. And then trying to put it into background, different things, adding color, adding text, and looking at the contrast of that. I had no idea how many different things I would learn about the gutter placement, making sure that the images are not going to get cut off when the book is folded and that the words are okay and the layout is good, that the resolution is appropriate, that the margins have enough space when they're going to chop off the edges of the picture. So I learned a ton during this layout process. Publishing, another amazing journey. I think you never really think about an author bio. Who are you? What do you want people to see about you? Who are you as a person? What are you trying to convey? So trying to write about yourself, saying what's appropriate to share, what do people actually care about? So that was a humbling experience as well. The process of getting an ISBN number, this book is available for sale. So trying to learn, what does a real author have to do to write a book? Things like that. And then again, what are the keywords? When someone searches something where they're looking for a book for their kid or their nephew or whatever, how do you get that to come up? What is the appropriate things? What is your book about? What are the key themes? Things like that. As well as writing a description of your book without giving it all away so people still want to buy your book, but being enough that they're like, this is super interesting, something we want to read about. And then the last part of this project was the animation. I recently got into motion design through a couple classes in Atlas, and definitely a skill I wanted to continue to work on. So the animation was done in Adobe After Effects. Great tool, something I want to continue to work on as I go on to my professional career. Motion design is awesome. And I also worked on my mom voice for the animation, having to do 5 million pages of this, being like, so here comes Ralphie, positive, calm, things like that, super fun. And I initially thought this is gonna be so easy. All of my illustrations are done. I have all my files and now I just have to make a move. But then I was like, oh, I made the buffalo one layer and I have to, if I wanna make the head nod, got to cut the head off the buffalo. If you want to make the tail wag, you got to cut the tail off the buffalo. So I have lots of little Franken buffaloes running around my computer at the moment, but turned out great, super great experience, something I hope I can continue to work on. The tech list, Adobe has been my best friend throughout this project. I use so many different platforms, so many different things. And then again, something I'm grateful I get to use and hopefully continue to work on my skills as I move forward into my grown-up career. And then publishing, I use Book Baby Publishing House. They do all my printing, manufacturing, all of that. And then you can buy the book from there or Amazon, Google, check it out. It's on a bunch of different places. And then testing, Usability Hub and Google Forms, great tools. Again, things that we'll definitely be using moving forward. So the final product, you can see we have a book, and here's the first couple seconds of that animation. Sorry about the audio. In a place where the sunset looked like cotton candy and the mountains pointed west, there lived a little buffalo. Her name was Ralphie. She lived in a herd with her family in Colorado. She worked hard and she was kind. She always went above and beyond what was asked of her and helped out the herd however she could. She was happy. But yeah, so that was kind of my animation. It goes along with the book, and as you continue to read, the theory is that maybe your parents are too busy to read to you, or maybe you want to practice reading by yourself. You turn on the animation, you can listen along or watch the video as it goes. And again, it's more fun to touch it when you're doing it, while you get books to hold on to. So thank you. Hopefully, Ralphie, will see you soon. Questions?
I have a question. You mentioned you talked to educators and parents about word choice. So at different grades, there's different lists of words. After talking to them, did you have to go back and edit and change words or add words or take words out or use words that they're trying for students at that age to gain fluency on?
Yeah, absolutely. I think when I think of a 5-year-old, I'm like, how smart's a 5-year-old? Like, I'm not really sure what the appropriate word choice is. I did talk to 4 kindergarten teachers and 5 first grade teachers kind of about words, having to read the initial story. There were a bunch of words that were like, okay, we can change this to a similar word that they would know. But one of the big words that was a big word that I wanted to keep in the book was integrity. The whole point of this book is that Ralphie wins, not because she's the fastest, not because she's the strongest, because she has integrity. She competes against the boys and then wins because, nice. But yeah, so integrity, I think I kind of give a little definition about what integrity is, because most 5-year-olds don't know that word, but I was okay with the idea of teacher, mom, dad, parent, what is integrity? And I thought that was an important thing to be like, if you walk away from this book knowing that, it's a win. So yeah.
That's pretty good. I mean, I think you've learned words your entire life.
Absolutely.
Right? Did you know beyond basic chuggy? I just learned that one the other day.
What is it?
Yeah, okay. I think it's an insult, so we won't start here. But
Okay.
so can you tell us a little bit about like maybe just-in-time printing, or if you're keeping an inventory, kind of how the monetary aspects of this go?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a nice endeavor to get this published. It was a little bit, it was expensive, but it was a great thing. So right now I had 75 books. I've sold half of them at this point just for me to have. I'm like, I want to give them to family. I want to sell them to, friends, bookstores, things like that. And then they're available on Amazon, Barnes & Noble, Book Baby, the publishing house, and a couple other places online. So when someone orders a book from them, I'm not paying anything upfront other than my initial publication costs. So I just get a check in the mail when they sell it from there. And then when the 50 copies I ordered, I buy them for $12 and then they're online for 20. I'm selling them for 16, like wholesale price. So yeah, that's how it's been. And I can continue to order, I can continue to order them or not, depending on how it goes. So.
Yeah. Is there a minimum order price? Do you find that you can print them cheaper at scale?
Yeah. So if you order 25 or to 50, there's like a price break, and then 50 to 100, there's a price break. And I have not ordered more than 100 at this point because I'm scared. So we'll see how that goes moving forward.
Another question on the animation, was that just sort of something that they could access if they purchased the book?
So it is for
or
free
it is
online.
free?
Yes, you can borrow. You can see it. If you Google "Here Comes Ralphie," it's one of the second things that comes up, as well as it is on my Ralphie website. So if you say, "Oh, I want to learn more about the book," you can watch the animation without purchasing the book. But hopefully, you get both. That's the goal. So yeah.
So this is a really interesting project. What did you think was the most challenging, the most kind of the biggest surprise that you had that was a challenge?
I think I over anticipated how easy it would be. I was like, I'm going to do this and it's going to be great. And then every single part along the way, I would get halfway and I'm like, we're doing it. We're great. And then I would realize, can you draw 50 buffaloes? I don't know. Or the layout. I'm like, oh, the things are done. This is great. And then it would say the resolution of one image is wrong. And I'm like, well, which image was that? And having to redo the thing. So definitely a bunch of bumps along the way. But I think I learned so much, and really like my product management skills, I think were improved so much, being marketing, drawing, animating. There was a ton of pieces to this project, and I think it kind of pushed me in all of those aspects. So it was great.
Yeah. And how did you figure out who in the university is responsible for Ralphie?
Oh gosh, yes,
I
Annie
wouldn't-
has heard me deal with this.
I
It was definitely the hardest part of this thing because they don't care. They're like, unless I'm going to make money off of you, I don't really care. So I reached out to, did a ton of research. I was seeing what does CU already own, what do they not own, and I just reached out to the head of the marketing department. And I said, hey, like I'm a senior, I want to do my capstone project. And I didn't mention that I wanted to like publish it until I was like, is this a thing we can do? What is the process of looking at that? I sent them the book and I kind of said, you know, we're in line with all of CU's like things, like it talks about honor and integrity and respect. I'm like, it makes the university look good in my opinion. Sent it to the head Ralphie runner. They loved it. And then they were like, yeah, we're definitely going to get back to you. Like you totally great. We're on the great thing. And I'm like, okay. November, December, January. Hi, reaching out again. Just want to make sure I can use this for my capstone. Yeah, no, it's totally coming. It's coming. February, March. Hi, I'm not going to graduate if I don't publish this. Am I allowed to use the name Ralphie? Agreement done. Easy. Sign it. Good to go. So yes, definitely
I
a
guess your
challenge.
Backup plan could have been Here Comes Random Buffalo.
Yes, but initially I was thinking marketing. Oh, I'm alumni. All of my kids, all my friends' kids are getting a book. You're having a baby, you're a grandma. Oh my gosh, I went to see you. I want to give them a Ralphie book. So I figured that's just like built-in easy marketing without having to do anything. So yeah.
Fantastic. Well done.
Thank you.
Not least, Willie the Wolf.
Okay. Okay. Hello. Oh, cool. I'm always so bad at using microphones, so like don't mind me. I will do my best. Okay. Hi everybody. I'm Percy Sahonic.
And I'm Alexandra Charland.
And this is our capstone project, Willie the Wolf. So for our capstone project, we are being sponsored by the Acme Lab, and our sponsors were Ellen and Ruhan. And when discussing with them what they wanted us to do for our capstone project, they had used paper circuits before, but they wanted us to play with them and figure out a unique way to use them. So for our project, what is Willie the Wolf? It's a children's pop-up book featuring interactive paper circuits that aims to connect with 8 to 10-year-olds on the topic of cyberbullying while sparking their interest in circuits and STEAM education. So, do 8 to 10-year-olds really get cyberbullied? They actually do. From research that we found by a company, iSafe, they found that 58% of children have reported that somebody has said something hurtful to them online, and 1 in 4 have had it happen more than once. So for our intents, we had 2 main intents. One was for sponsorship and one was for our problem. So for sponsorship, we had to think about how can we push the boundaries of paper circuits by incorporating them into a storytelling experience. For our problem, how can we promote STEM education through a physical book while teaching kids about the ever-increasing issue of cyberbullying?
So while we were doing precedent research, we looked into existing children's stories about cyberbullying, and one of which was called Troll Stinks, which is told from the perspective of 2 goats who cyberbully a troll because of the negative stereotypes that trolls who live under bridges are bad creatures. So we liked the animal theme and we wanted to try to do something similar, as well as tell the story from the perspective of the victim being cyberbullied. We also looked at projects that have used paper circuits in pop-ups, as of this example with the paper city. And we wanted to do something similar with LEDs, as well as include a story component. So this is the story we decided on. So when Bucky the deer bullies Willie the wolf in the meadow and online, Willie talks to his friends, family, and teachers, and resolves to show that he's a friendly wolf and change the negative stereotypes that wolves are mean and scary. Willie demonstrates his true self through his friendly conduct online, gardening skills, and sociability at his birthday party, and eventually gains friendship with Bucky.
All right. So for all of our character illustrations, they were all done in Adobe Illustrator, and we wanted to make sure that they were characters that our audience could relate to. So we made sure that Willie had friends and family that he could talk to about cyberbullying, because we wanted the children to realize that they can talk to people in their life if they're experiencing bullying or cyberbullying. And then we were trying to figure out what we wanted to do about the circuits, because we didn't want to have buttons for every single circuit. And when talking to one of our mentors, Chris Hill, he recommended having one single token that you can use throughout the book and create a more cohesive experience. And that is how Narrator B was born. And then again with the scene illustrations, all made in Adobe Illustrator, and we wanted to create scenes that the children could relate to. So we had scenes such as a playground, we had school, we had kitchens, and from user testing, we found that the kids really liked the different scenes that we created, and they felt that they could really relate to them.
So we were able to import these illustrations into Silhouette Studio and cut them out quickly and accurately using a Cameo 4 vinyl cutter. Then we created a few prototypes of the pages to practice our pop-up skills and circuits. And once we were confident in our pop-up folds, page layouts, and sizing, we moved on to creating our final pages on 11 by 17 cardstock with the story marked up. So when we were first building our circuits, we tested different sensors and actuators such as LEDs, buttons, and vibration motors. And in this video, we have an example of our Narrator B with an attached battery to it so that children can bring it from page to page and power the circuits.
Okay.
And here we're building our circuits for our final book. We switched from copper tape to nylon tape because we found that nylon tape was more durable. And we also found that if we put magnets to the back of the pages, it can have the Narrator B and the circuit connections be stronger.
All right, so at the beginning of the book, we decided that we were going to have like an intro page just to introduce the kids to Narrator B and have them figure out how Narrator can be used throughout the story. And from user testing, we found that this was very effective in introducing the kids to it and having them understand how it can be used. All right, so I wanted to show like just a few different user tests that we did do. This is Brooklyn, she's 10 years old. And through our user testing, we were able to get feedback on Narrator B design, as well as get feedback on if they liked our version better than like regular pop-ups. And from that, they did like it better. And also just, they liked being exposed to circuits because they'd never been exposed to circuits before. All right. And this is Thaddeus. Thaddeus is 9 years old. And he started having like some STEM education in school, but he hasn't been exposed to a lot of it, and he's never played with circuits before. And so he also found that he preferred a circuit interaction book versus just a regular pop-up book. And yeah, thank you. We wanted to just give like special acknowledgement to the Acme Lab and Ruhan and Ellen. Also to Annie for just helping us through this whole process, and to all the families that let us do user testing along with Chris Hill that just gave us that extra feedback on that Narrator B component. We felt that that really like just changed how the story was going to be interacted with. Yeah, cool.
This is super cool. The illustrations are adorable.
Thank you.
I'm back on my scene costing though. I feel like it would cost $100 to make that book, right? Did you guys look into, I mean, I'm not sure what, did you guys look into what it actually costs you to do one prototype? And then do you have any concept of like, could you bring it to scale?
That's a really good question. I mean, because we ended up using cardstock, and cardstock wasn't too expensive. What I would be more concerned with was just like the amount of time it took to make it.
Right.
That's what I would be more concerned with. But we weren't really looking to like sell it necessarily. We just wanted to really explore like the possibilities for children's books and what could like happen besides just having like regular pop-up books. Because I know, just like even just talking to other people and like in my experience, my first like experience with circuits was paper circuits, and that's just like the easiest like circuit example to like understand. And I didn't even get exposed to that until like college, and so I just think it's important to like figure out ways that we can try to expose them much earlier on in life. But yeah, we're just trying to it's more kind of like research than it was just like trying to sell a product.
Was you said that the kids preferred the books with circuits, and I probably guarantee that my kids would. How do they translate that I enjoyed this to, oh, I want to learn more about circuits, as opposed to this is fun? Is there that information behind like how does that work, or did you? I haven't had a chance to look through it. Did you incorporate any information about like why that circuit was actually working on that page, or wanted to learn more where they could go?
That would be like maybe like next steps to kind of make it a little more educational. But one of our major design decisions was to have the circuits actually exposed and not like have them covered. So if you just look through, you can kind of just see the different paths.
Yeah.
And so it was more that like we didn't want it to be just be like a main like teaching platform about circuits, but just having that exposure and like letting them know that paper circuits are out there, and like giving them that information so that they can go explore more, or maybe even talk to their teachers or something about it. Yeah, it was more just like an introduction versus like a whole on educational experience about how every type of circuit works.
Did they ask? Just curious, like what are those lines on the pages they're going through?
Yeah,
was that
they kind of
the
asked, and I was like
curiosity?
kind of explaining to them, and I was like, I was like running my like finger along and like kind of showing them how it like they were able to like complete a circuit. Yeah.
Does the B token just have like a button battery?
Yeah, it's just a button battery in the back. So then we have that where it's just like easily replaceable, because we wanted to make it so that like it was easy to replace and wasn't a hassle.
Yeah.
I'll lose that real
Yeah.
quick.
Yeah. Does the storyline have anything where there's actually a broken circuit?
Yeah, so it's not exactly that they're all broken, but it's just more that like on every page you have where like you need to like complete it.
If you don't complete it, doesn't work.
Yeah, if you don't complete it, then
Right.
like the LEDs aren't gonna light up. So
Yeah,
it's kind
yeah.
of just like more of like a completing the circuit type of experience.
Yeah, I kind of meant like on one page where actually it was impossible to complete the circuit,
yeah.
such that then they can kind of compare and contrast how that works.
Yeah, we had talked to our mentors about that.
Uh-huh.
And that could maybe be just like kind of like a next step type of thing.
Right.
Yeah, because we just decided that maybe like for how we kind of already had it set up, it would be best just to have it where like we just have a certain like area that they put it in to complete the circuit.
And that
But-
bridges the gap to
Yeah.
this is what needs to happen.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe my idea was mean. I don't know.
No.
If you couldn't complete it at all, right?
I mean, that might teach them kind of more like on the educational aspect of like how they can actually make a circuit then versus just completing it.
Yeah, or tying it into your storyline of like maybe needing a friend, like if you needed
That
a
would
secondary
be, oh, that
button.
would work really well. Yeah. I
Fantastic.
like that.
Well done. Yeah,
Really
well done.
All right, and thus concludes Creative Technology and Design Capstone Presentations Spring 2022. Woo! Really amazing work, everyone, in this session, all the sessions all day. Incredible, so impressive. And thank you to our panelists one more time. And please go outside. It's so beautiful out. Do it quick now while you still can.